residents at 10 Janpad. Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi are likely to accompany Sonia Gandhi to the ED office. Let me go straight to our reporters who are tracking this story. Siddhant is joining me live. So Priyanka Gandhi has arrived at 10 Janpad. She will be accompanying Sonia Gandhi. So will Rahul Gandhi be coming along. But the larger question is that if it is about law taking its course, the investigating agency is questioning an accused, then why these protests? Why this show of strength? The Congress party certainly will face this charge as well, that yesterday they were talking about GST rate hike, and if they indeed stand with the people, then why these protests across the country? In fact, protests will be held by Congress workers across the country in front of various ED offices. Ashish Merishi is joining me live from outside the ED office. Siddhant Mishra is live with us from Sonia Gandhi's residence. Pallavi Ghosh tracks Congress party for us, and she is live as well. Siddhant, we are seeing Priyanka Gandhi reach Sonia Gandhi's residence at 10 Janpad. At what time is Mrs. Gandhi likely to leave for the ED office?
Well, the standard time for summons is to reach ED office by 11 a.m. But so far we don't have a confirmation of the exact time the Gandhi family will leave for the Enforcement Directorate's office. But you see, Maria, each time around anyone from Gandhi family is summoned, the entire family comes together. And in fact, Priyanka Gandhi, when in fact Rahul Gandhi was summoned, she was there with him. When Robert Vadra was summoned by Jaipur Enforcement Directorate, she went to drop off Robert Vadra to Enforcement Directorate office. And this time around also, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, it is expected that both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are going to accompany her to Enforcement Directorate's office. So we can expect Gandhis to leave the 10 Janpad at around 10:30, 11 to go to Enforcement Directorate's office. But Maria, as I have been mentioning since morning, that this time around there is a less possibility of high voltage drama by Congress Karyakartas on road, because as we saw when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, because the cadre has come, the cadre is less on the roads. This is what I am seeing, and in fact the plans are also not to make it a grand event the way they made Rahul Gandhi's summon. At that point in time, if you remember, there were complaints also which were given to Lok Sabha Secretariat and Vice President regarding the misbehavior of Delhi police with the Congress Karyakartas. In fact, the tires were also burned, and you know, Congress Karyakartas were on street. This time around, and nothing of this sort is expected to happen. It is going to be a low-key affair. Yes, the cadre has been asked to reach to the State Enforcement Directorate's office and have also been asked to do protest in the National Capital area. But going by the presence of the cadre on ground and going by the arrangement by the Congress party, I can sense that this time around it's not going to be a high voltage event like the way it was when Rahul Gandhi was summoned.
And this is the first time that any central agency is questioning the Congress president. Earlier, the ED, remember, had questioned Rahul Gandhi for over 50 hours in 5 days at ED's headquarters in Delhi. The ED had earlier accepted Sonia Gandhi's written request seeking deferring of these summons after she had tested positive for COVID-19. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us as well. Pallavi, protests will be held inside Parliament, but as Siddhant was pointing out, in comparison to what we saw in case of Rahul Gandhi, this time it seems to be a low-key affair.
Well, all I can say is that arrangements are pretty much similar, because here also all the wings of the Congress party, whether it's the Seva Dal, Mahila Congress, Youth Congress, all of them have been activated. Also, unlike in the case of Rahul Gandhi, let's not forget the Parliament session is very much on. So most of the MPs are actually going to go inside Parliament, and in fact they're going to use this opportunity to carry the protest from the streets to inside Parliament, where the calculation is it's likely to grab even more eyeballs, because, you know, obviously it's the Parliament. Parliament and a session will begin. So I'm sure when Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha reconvenes at 11 a.m., which is also the same time when the counting for the presidential polls will begin, you will have people from the Congress party will be full on actually making this a point, and that's the reason multiple notices have been given. So that's one main reason why we are not going to be seeing those many Congress MPs on the streets as we saw them last time round. But the Congress certainly is going to make this a high point of drama. Those notices actually tell the story itself, really, Maria, that how the ED has been used selectively by the government to target the political opponents. But another important and interesting thing also is in a short while from now, the opposition parties are meeting. In fact, even as we speak, the meeting has begun, and essentially on flow management, nothing new. But what the Congress is also trying to do is also trying to ensure that opposition parties come together on this one issue of misuse of central investigative agencies. Today, the Trinamool Congress, of course, will not be there in Parliament because it's Shaheed Divas and the big function happens in Kolkata. But they say that they've also been as much affected because of the questioning of, say, Abhishek Banerjee and a large number of Trinamool Congress leaders. But they also want to reach out to other political parties who usually have not been on the side of the opposition, say Jagan Mohan Reddy for that matter. So the opposition strategy meeting is also going to try and be an attempt being made by the Congress to get that opposition support. Will that really happen on the floor of the House? That's also, I think, another significant thing to watch out for.
And Pallavi, the Congress party did not really stand with the Aam Aadmi party when Satyendra Jain was questioned. In fact, like the BJP, they had taken pot shots also about whether Aam Aadmi party really stands for anti-corruption. Is it really far-fetched for them to really expect support from the Aam Aadmi party?
Well, I mean, in fact, you're right, Maria, because I remember when the Aam Aadmi party was also facing the heat from ED, and when Rahul Gandhi started facing that heat from ED, the AAP had reacted promptly by saying it only hurts you when it hurts you. And why was there no semblance of opposition unity when other political parties' leaders are also being questioned? Isn't this a time where you forget your personal differences or even your political differences? Which is why I'm saying it could be challenging if the Congress party tries to get that kind of a support from the opposition parties on the floor of the House. Not many may want to join in. The TMC, of course, is going to be absent because, as we said, they're going to be busy in Kolkata. But for the other opposition political parties to be on the side of the Congress party because the Gandhis are being questioned, it may be a huge challenge for the Congress.
Yes, the big challenge for the Congress is, can they really say that they stand for the people issues if today they are focusing solely on the questioning of Sonia Gandhi? So what really is the nature of allegation against Sonia Gandhi? Remember, it is the big case of National Herald case is that is the Associated Journal took 90.25 crore loan from shell companies. Although Rahul Gandhi in his questioning, when he was questioned for over 50 hours, has said that there are no shell companies per se. So if you look at it, Associated Journal gave money to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. They own 38% of shares each in Young India company, and hence the question is that because they own 38% shares, they have much to explain about this entire the scam that is being said, because it all began when Subramaniam Swamy had what was seen as uncovering this entire web of companies involving the Gandhis. The Congress party, in fact, assigned AJL debt to Young India. Then it goes to Young India, which took over AJL for 50 lakhs. So how is this circle actually working? Has Rahul Gandhi really managed to explain that, his side of the story, or when he brought Motilal Vora, who has passed away, but he was then the Congress treasurer, he solely put blame on him. Did it really absolve the Gandhis? Does it really absolve Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, because they own 38% of shares each in Young India? Let me bring in the reporters who are tracking the story. Ashish Maharishi joining us live from the ED office. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us. Siddhant is live with us, and also Anshul. I'm going to begin with you, Ashish. When you look at this entire web or the matrix, which the Congress says it is pretty clear, there are no shell companies that are involved because there is no transaction of money. But the ED has much to ask as far as Rahul Gandhi was concerned. For 50 hours they did, and now Mrs. Gandhi. The nature of questioning of both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi are likely to be similar, and it pertains particularly to that 38% share that they own. Ashish.
Understand that whenever there is a PMLA investigation, so whoever has been named as an accused in the matter, their statement needs to be recorded. So here, Sonia Gandhi is basically following the process, and the Enforcement Directorate is also following the process, because they need to, before they file a charge sheet, they need to record a statement of that accused. So here, as we all know, that Dr. Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court, and the court had made them as an accused, and they are out on bail. The court took cognizance of the matter, and based on that, the Enforcement Directorate decided to register a case. An ECIR was registered. Now, what the allegation is, the seriousness of the allegation is that the money that came into the bank account, I will have to cut down because I'm receiving a call from my source and I need to just talk.
There tracking the Enforcement Directorate for us. A lot of questions that remain unanswered. Remember, the Congress party's defense so far has been that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company and that it cannot really accumulate profits. Young Indian paid 50 lakh to Congress for transferring 90 crore debt to it. Sonia, Rahul Gandhi own 38% each in Young Indian. Anshul is continuing to be with us. In another perhaps 45 minutes, we'll be seeing Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi leave for ED office, but it will be the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi, similar set of questions that will be asked. But because she had earlier petitioned the ED, the Enforcement Directorate, that she would want it to be deferred because of her health conditions, will we be seeing limited number of hours, or will there be a a long day for Mrs. Gandhi as well, Anshul?
That's right. So what we are being told is that around 10:30, between 10:30 to 11 a.m. is the time when Sonia Gandhi will leave from her residence. But currently I'm standing at the Congress office, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the visuals over here. The dharna has started over here inside the premises of the Congress office. And as you can see, this is the group of people who have been sitting on a dharna, and slogans are being raised over here that we stand with Sonia Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi is not afraid of anything. And the second group of protesters have also come here. These are the protesters from Delhi Mahila Congress as well who have come here. They have stuck posters on the chest. Satya Ajay hai, Satya Adig hai, with Sonia Gandhi's poster. And yes, sloganeering has been going on, if you could see in the visuals over here, that yes, protesters have managed to reach over here at the Congress office. So what we are being told is that a list was given to the Delhi police, and according to the list, people have been allowed to come in here as of now. So and also the senior Congress MPs, the Congress has told us that the senior Congress MPs who will be in the Parliament will initially protest in the Parliament, and after their protest, they will take a bus from the Parliament's library gate, that is near the Rakabganj Gurudwara, and will try to reach over here. However, they are also not very sure that if the MPs will be allowed to come in here till the Congress office. So yes, that remains to be seen. So yes, we are going to see some tussle happening today between the Delhi police and the senior Congress MPs as well. But yes, the situation inside the Congress office is that the protest has started, and in the very next few minutes, we are going to hear a press conference from Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, where he's going to take pot shots at the government for harassing Sonia Gandhi at a situation when she is not keeping well. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how long will that investigation be, because remember, during the investigation of Rahul Gandhi, the investigation went on for more than 12 hours, but that is very unlikely that that is going to happen. If that happens, then the Congress is ready to come out all guns blazing and start their protest with more intensity, Mara.
Okay, and let's listen in to what the BJP had to say early morning before the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi is to begin.
तो देश को हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं इस मामले में, और उनके एफआईआर को क्वाश करने की सारी प्रार्थना सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक रिजेक्ट हो गई है। अब ये मामला है क्या? मामला बहुत सरल भाषा में ये है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी तो परिवार की जेबी संस्था हो चुकी है। जो सत्याग्रह नहीं दुराग्रह है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, परिवार जब पार्टी की संपत्ति को अपनी जेब में कर रही है, उसको बचाने का दुराग्रह है।
Ranil Wickremesinghe is taking oath as the president of Sri Lanka. This a day after Ranil Wickremesinghe won 134 votes in the parliament to become the president. Remember, he was the acting president. Now he's become a full-term president. Mr. Wickremesinghe, a six-time prime minister, was being considered a front runner as he is backed by the Rajapaksas, who hold the largest bloc in parliament of 225. So amidst turmoil, Ranil Wickremesinghe takes charge. He's 73-year-old, largely despised by the protesters because he's seen as an ally of the Rajapaksas, and they have demanded that he must resign as well. What does it mean for Sri Lanka? Purnima is joining me on the phone line. Does this mean that protesters would be fine with the new government taking charge, or are you of the opinion that because they do not have faith in Ranil Wickremesinghe, they aren't going back?
Well, at the moment, they aren't going back. They say that Ranil should step down. Initially, it was called the Gota Go Home village, and now they've changed it to Go Home Ranil. So that's the hashtag and the phrase that they are using ever since he was appointed by parliamentarians yesterday, winning 134 votes of the total 219 votes. At the moment, protesters say that they will continue to protest, and that eventually, like how the other Rajapaksha members resigned after protests intensified, they are of the opinion that Ranil too will eventually step down. But at the moment, the priority for Sri Lanka is to ensure political stability. So the talks with IMF ends on a positive note. But protesters say that till Ranil is in charge, it will be run by the Rajapaksha family. Therefore, protests will only continue till Ranil also resigns. That's a word that's coming in from protesters who are protesting for more than 100 days at the Gulf phase.
And as acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, in fact, had extended a state of emergency in Sri Lanka that gives police, security forces sweeping powers. So the protesters aren't going back. But what does it really mean for Sri Lanka? Is it temporary arrangement till the time the new Prime Minister takes charge? Abhishek Jha continues to be with us as well on the phone line. Abhishek, the larger question is, who will be the Prime Minister now?
Maria, it looked like, as the earlier settlement was, that probably if the will have been elected, then probably the chances were the Sajid Premdasa would be becoming the Prime Minister. But now, since all political equations have not come as speculated, so we'll have to see who Ranil Wickremesinghe chooses to be his Prime Minister. Also, most likely the person should be coming from SLPP, the party who has supported Ranil Wickremesinghe in his.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much. So Ranil Wickremesinghe, 73-year-old, has taken charge as the president. Remember, he was the acting president and he has been a six-time Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. We're slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
first let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a front-runner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen.
And ED sources are telling CNN News 18 that special request has been made by Sonia Gandhi to the ED that Priyanka Gandhi, her daughter, will stay in the building as she keeps medicines of Sonia Gandhi. Request was also made for spacious and ventilated room. Staffs that interact with Sonia should get COVID tests done. ED has accepted all these requests. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who will be accompanying Sonia Gandhi to the ED office, will be present at that office when the questioning will happen. She will not be in the same room, but will be present in the building when the question happens. Ashish Maharishi is getting us those details. So Ashish, ED certainly understanding the health condition of Mrs. Gandhi and allowing all the requests that have been made by the Congress party. Ashish, if you can hear me. So special request that was made by Sonia Gandhi to ED. Yes, now I can. So Ashish, a number of requests that have been made by Sonia Gandhi to ED, all of them have been accepted, including that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will be present at the ED headquarters when the questioning happens of Mrs. Gandhi in another room.
Yes, she will not be allowed inside the room where the questioning is going to happen. 1, 2, there will be a ventilated room, and the staff that they are being.
We'll try and fix that audio with Ashish Maharishi in just a bit. He's joining us live from outside the Enforcement Directorate office, where Sonia Gandhi is expected around 11 a.m. for her first round of questioning. This is for the first time a central agency is questioning Congress president. A special request, remember, was made by Sonia Gandhi to Enforcement Directorate, is what sources in the Enforcement Directorate are telling us, that her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will stay in the building as she keeps medicines of Mrs. Gandhi. Remember, earlier summons that were issued by ED, Mrs. Gandhi had requested the agency that she should be given more time because she was recuperating from COVID-19. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us as well. So Pallavi, the requests that have been made by Sonia Gandhi accepted by the ED. So Priyanka Gandhi will continue to be at the ED headquarters when the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi will happen in another room.
That's right. Mara, there are serious concerns which have been raised by the family about the health of Sonia Gandhi, and that's the reason why they've always been asking for a different date. She's just recovered from COVID. She also had COVID complications. She's been ill for a very long time. Also, she has respiratory issues. So these are the concerns on the basis of which the family actually, on behalf of the Congress party, also made a special appeal to Enforcement Directorate. And as Ashish Maharishi is also confirming for us, ED has agreed to those special permissions. Obviously, the room inside which the investigation or interrogation is going to take place is going to be out of bounds for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, but there is a space just outside where, as a family member and because of the special request granted by ED, she will be allowed to sit there. Medicines, medical help is something where required. Also, in case of any emergency, she does have breathing issues, especially in enclosures. That's also one concern which has been raised by the family. So this is a special exemption which has been made by Enforcement Directorate as far as the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is concerned.
Ashish is also with us. So Ashish, as far as the number of hours of Mrs. Gandhi, the questioning likely, what are you picking up from your sources? Will it be as long as Rahul Gandhi was questioned for almost 10 to 12 hours?
So Rahul Gandhi questioning also, it was never that the ED wanted to question him for that length or, for so many hours. It was basically Rahul Gandhi was absolutely cautious on what he was writing. He used to amend his statement many a time, and that is why it was taking so long. Because whenever he used to go out for lunch, he used to, maybe he used to take some information or some guidance from his lawyers, and then statement that was given before lunch used to be amended. That is the reason why it used to take lots and lots of time. And there is no harm because any statement under Prevention of Money Laundering Act is admissible in the court of law as evidence. So Rahul Gandhi was very cautious on what he was writing. He was changing paragraphs, he was changing words. So, these things were happening. But in the case of Sonia Gandhi, it seems to be that the hours are not going to be that long. Reason in what health reason is one. And two, maybe, because though Rahul Gandhi was cautious, but Sonia Gandhi, maybe, she knows the subject well and she's not going to take too long for questioning.
All right, Ashish and Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to another story. Trinamool Congress will be holding its Martyrs Day rally today in the Esplanade area in Kolkata. Thousands of Trinamool supporters have come to Kolkata and they are in the city. The security in the city has been beefed up. The movement of good vehicles in Kolkata has been restricted. Schools and colleges have been closed for today. As many as 15 youth screens have been set up across the city. The event will take place shortly. Bengal marks the Martyrs' Day to pay tribute to the 13 people who lost their lives in 1993 when the Kolkata police fired at a rally by the Kolkata Youth Congress that was being led by Mamata Banerjee.
We are observing and commemorating the Martyrs' Day not after 2 years, to be more specific, after 3 years. So the entire nation, not only people across West Bengal, everyone, from every walk of life, from every part of the country, is waiting keenly to listen to our leader, our chairperson, Mamata Banerjee, and what she is going to say. So we as workers and soldiers of the party, as foot soldiers of Trinamool Congress and our chairperson, are also looking forward to what she says, and will make sure we are able to implement, remaining within the ambit of party discipline and guidance of our honorable chairperson.
And Shaukato Mukhopadhyay is joining us live from Dharmatala in Kolkata. Shaukato, so what time is Mamata Banerjee expected there and when is her political address?
Well, the scheduled time for the commencement of this rally is 12 noon. That's about 1.5 hours time from now. And Mamata Banerjee is expected to reach the rally site at around 1 o'clock or so. We are expecting her to start speaking at around
Hold on to your thoughts. In fact, there is a Congress press conference that's happening. We are going straight to it.
में गठबंधन होना तो एक स्वाभाविक बात है, गठबंधन होते हैं, दिखते हैं। लेकिन जो अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी की राजनीति का गठबंधन है वो एजेंसीज के साथ है, वो बड़ा स्पष्ट दिखता है। जब भी इनकी घेराबंदी हो जाती है, whenever they feel cornered, they misuse agencies. एजेंसियों को सामने कर देते हैं। वो राज्यों के चुनाव हो, वो बंगाल हो, उत्तर प्रदेश हो, आसाम हो, कश्मीर हो, महाराष्ट्र हो या फिर गहलोत साहब का राजस्थान हो, सब जगह आपको एजेंसीज की भूमिका और उस भूमिका की टाइमिंग बड़ी स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखती है। साजिश क्या है? साजिश है हमें चुप करवाने की, षड्यंत्र है हमें रोकने का, और नियत है विपक्ष मुक्त भारत। यह हम सबको स्पष्ट तौर पे समझ लेना चाहिए। देश का यह अधिकार है जानने कि हमें चुप क्यों कराना चाहते हैं। आखिर वो कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो हम जब उठाते हैं तो एक साहब हैं जिनको 18-18, 19-19 घंटे नींद ही नहीं आती, फिर उन मुद्दों की वजह से नींद नहीं आती। और वो मुद्दे उठाने वाले कौन हैं? वो मुद्दे उठाने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी है, वो मुद्दे उठाने वाले राहुल गांधी हैं, वो मुद्दे उठाने वाली हमारी अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी हैं, और उन्हीं मुद्दों से इनकी नींद हराम है। इसी वजह से एजेंसीज को सुबह से शाम तक व्यस्त रखा जाता है। ये वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन मालूम है क्यों चाहते हैं? ताकि एक ही बार एहसान ले लें सारी एजेंसीज का, नहीं तो बार में सबको रिटायरमेंट के बाद एडजस्ट कराना पड़ता है। बड़े परेशान हो जाते हैं, नींद नहीं आती 18-18 घंटे। ये स्थिति है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की। हम कर क्या रहे हैं? हम तो सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री को उनके अपने पुराने भाषण सुना देते हैं। डॉलर पे, पेट्रोल पे, बेरोजगारी पे, चीन पे, पाकिस्तान पे, तमाम भाषण जो ये 2014 से पहले देते थे, अब हम उन्हें सुना देते हैं। सर इनका शर्म से झुक जाता है, और झुकना भी चाहिए। हम सिर्फ आपको आपका राजधर्म याद दिलाते हैं, उसमें भी ये परेशान हो जाते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी भूल जाते हैं कि कांग्रेस के बारे में जो इन्होंने धारणा बनाई, या कांग्रेसियों के बारे में जो इन्होंने धारणा बनाई, ये उन कांग्रेसियों को देखकर बनाई जिनको ये हमारे यहां से ले गए हैं। वो धारणा गलत है। गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी की तासीर समझने में नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह को कई जन्म लेने पड़ जाएंगे। They'll have to be reborn several times to understand what the Congress party is and what the Gandhi family is. इस तासीर में संकल्प है, इस तासीर में संघर्ष है, इस तासीर में जुनून है देश को बचाने का, इस तासीर में एक दृढ़ निश्चय है देश को बचाने का। इस तासीर को अगर आप समझ भी लेंगे मोदी जी, तो आपका यह जन्म सफल हो जाएगा। नहीं समझ पाएंगे तो आप जितनी एजेंसीज चाहिए छोड़ दीजिए हमारे पीछे। हम चुप नहीं होंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, हम डर के घर बैठने वालों में से नहीं हैं। अगर आपको कोई शक है तो जाइए अंग्रेजों से पूछ लीजिए। मैं मेरे वरिष्ठ नेता और राजनीति में मेरे गुरु श्री अशोक गहलोत जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि अपने विचार आपके सामने रखें।
सोनिया जी और तमाम मेरे मित्रों, जैसा आप सबको मालूम है कि आज ईडी ने पिछली बार राहुल गांधी जी को बुलाया था और 5 दिन तक 50 घंटे से अधिक समय तक उनको पूछताछ करी। पूरा देश देख रहा था। और आज सोनिया गांधी जी को बुलाया है, जिसके बारे में पूरा मुल्क जानता है कि वो एक ऐसी नेता है जिसने पूरे देश का दिल जीता है। जिस रूप में उन्होंने यूपीए का गठन किया, फील गुड और इंडिया साइनिंग के नारों को हराया जो कि आर्टिफिशियल थे, जिसने डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। प्रधानमंत्री पद कोई छोड़ सकता है क्या? और जिनके ज़िंदगी में एक तरफ तो भारतीय संस्कार संस्कृति उन्होंने आत्मसात की, क्या क्या बातें उनके बारे में नहीं कही जा रही थी जब राजीव जी की शहादत हो गई थी। और जिस महिला नेता के रूप में उन्होंने देखा है, एक पारिवारिक महिला के रूप में भी, कि उनके हाथों में इंदिरा गांधी जी की शहादत हुई, जो एक महान नेता थी देश की। बांग्लादेश जिस रूप में बना उस जमाने के अंदर, पाकिस्तान के दो टुकड़े हो। दुनिया के इतिहास में ऐसा कहीं नहीं सुना होगा कि 90,000 सैनिकों को, अधिकारियों को सरेंडर करवा दिया हो एक मुल्क के, जो हमारा दुश्मन मुल्क है, जिसने इंदिरा गांधी ने हरित क्रांति करी, गरीबी हटाओ की बात करी, सब कुछ किया देश के लिए। उनको शहादत हो गई और देश को एक अखंड रखा। राजीव गांधी शहीद हो गए, उनके पति थे, उनकी सास शहीद हो गई देश के लिए, उनके पति शहीद हो गए देश के लिए। इस सरकार को इतनी भी शर्म नहीं आती है कि आप किस महिला को किस रूप में आप व्यवहार कर रहे हैं। ईडी वाले उनके घर जाके बयान ले सकते थे, कई बार लेते हैं, ईडी वाले घर जाते हैं, बयान देते हैं, कोई नई बात नहीं है। मोतीलाल बोरा जी के बयान लिए थे घर जा करके। पर जिस रूप में उनका रवैया जो है वो बहुत निम्न स्तर का है, कहना चाहिए कि निम्न स्तर का है। उनको चिंता नहीं देश क्या सोच रहा होगा। कांग्रेस शासन में हमेशा हर फैसला ऐसा होता था कि मीडिया में कोई इश्यू बन गया तो दुनिया देश क्या सोचेगा, और मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफे, रेल मंत्री का इस्तीफा, लॉ मिनिस्टर इस्तीफे हो जाते थे। इनके डिक्शनरी में बातें तो है ही नहीं। इसलिए आज सोनिया गांधी जी को जिस रूप में बुलाया गया वो बेहतर तरीके से हो सकता है। हम जानते हैं, मानते हैं, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है, पर इनके शासन में कानून सबके लिए समान नहीं है। इनके लिए जो एनडीए में आता है, घुस जाता है, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लेता है, उसके लिए कानून बदल भी जाता है। जैसे कि शिवसेना के कई लोगों के बुला के बयान लिए गए, और जब वो इनको ज्वाइन कर गए पार्लियामेंट्री के मेंबर, तो वो तमाम बातें समाप्त हो गई उनके लिए। इनका जो दो कानून बना रखे हैं देश के लिए, विपक्ष के लिए अलग है और इनके खुद के लिए अलग है। इस प्रकार आज ये मुल्क चल रहा है, और ऐसा केस हाथ में लिया गया है जो जिसका हक है ही नहीं। ईडी को मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग कहाँ हुई है? ईडी को चाहिए एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करे, देश को बताए हम राहुल गांधी को, सोनिया गांधी जी को क्यों बुला रहे हैं, इनके ऊपर अमुक आरोप इस प्रकार के जो कि ईडी में आते हैं। आज ईडी को जिस रूप में मिसयूज कर रहे हैं सरकारों को बदलने के लिए, ये खतरनाक ट्रेंड है। ये लोकतंत्र की भावनाओं के भी आप समझ सकते हो कि कुचला जा रहा है उसको भी। मैंने बार बार कहता हूँ कि देश में संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही है, देश में लोकतंत्र खतरे में है, ये उसके उदाहरण हैं। इस रूप में आज ये मुल्क चल रहा है, लोग, पूरे देश के लोग डरे हुए हैं, सहमे हुए हैं और घुटन महसूस कर रहे हैं। देश के अंदर घुटन महसूस कर रहे हैं। ये समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं, इनको नहीं एहसास है कि कभी जनता का मूड बदल भी सकता है। अभी आपने हिंदुत्व के नाम पे जो हर व्यक्ति के व्यक्तिगत धर्म की बात आती है तो व्यक्ति साथ खड़ा हो जाता है। हमारी लड़ाई विचारधारा की है, देश को बचाने की है। उसीलिए आज पूरे देश के कांग्रेस जन प्रदेशों के अंदर, जिलों के अंदर धरने कर रहे हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मैसेज देने के लिए। अब भी आप, ये तो लोकतंत्र के गहने हैं, धरने हो, प्रदर्शन हो, विरोध प्रकट हो, इसको तो टॉलरेंस पावर हो, ये तो लोकतंत्र में आवश्यक है। आज अगर ये होते हमारी जगह तो आज आग लगा देते, तोड़फोड़ करते। इनकी फितरत ये है। हमारे यहाँ तो बाहर आप देख रहे हो, रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम के भजन हो रहे हैं। इस एक भजन से समझ लीजिए ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम कि कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है, इनकी सोच क्या है। ये भजन बोलने वाले कभी भी ना हिंसा कर सकते हैं, ना तोड़फोड़ कर सकते हैं। और पुलिस बाहर छावनी बना रखा है AICC दफ्तर के चारों ओर। क्या जरूरत है? ये हमारा खुद का हेडक्वार्टर है, उसके अंदर आप आने की परमिशन नहीं दे रहे हो। ऐसा तो पहली बार इतिहास में हुआ है। कल सरकार राज्य की है, दूसरी पार्टियों की, वो इनके ऑफिसर के अंदर जाने की परमिशन देगी नहीं। अच्छी बात है क्या? ये परंपराएं ठीक नहीं हो रही हैं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा जो बेरोजगारी है, महंगाई है, आर्थिक स्थिति डावाडोल है, 80 रुपये क्रॉस कर गया है डॉलर, ये चिंता का विषय होना चाहिए। जो चुनौतियाँ देश के सामने हैं, डोकलाम की है या और कोई है, पूरे विपक्ष को बुला के बातचीत करनी चाहिए। कोई दुश्मन तो होते नहीं राजनीति के अंदर, ना होना चाहिए। पर ये दुश्मन मानते हैं हम लोगों को, विपक्ष को दुश्मन मानते हैं। अभी भी आप हैदराबाद में भी मोदी जी ने कहा रीजनल पार्टियों के बारे में भी, और सबको ये जो है वंशवाद चल रहा है। तो ये जो इनका टारगेट है विपक्ष, पहले कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की बात करते थे, अब इनकी मंत्रा है विपक्ष मुक्त भारत बने, डिक्टेटरशिप हो देश के अंदर। उस दिशा में देश जा रहा है। हर देशवासी को चिंता होनी चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ कि इनके रवैये जब से आए हैं तब से देख रहे, गोवा, मणिपुर, कर्नाटका, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र, ईडी इनका बहुत बड़ा डेमोक्रेसी में हथियार हो गया सरकारों को गिराने का। इससे घटिया बात कोई हो नहीं सकती कि आप एक एजेंसी के माध्यम से मेंबर पार्लियामेंट को डरा करके, धमका करके, और आप सरकार बदलते हो और गर्व महसूस करते हो। इनकी अंतरात्मा पता नहीं गर्व महसूस करती होगी, शर्म महसूस करती होगी, वो तो मैं उनको पूछ नहीं सकता। पर हालात देश में यही है जिसमें सब लोगों को लगता है ये हो क्या रहा देश के अंदर। इन स्थितियों में हम लोग चल रहे हैं। और CRPC से जो प्रोसीजर है देश का, कोई गलती हुई है तो एक प्रोसेस होता है, उसके अंतर्गत ही आप 15 साल के कम उम्र के लोगों को या महिलाओं को नहीं बुला सकते इस प्रकार से। सच सम्मान उनसे बात करो। वैसे भी किसी भी अपराधी जब आरोपित होता है तो कम से कम जब तक वो सिद्ध नहीं हो कि ये इसे जुल्म किया है, तब तक आप कैसे उसको अपराधी मान सकते हो? ये तो और मामला अलग तरह का है। पर इनके लिए तो वही है कि जो इन्होंने ठान ली है वो हमें पूरा करना है। इसलिए मैंने कहा देश में भय का माहौल है, देश में माहौल घुटन का है, इसको समझने के प्रयास नहीं कर रहे हैं। गांधी परिवार को ही क्यों कर रही है, जिसने इतने सेक्रीफाइस किया है, त्याग किया, बलिदान किया, मोतीलाल नेहरू के वक्त से ही पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू की कोई उपलब्धि थी नहीं इनकी दृष्टि के अंदर। आज 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं अमृत महोत्सव। नाम तो एक से एक बढ़ करके देने के लिए इनकी जो फितरत है आरएसएस बीजेपी, उसका तो कोई मुकाबला नहीं है। पर जिस प्रकार से ये अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, मैं कहना चाहूँगा इनसे कि आप हर घर तिरंगा लगाने की बात करते हो, उसके पहले कम से कम आप देश की जो उपलब्धि है 75 वर्ष की है कि देश छोटी सी होने क्या था आज क्या, वो तो बताओ देशवासियों को, वो गर्व महसूस करे। और 13, 14, 15 को जो प्रोग्राम दिया गया है इनका हर घर तिरंगा, उस पर वो आगे आ सके, ये तो करो कम से कम। पर आपको तो खाली परसेप्शन पैदा करके राजनीतिक लाभ उठाना है, उसके अलावा आपका कोई। तो ये तमाम बातें जितनी करें उतनी कम आप लोगों से। आप तो खुद एक्सपर्ट हो क्या हो रहा देश के अंदर। हमें चिंता है कि जो प्रीमियर एजेंसीज है, ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी ये कम कर रहे हैं दबाव दे करके, और इतना दबाव उनके ऊपर है तो आप देख रहे हो दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं। प्राइवेटली वो खुद ही करें कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ऊपर से आदेश आता है। एक दिन पहले कल छापा डलाओ, जबकि पहले रेखी होती है, असेसमेंट होता है, उसके बाद में छापे पड़ते हैं। पर यहाँ तो और ही चल रहा है। ये मामले बड़े गंभीर हैं, इसलिए मैंने आपसे सोचा कि आपसे मैं भी रूबरू हूँ, इसी बहाने आपसे कुछ बातचीत भी होगी। और जो हालात सबके सामने मैंने बता दिया आपको। तो सोनिया गांधी जी को आज बुलाना, मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूँ। इनको चाहिए था कि उनके घर जा कर के वो बयान लेते हैं उनके, लेना ही था। तो पहले तो कोई दम है नहीं इस केस के अंदर। नेशनल हेराल्ड जब से मैं राजनीति में आया हूँ तब से देख रहा हूँ ऊपर जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम लिखा होता है नेशनल हेराल्ड के अंदर संस्थापक के रूप में। कांग्रेस का वो अखबार है एक प्रकार से। कांग्रेस को लोन दे रही है और जो कंपनियों के सिस्टम होते हैं उसके अंतर्गत वो उसको मजबूत करने के लिए एक नेशनल हेराल्ड भी हम हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की तरह, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया की तरह क्यों नहीं आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करें। हालांकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के अखबार उस लिमिट तक जाते नहीं हैं, हम जानते हैं। जैसे 5-6 दिन नहीं उनका है, ऑब्जर्वर है। कभी कांग्रेस ने कोशिश की क्या उसको नेश नाबूद करने का, उसको बंद करने का। पर ये चाहते हैं कि ये अखबार नया खड़ा क्यों हो। तो दो बातें हैं, एक तो ये अखबार क्यों ये मजबूत बने, शुरुआत में इसको क्रश कर दो। इसे तमाम इस केस को बना करके उलझाया जा रहा है। नंबर 2, उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन जो हुआ है, उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन जिसमें पदयात्रा के प्रोग्राम भी थे, 2 अक्टूबर से भारत जोड़ो अभियान था। डिक्लेरेशन के अंदर जो भावना प्रकट हुई है देशवासियों के सामने कांग्रेस की, उससे मोदी जी अमित शाह जी चिंतित हो गए। उसी दिन से तय कर लिया और इमीडिएटली नोटिस दिए गए सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को। और उसी ढंग से आप देख रहे हो कि जो तमाशा हो रहा देश के अंदर, जिस रूप में बुलाया जा रहा है, जिसमें 5 दिन तक, मेरे ख्याल से तो मेरी दृष्टि में कभी देखा नहीं कि 5 दिन तक किसी को बुला के ईडी वाले बयान ले रहे हो लगातार और घंटों। ऐसा एक भी केस ऐसा देश में नहीं होगा। जबकि बड़े बड़े केस देश के अंदर क्रिमिनल के होते हैं, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के होते हैं, पर उनके लिए कोई हाथ नहीं डालेंगे। और इनकी ईडी की हालत देखिए आप, करीब 1700 छापे डाले इन्होंने, 1700 छापे डाले और 1569 स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन इन्होंने किए हैं। 0.5% इनकी कन्विक्शन रेट है इनकी, ये इनकी स्थिति है। तंग करो, घंटों दिनों तक पूछताछ करते रहो, कई दिन तक डिमोलिश कर दो उस परिवार को भी, उसके मिलने वालों को भी, उस पार्टी को भी जिससे वो संबंधित रखता है या सिंपैथी रखता है उसको, बाद में भूल जाओ उसको। ये भी देखने में आ रहा है, जहाँ जहाँ छापे डालते हैं, जहाँ जहाँ कार्रवाई करते हैं, चुनाव खत्म हुआ नहीं, इनका मकसद पूरा होना चाहिए। अभी घबराए हुए उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन लेकर के, मकसद पूरा होगा तो वो भूल जाएंगे कि कोई केस भी हमारे पास में है क्या। ये है इनकी स्थिति, बड़ी चिंताजनक स्थिति है। उसका हमें हम कोई घबराने वाले नहीं हैं। सोनिया गांधी उस जब से देश में आई है इटली से खूब चलाया लोगों ने कि बाहर की इंदिरा गांधी सोनिया गांधी इटली की है कि आपको एक व्यक्ति नहीं मिलता।
Some breaking news coming in now. This is through ED sources who will be questioning Sonia Gandhi shortly. They are saying that only 7 shareholders took decision on behalf of almost 1,500 shareholders for takeover of Associated Journal by Young Indian. 7 people who took the decision of the handover included Motilal Vora and others. The AGM meeting that took place on 29 September 2010. 1,500 shareholders were given information about the AGM through under postal certificate, and interestingly, no proxies were received. ED sources telling all this to Ashish Maharishi, who continues to be with us. So, a lot of questions the ED has in its list to ask Sonia Gandhi.
So, Maria, this is something really an eye-opener, reason being that Associated Journal is a legacy of the Congress. There is no doubt about it. An organization that started even around 1938, which is pre-independence time. And since then, this paper, Associated Journal, or you say the National Herald and various other newspapers were being printed. But interestingly, when it came to the time of takeover of by Young Indian of the Associated Journal, this decision was taken on 29th of September 2010 in Lucknow. There was an AGM called. Now, interestingly, out of that, only 7 people took the decision. Now, these 7 people include Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez, Vishwandu Gupta, Ishrat Ali Siddiqui, Bholanath Kapoor, Syed Ali Ashrafi, and R.K. Mohla. Now, these 7 individuals in Lucknow decides on behalf of 1,500 shareholders who were supposed to get information about the AGM through under postal certificate. God knows if they even got this information that the AGM is being conducted or not. And interestingly, no proxies were received. So it is doubtful if the people, who were given information about the AGM, they ever received that information. So this is something, an eye-opener, that only 7 people whom I have the names with me, they decided on behalf of 1,500 people to hand over Associated Journal to a company which is owned by Gandhi. 76% is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So this is an eye-opener. This is something really, and this is going to be a part of the questionnaire as well for Sonia Gandhi on why, only 7 people decided on behalf of 1,500 people.
But who exactly are these 1,500 shareholders then?
So, there are a number of people, we still don't know who. The number is huge, so who all that include, that we don't know, but obviously there are certain trust through that. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, they also hold equity into this company. There are various other, individuals who are basically shareholders, but 1,500 shareholders and only 7 people take a decision on their behalf. That is something amazing. That is something that's going to be difficult for even Sonia Gandhi to answer on why such a thing happened.
Right, Ashish, thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here in CNN News 18. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies for shampoo,
everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
For this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size.
India is set to get its 15th president today. Over 31 ballot boxes from states, union territories and the parliament will be counted. NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu is likely to sweep the polls with over 60% votes, perhaps even bettering the vote polled by her predecessor and current President Ramnath Kovind. Draupadi Murmu, the potential president, will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president, the first to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Orissa. Competing with her is opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha, an old BJP hand for over 2.5 decades. All eyes will now be on room number 63 of the Parliament House, where the counting will begin at 11 a.m. Our reporters are tracking the story very, very closely. It is a historic day, certainly, today. Let's listen in first from her family.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला है, ट्राइबल है, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं. आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है और सिंपल का चलते और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है. उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है. और जो पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे. कोई भी आए, कहीं से भी आए, उसका बात को समझते थे. लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं.
And in 3 minutes from now, the counting will begin. Let me go straight to Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, so by what time we will get the clear picture, particularly about the percentage of votes that has been polled by Draupadi Murmu?
So as far as MPs are concerned inside Parliament, what we were told by the Election Commission is that 99% of the votes have been polled. There are 5 vacancies, but 6 MPs did not turn up to vote. But as far as the state legislatures are concerned, 100% voting has been reported from most of the legislatures. So the process is very simple. The counting would have just begun, it's just about to begin. Roughly by 4 or 5 o'clock, they are going to make an official announcement as to what exactly has been the poll what has been the number of votes polled by Draupadi Murmu. The issue is not whether she's going to win, and the issue is also actually more about with what margin is she going to be winning. And you know whether there really has been a cross voting, because there has been speculation that there are many parties which have actually cross voted despite the fact that they were supposed to be backing Yashwant Sinha. So that's going to be a very telltale sign coming out once the election results are officially announced.
Yes, and let me bring in other reporters. Rupashri Nanda is joining me from Mayurbhanj district, which is the home district of Draupadi Murmu. Rupashri, the mood certainly is festive, and rightly so. She has had several firsts and also was the first girl from the Santhal community who left her district, left her village to study, and now she is all set to be the first tribal president.
Absolutely, Maria. Many milestones have marked her journey, both professional and personal. First, a Santhal girl to have left her village and gone to Bhubaneswar, which is nearly 250 kilometers away. Remember, now roads are very good, but back then roads were not at all that great. Imagine the culture shock of a tribal girl staying in a hostel in Bhubaneswar and completing her class 10th over there. From there, she went on to study in the Ramadevi Women's College. Again, one of those very important colleges in Bhubaneswar, one of those iconic colleges in Bhubaneswar. Many people actually have gone, many women actually have gone and studied over there.
Just hold on to your thoughts, because the counting for votes for the President of India has begun. It is 11 a.m. So 30 plus ballot boxes from states, union territories and the Parliament will be counted. It will begin with the MPs who have cast their vote. That box will be opened first. An NDA pick, Draupadi Murmu, is all set to win with over 60% votes. So it is about the percentage of votes that will be polled by the first tribal president of India, that is Draupadi Murmu. And will she be bettering the tally of what was polled by her predecessor and the current president Ramnath Kovind? That is only, we'll have to wait and see. But the counting of 30 plus ballot boxes have begun in the Parliament House. We are looking at room number 63 on the first floor of the Parliament House, where the counting has just begun. So perhaps the first set of numbers will start coming in the next 45 minutes. And around 2:33 p.m. the clarity would emerge of the overall percentage of votes that has been polled by Draupadi Murmu. It is going to be a straight win for her, perhaps winning with over 60%, could go up to 65 to 70 as well. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us, so the counting has begun, Pallavi.
Yes. So what has been happening over the last few days, I would say, is that all the boxes from all the state legislatures, they have been flown in with special security. They've been kept in that the room, and the strong room as they call it, and of course in tight security, and now they're all being opened one by one. So they're all through ballot papers. That's the kind of voting which has taken place. It's going to be a lengthy process because we know the number of MLAs or the state legislatures, the strength of the assemblies, so on and so forth. So what we are being told by Election Commission is that you can expect an official announcement only by late evening, which would be around 4 o'clock or little after that. We've been discussing this, Maria. The issue I don't think is, and safely we can say so, is about whether Draupadi Murmu is going to win. Really, hands down, is likely to be a victory because it's not just the entire strength of the NDA, but it's also many of the other political parties, and some of them are surprising entrants, like the Shiv Sena for that matter, JMM of course, because each one of them has their own political compulsions. So the numbers are stacked heavily in her favor, which is why also, as you've been reporting, the BJP plans a kind of a victory march later this evening once the results are out officially. But having said that, cross-voting is something which we really need to keep an eye out for. Has there been a substantial amount of cross-voting by other political parties? See, in private, many of the Congress leaders were worried about the fact that when they go back to face the electorate, say in Jharkhand, say in Chhattisgarh, which has a substantial tribal population, how will they explain the fact that they did not vote for Draupadi Murmu, a tribal leader? So there could be a little bit of a cross-voting, which would be, I think, a very, very interesting takeaway.
So, Pallavi, state-wise, we'll know as to what is the percentage that has been polled by Draupadi Murmu. So, perhaps when we get to the state of Jharkhand, we'll know what is the percentage. We'll know about the JMM, which has voted in her favor because they came out openly. As far as the Congress MLA numbers are concerned, that will show in the overall percentage.
That's right. And, you know, when you start looking at the state kind of percentage of votes polled in favor of Draupadi Murmu, it's going to be a giveaway. And I would also keep an eye on other states. Gujarat, for example, yes. Substantial tribal population. Remember, the last time round, the Congress party did very well in the tribal areas. And that's the reason why the BJP, ahead of the Gujarat elections, is actually focusing on the tribal areas. Will there be a break as far as the Congress party is concerned? Now, another important thing also, Maria, is that in many states you find dissidents within the Congress ranks. Whether you say it in Karnataka, whether you say in Gujarat. Over here, there's no such question of following a kind of a whip. So, will that dissidence or division within the Congress party, and anger or bitterness of some of the Congress leaders against the central leadership, will that get reflected in the final results and a vote percentage? That would also be a side story and an important one of that.
Yes, and it's 11:05 and the counting for the next president has begun. In fact, it's happening in Parliament of India. It's a historic day for the country. India is set to get its first tribal president, the first president to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Orissa. Draupadi Murmu's life, as we have been discussing, has been a life of multiple firsts, multiple milestones, multiple struggles. She was also the first girl from the Santhal community to leave her village, leave her district, and travel a long distance for her studies. So it's been a life which is a fairy tale, a story which must be told repeatedly, a life of inspiration, and India is set to get the first tribal president and also the second woman president in some time from now. The question is, what is the percentage of votes that will be polled by Draupadi Murmu? 60% plus is what the average estimate suggests, because it's also a vote of conscience, as there has been appeal from multiple sides, because can you really afford to be on the wrong side of history? We'll know about all that because the ballot boxes have started being opened because it's being counted in the Parliament of India. Let me go straight to Rupashri Nanda, who's joining me from Rairangpur in Odisha. That is the hometown of Draupadi Murmu. Rupashri, the celebrations have begun already. The laddus being made. The question is, who all are there from her family right now in her home? And the humble beginning is something that we'll have to state again and again. It comes from a life full of struggle, a life which is an inspiration truly.
Well, Maria, her beginnings were humble, and even now, after decades of spending life in politics, even now she maintains a very humble lifestyle, and that is something that has endeared her to people over here. Now, I am in Rairangpur, and I've just noticed that members of her family, like her brother over here, he does not have any airs about him. In fact, he just walked across the road to get something from a grocery shop, and on a day when counting has just begun, and his sister is about to become the president of the country. If my camera person Gunit can show you, BJP is making the most of it. You can see posters being put up of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Draupadi Murmu over here on the road, essentially, thanking essentially welcoming Murmu's emergence as the next president of the country and a tribal president of the country. You can see another Draupadi Murmu and Narendra Modi picture over there, and they've already declared Vijay Divas, Vijay Utsav. It is a festival of victory. The posters over here in Rairangpur have already declared that Draupadi Murmu is the winner. And yesterday, for instance, throughout the night, we heard loudspeakers blaring out this message to the people of Rairangpur that it is just a matter of formality. Before Draupadi Murmu is declared as the president, she is becoming the president of the country. She is a daughter of your soil, so please come out and celebrate her victory in large numbers. And today, essentially, not just in Rairangpur, which is a town, here we are expecting numbers to come post 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, but in in villages across this area, 30 kilometers from here, in her own native villages, both the village where she was born and the village that she was married into, massive celebrations have been planned. Imagine a Santhal girl crossing milestone after milestone, breaking barriers, surmounting hurdles, and then going on to become the president. One more thing I wanted to underline, Maria, is that if you look at her life, the one thread that runs throughout her life is this desire to give to society, to give to people. And it has started even before she joined politics, because she said that she, once her children were grown up, she had time on her hands and she wanted to do something for the people. And she started teaching at the local Aurobindo school over here, and she did not take any money for that. And even in terms of giving away, she has given away land, she has given away house, she has built a school for the education of tribal people. When she was in the governor of Jharkhand, she made it a point to go visit each and every school that was there, especially the schools that are meant for girls, and ensure that the schools run properly. So at each and every household in Bhubaneswar.
And Rupashri, what is this music that is running behind you?
Well, there is a song that the local singer has prepared in the tribute of Draupadi Murmu, basically singing the song of how she has gone from Rairangpur to Raisina Hills, and how she has been an MLA before, how she has been a school teacher before, and how inspirational her journey is. It is a celebration of Draupadi Murmu. And
Milestone.
Today, each and every
Yes, a life full of milestone. Rupashri, I'm going to come back to you because protests are happening by the Congress MPs inside Lok Sabha. Earlier today, the Congress MPs had given notices in both the houses of Parliament that they would want the House to discuss misuse of central agencies, and now we are being told that protests are happening inside Lok Sabha with the Congress MPs carrying placards saying that the agencies are being misused, even as the Congress president heads to the ED office for her first day of questioning. Pallavi Ghosh is back with us. Pallavi, we are looking at those placards, but the larger question is that the Congress will face this charge that all that they do is not raise concerns related to Aam Aadmi, but the one that is related to the Gandhis.
Yes, and the Congress's rebuttal to that already has come, and that is, Maria, that they have been raising issues of GST, price rise, they have been given multiple notices, and the government has not responded. But today they are also making the point that, you know, every time, and because they raise issues of national security, they raise issues of price rise, the government unleashes these investigative agencies on their leaders. I would also say it's significant that in first time ever in recent times, and we were discussing this earlier today, the opposition parties actually have come out with a joint statement. So Congress has got support from the opposition parties, and that joint statement does talk about the fact that how the ED investigative agencies are always misused by the government to target the political opponents because they try to reflect the voice of the people. That is because they ask questions of the government and of the Prime Minister. But having said that, in Lok Sabha, pretty much a similar picture in Rajya Sabha, posters, banners being put up by the Congress leaders with pictures of Sonia Gandhi, and of course Lok Sabha has now been adjourned.
And Pallavi, which are these opposition parties which are standing with the Congress party on this issue?
Well, there's a long list which has been given out. So there's a NCP which was present there. There's a DMK which was present there. Very quickly, if I can just read out the names which are put out. The DMK was there, the left parties, the National Conference, the NCP, the Shiv Sena, the RJD, the RSP. So all these political parties were a part of that morning meeting with the Congress party. And in that statement which was issued, it spoke about the fact that how the government needs to be condemned and how there needs to be an explanation and a discussion on the misuse. Also remember very quickly, Maria, many of the parties who attended these meetings are themselves facing heat from ED, CBI, Shiv Sena being one of them, RJD also being another one of them. So they all have a common thread. That's the reason why I think this display of unity can be seen today.
So when we talk about the display of unity, Pallavi, what about the Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party? Both these parties are at loggerheads with the Congress party as far as, you know, any issue is concerned. They have not stood with the opposition on most of the issues.
Well, what we are picking up is that Trinamool Congress completely supports this thing, but they couldn't be there today because, you know, 21st July is a big day for the Trinamool Congress. It's the Shaheed Divas, as they call it, the Martyrdom Day. I'm sure, and it's quite possible rather, that when Mamata Banerjee stands up to speak at that rally, she may make a reference to the fact that how political opponents are being targeted by this government. Those who raise questions of the government are all being targeted. So that explicit support may come in from the Trinamool Congress. The absence at the meeting today is explained by the fact that the MPs have been missing from the Parliament over the last few days, precisely because they all have been preparing for their big day today in Kolkata.
Okay, Siddhant Mishra is live with us from outside All India Congress Committee headquarters. That is the Congress Party's headquarters in Delhi. And next to that is 10 Janpath, which is Sonia Gandhi's residence. So Siddhant, first question to you is, has Mrs. Gandhi left for the ED headquarters?
Well, Maria, am I audible?
Yes, please. You're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, fine. So, Maria, right now I'm at AICC. This is Congress Party headquarters, and I would ask my video journalist Ramashankar to do a bit of a leg work and show and give visuals for our viewers. You can see here, Maria, women Congress workers are sitting here protesting inside the AICC headquarters, and on my left is the Save the Kartas, of protest. So these are some plans that are currently underway at Congress. The Seva Dal is protesting. Women's Congress workers are protesting. And Maria, what is interesting this time around is that some of the prominent faces of the Congress party, some of the old guards of the Congress party, like Manish Tiwari, Ghulam Nabi Azad, these faces were missing when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But this time around, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, we saw Ghulam Nabi Azad walking inside the AICC headquarters. Manish Tiwari here. Right behind me, you can see Salman Khurshid also speaking to media. Last time around, he was also missing from the AICC headquarters. So all these faces, Sonia Gandhi loyalists have arrived. They have appeared in support of Sonia Gandhi. So this is a major difference this time around. That and a strong message is being given by them that Sonia Gandhi is their leader, and when their leader has been summoned, they are here to support her. They are here to in solidarity with her. So the leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad, Salman Khurshid, all are here, and in fact, we have been told that in next 15 to 20 minutes, there's a possibility of Sonia Gandhi leaving 10 Janpads and going for Enforcement Directorate's office. Back to you.
Yes, so Sonia Gandhi likely to leave her home. She will be accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The Enforcement Directorate, remember, received a request from Mrs. Gandhi that her daughter should be there in the ED office because she needs medicines and because of her ailing health conditions, she needs that support. Although Priyanka Gandhi will be present at the ED office, she will not be in the same room. A list of questions have been prepared already by the Enforcement Directorate officials who will be questioning Mrs. Gandhi. I'll try and connect with Ashish Maharishi in just a bit because several questions, particularly to do with AGM of 2010, is something that the ED sources want an answer from Sonia Gandhi. Let me go back to Pallavi Ghosh. So Pallavi, Lok Sabha adjourned for the next few hours. What about the Rajya Sabha? Is it still functioning? Okay, we'll try and connect with Pallavi Ghosh in just a bit. So Siddhant, we are seeing similar protests across the country, and as far as the AICC is concerned, are all the netas there, and will they be also marching to ED office as we saw in case of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, that's correct, Maria, and you can see Anand Sharma just walking inside the AICC headquarters. He too has refused to speak to media. Anand Sharma, Ghulam Nabi Azad, Manish Tiwari, Salman Khurshid, these were some prominent faces, Maria. They were missing when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But this time around, they are here in support of Sonia Gandhi, and also they want to send out this message that their leader is Sonia Gandhi. Because the time and again, G23 and especially the old guards in the Congress party have been questioning the leadership of Rahul Gandhi and especially the kutri of Rahul Gandhi, which is running the Congress party right now. Now today, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, all these people have appeared. All these people are expected to protest inside the ICC headquarters. If you have time, Maria, I can speak to some of the Congress party workers and we'll try to understand, we'll try to get a sense. What do they have to say on this entire summons that enforcement? Madam, क्या कहना है आपको जिस तरह सरकार बुला रही है?
सत्ता में बैठा हुआ सरकार, ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई, ये सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस का गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहा है ऑपोजिशन के आवाज को दबाने के लिए और ये लोकतंत्र के लिए।
तो अंदर ही प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे या बाहर भी देंगे आप लोग?
ये तो किसी को ना अंदर आने दे रहे, ना अंदर से बाहर जाने दे रहे। वो 144 वहाँ लगाते हैं जब उनको पता है कि उनके खिलाफ जनता आवाज उठाने वाली है, तब 144 लगा देते हैं।
अच्छा, ओके, तो बाहर प्रोटेस्ट का अभी कोई प्लान नहीं है?
सोनिया गांधी जी हर एक के दिल में है और हम सभी के दिलों में वो प्लान चल रही है।
So there you see, Maria, in next 15-20 minutes, this is what Yash is reporting outside Sonia Gandhi's residence. By 11:30, we can expect Sonia Gandhi to leave 10 Janpad and go to Enforcement Directorate's office. And here also I am seeing the energy in Congress Karyakarta, and especially the old guards, Maria. The old guards have been complaining.
स्टैंड कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी, कह रही है कि सोनिया गांधी को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, विपक्ष को टारगेट किया जा रहा है ईडी और बाकी एजेंसीज के द्वारा।
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? ये हंगामा किस बात का?
वो टाइमिंग क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं अनुराग जी। एक तरफ संजय राउत को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है, दूसरी तरफ सोनिया गांधी को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है। टाइमिंग का
आखिरकार अगर गांधी परिवार के पास और कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
जस्ट इन टाइम।
INB minister there questioning these protests that are being held by the Congress party. Earlier today, we heard from BJP MP and former Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad, who said that if Prime Minister Modi, who was questioned by the SIT in Gujarat during his chief ministerial days, if he went without any support of the BJP workers, he did not ask for any mobilization of the BJP workers, then why is the Congress party trying to set this narrative that they are being targeted by the centre? Similarly, we saw several questions being raised by the Congress party, and they got support from some parties in opposition as well when they raised this issue in Parliament, demanding that the centre must explain and hold a discussion on why central agencies are being misused against the political opponents of the BJP. Mihir is joining us live from these protests that are being held by the Congress workers, and he is live with us from Mumbai. Mihir, where exactly are these protests happening in Mumbai?
Yes, Maria, I am at the CST. It's just outside CST where several Congress workers have gathered. They are sloganeering against the BJP government. And of course, ED that has summoned Sonia Gandhi today. They are here in support of Sonia Gandhi. A while back, I did speak to some of the leaders of the Congress who are also present here. They are saying it is only an attempt to character assassinate Sonia Gandhi, that is the interim president of Congress, and they are trying to malign her because this is a very old case, and they continue to protest like this because they believe it is unfair and unjust to Sonia Gandhi. And let me just quickly ask them, some of them, what do they have to say. आप बताइए, आप आज क्या प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, इतनी तादाद में आए हैं, क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं आप?
देखिए, देश की जनता की आवाज उठाने के लिए राहुल जी और सोनिया जी लगातार संघर्षरत रहे हैं। मोदी सरकार की कहर ढाया है महंगाई के रूप में, और जो उन्होंने देश में एकता और अखंडता को भंग करने के लिए जो भी उन साजिश रच रहे हैं, उसमें एक ही आवाज गूंज रही है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी की।
बट ईडी का कहना है
उस आवाज को दबाने के लिए ये लगातार ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ईडी के माध्यम से देश में जो भी विपक्ष है उसकी आवाज को दबा दिया जाए।
पर ईडी का कहना है कि उनको कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए, इसीलिए उन्होंने सोनिया जी को भी बुलाया है पूछताछ के लिए।
सोनिया जी सच कभी किसी से छुपता नहीं, डरता नहीं, और सच की हमेशा विजय होती है। हमें पूरा विश्वास है सोनिया जी इस संघर्ष में हम उनके साथ हैं, और कांग्रेस पार्टी का हर कार्यकर्ता देश में हर गांव हर शहर का एक एक व्यक्ति सोनिया जी के साथ आज खड़ा है, क्योंकि सोनिया जी इस देश की वो नेता है जिन्होंने इसकी एकता और अखंडता को कायम रखने के लिए संघर्ष किया है। उन्होंने देश की जनता के लिए हर दो संघर्ष किया है। आज उनको ईडी में बुलाकर जो उनके साथ वो भी डरी नहीं है और जाके ईडी के नोटिस का जवाब देने के लिए आज जा रही है। कांग्रेस का हर कार्यकर्ता देश की जनता की आवाज को बुलंद करेगा।
तो आप ये मोर्चा लेके ईडी ऑफिस तक जाने वाले हैं आज, क्योंकि पुलिस की बहुत अच्छी डिप्लॉयमेंट है।
बिल्कुल, हम किसी भी तरह से रुकेंगे नहीं। हमारी एक ही वो है कि जिस तरह से विपक्ष की आवाज इस देश की जनता की आवाज होती है। आपने देखा है देश भर में ईडी का किस तरह से प्रयोग हो रहा है। जितनी बार आज तक हमने ईडी का नाम सुना है, उतनी बार ईडी का नाम देश में कभी भी नहीं सुना गया है। विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाने के लिए जो ईडी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसके विरोध में ये मोर्चा है।
So clearly their protest is against the action taken by ED, the manner in which ED is being used according to them to really silence the opposition. In this case it is Sonia Gandhi, and they will not relent. In fact, they will go all the way to ED office from here, which is almost half a kilometer, and there is tremendous police deployment, Maria, if I have to tell you. But there are several Congress workers, party workers, as well as leaders who've gathered here to show their solidarity towards Sonia Gandhi and protest against this sort of action against the Gandhis at this point. Over to you.
Protests happening in Mumbai, Delhi, Patna, several other parts of India, where Congress workers have taken to the streets. They are demanding that the centre must explain as to why Sonia Gandhi is being questioned. The ED says that there are certain explanations or clarifications which must be sought from the Gandhis, because Sonia and Rahul Gandhi own 38% shares each in the company, and if they have nothing to hide, then they must answer the questions. Remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for over 50 hours in a span of 5 days. Today, it is Sonia Gandhi who will be heading to the ED office in Delhi any moment now. Ashish Merishi is joining us live from the ED office. What is the list of questions that the ED has for Sonia Gandhi, Ashish?
So basically, the Enforcement Directorate is going to look at the money trail and how the Young Indian, which is the company which is owned majorly by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, how did they benefit of assets of more than 2,000 crore rupees. Now, if you remember, the court had very clearly said that it looks to be a sham transaction and done with criminal intent. That was the High Court order. Obviously, the Congress would protest because Sonia Gandhi, being the head of or the chief of Congress, has been summoned, and she's going to appear today. But then this is the process of law. So if you remember, Dr. Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court. The court took the cognizance of the application or the complaint of Subramanian Swamy, and ultimately it was decided that yes, the Enforcement Directorate should investigate. It is based on the cognizance of that lower court only that the Enforcement Directorate decided to register an ECIR. And interestingly, Maria, after the court took cognizance, the Congress went to higher courts, including High Court and Supreme Court, and they were not able to find relief from on this matter. So here, the money trail basically starts from Kolkata. It's a company named Dotex Merchandise. If you go through the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, it's more than a 400-page order. It very clearly says that this looks to be a shell company, a company which was basically controlled or owned by certain people who were basically into data entry, which means you give certain amount of cash and against that you can get money. So they were basically Hawala operators who were running this company, and from that around 1 crore rupees came into the hands of a company named Young Indian. With that, with 50 lakh rupees of that money, they took over equity, or you can say equity and debt together, of Associated Journal, which had a debt of around 92 crore rupees, and with just 50 lakh rupees they took over the debt, and with that came in assets of more than 2,000 crore rupees. So certainly this is going to be a difficult time for Sonia Gandhi, because if you remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for 5 days, but citing health reasons, we can expect that the questioning is not going to be that long as we have seen in the case of Rahul Gandhi, but certainly it's going to be a tough time. If you remember, in the previous bulletin we had told that Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi had requested for Priyanka Gandhi to be inside the building of Enforcement Directorate because she takes care of her medicine. Apart from that, she had said that she requires a ventilated.
We have Abhishek Manu Singh with us. Where exactly are you going to work?
Congress leaders there. You can see Manish Tiwari, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, all of them present outside, all India AICC, that is the Congress headquarters. Let's listen in to what Mallikarjun Kharge has to say.
And they want to suppress the voice of the opponents.
Today, Congress have decided
that's why we all are protesting.
What is the plan? Like, it's a pan-India protest. Where all will the protest be doing? And what do you think? Rahul Gandhi has been called 5 days now, and Sonia Gandhi.
Now let us see how many days they are going to call. Our leader she is strong enough to face such things. She will not afraid of all these things.
Kharge there saying that Sonia Gandhi is not afraid of questioning. Let's listen in now from Salman Khurshid, another senior Congress leader. All of them are now present at the Congress office in...
You are here at AICC, and this morning the former Law Minister of country, Ravi Shankar Prasad, made this allegation that When Prime Minister Modi was summoned by SIT, he was the chief minister then there was no protest by BJP Karyakartas. Everything went peacefully and Prime Minister cooperated in a legal procedure. Then why hue cry when Gandhis are being summoned?
Why do they think that Mrs. Gandhi is not cooperating? She's gone to the ED. She'll answer their questions. If she fails to answer, then they should say she's not cooperating. But how can he decide that we should behave like BJP Karyakartas? We don't behave like BJP Karyakartas. We have affection, we have passion, we have commitment, we have attachment. We want to express that. Who's he to tell us what to do?
Okay, sir, one more question, sir. Sir, the old guards have come today in support of Madam Gandhi. Ghulam Nabi ji is here, Manish Tiyar ji is here. So how would you like to react? These faces were missing when Rahul Gandhi ji was...
No. That's only that's a matter of coincidence. Who was where and who was not where. I think everybody came, and we are there constantly in every manner. We are supportive of our entire leadership, and there is no division as to more for one and less for the other. Okay. But obviously, Mrs. Gandhi is the top of the pinnacle, and therefore it matters.
Okay.
सर आप लोग आज प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं सोनिया गांधी
All the Congress leaders, Congress MPs have gathered at the Congress headquarters on 24 Akbar Road, and all of them will be marching with Sonia Gandhi as she leaves her residence to go to ED office for a first round of questioning today. Ashish Merishi continues to be with us. Ashish, here is the Congress party saying, who is BJP to tell us how we are supposed to behave when our top leader is being questioned?
Well, you know, I have a feeling that the Congress should understand this is only a part of the process. The Congress has to realize the fact that the court has accepted a complaint made by Dr. Subramanian Swamy, and both leaders, the Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi, are on bail as of now. I have a copy of the bail order in my hand, which very clearly speaks that they both are on bail. So the court has found in the complaint that there is a malafide in the transaction. Obviously, they can protest, you know, since their leader is being questioned. There is no doubt about
Ashish,
it. But
just hold on to your thoughts, because Anshul is where the action is happening. That's AICC, that is the Congress headquarters. Go ahead, Anshul. What exactly are you seeing?
Oh, so yes, Maria. Siddhant showed you the visuals from inside where hundreds of protesters have gathered inside the Congress office. I'll show you the preparations that have been made outside the Congress office. This is the gate of the Congress office, and as soon as the protesters will move out of the office, you can see this massive police barricading that has been done over here. The roads are already barricaded by almost 6 layers of police barricades. But over here, you can see in the visuals, there is a special rope barricade that has been made, making sure that none of the Congress workers are being allowed to move out from here. Maria, Sachin Pilot is on the location. I'll just try and get in a word from Sachin Pilot as he reaches the Congress office. Just a second. Sachin sir, आपको लगता है कि केंद्र की सरकार जब बेरोजगार
Speaking to the media outside the Congress office, a number of Congress leaders have gathered. That's ground zero. That's where Sonia Gandhi.
तो आप लोगों की क्या रणनीति है आज, क्या रहेगा सड़क
के सामने सच्चाई बोलना चाहते हैं। इस देश के लोगों को अधिकार है जानने का कि इस लोकतंत्र में संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का, इंस्टीट्यूशंस का जो दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी है। और इस प्रकार सत्ता का, पावर का, मैंडेट का जो मिसयूज वो लोग कर रहे हैं, आज महंगाई कहां पहुंच गई, बेरोजगारी कहां पहुंच गई, उसका जवाब नहीं है। इसलिए संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप को टारगेट कर आवाज दबाने का काम किया जा रहा है। इसके खिलाफ हम लोग हैं और पूरा देश।
पुलिस ने पूरी बैरिकेडिंग की है, लोगों को निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
तो ये इन्होंने ऐसा बल प्रयोग कर रखा है, ऐसा तामझाम लगा रखा है जो पहले कभी देखा ही नहीं। इस देश में विपक्ष पहले भी था, लेकिन विपक्ष को दबाने का, कुचलने का, आवाज को खत्म करने का काम पहली बार भाजपा सरकार कर रही है। इसको कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना।
भाजपा का कहना है पूरा छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया इलाके को।
देख लीजिए ना, ये हमारा कांग्रेस ऑफिस है, यहाँ हम ही को नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है कई जगहों पे। तो इस प्रकार उपयोग हो रहा है। हम लोग संघर्ष करेंगे। देश के लोग सब देख रहे हैं, एक एक कदम को देख रहे हैं, एक एक वक्तव्य को देख रहे हैं। और केंद्र की सरकार के लोग बैठे बैठे
सभी को आरोपी घोषित कर रहे हैं। इनको किसने ताकत दी बोलने की, किसने अधिकार दिया बोलने का कि कौन भ्रष्ट है कौन नहीं है? अपने गिरबान में झांके पहले।
भाजपा का कहना है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर महंगाई और भ्रष्टाचार की बातचीत है तो कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रदर्शन जो है वो सड़क पे होना चाहिए था, केवल एक परिवार विशेष के लिए प्रदर्शन क्यों हो रहा है?
ये एक संघर्ष और समर्थन है देश में लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को बचाए रखने के लिए। अगर विपक्ष को आप लोग खत्म करेंगे तो लोकतंत्र जिंदा कैसे रहेगा? चुनाव में हर चीज होती रहती है, लेकिन आप आवाज को खत्म कर दें, कुचलने का काम करें और कैरेक्टर असैसिनेशन लोगों का करना शुरू कर देंगे और तमाम विपक्ष के लोगों को, लेकिन खासकर कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप पर टारगेट किया जा रहा है क्योंकि वो मालूम जानते हैं कि उनको चुनौती देने वाले हम ही लोग हैं।
इस मामले में अभी तक सभी से पूछताछ हो चुकी है, केवल सोनिया गांधी बाकी है जिनसे पूछताछ होनी है। सोनिया गांधी केवल पूछताछ कर सकती थी। पूरे कांग्रेस को, पूरे देश भर के मुख्यालयों को जाम करने का क्या एक रणनीति थी?
इस लोकतंत्र में धरना देना, हड़ताल करना, पदयात्रा निकालना, घेराव करना, अहिंसात्मक प्रदर्शन करना हमारा अधिकार है। हम क्यों नहीं करेंगे? सच्चाई बोलने का अधिकार हम लोगों को है। आप कब तक आवाज को दबाएंगे? ये बिल्कुल न्यायोचित नहीं है और इस पूरे संघर्ष में तमाम कांग्रेसजन पूरे देश के और पूरे देश के लोग भी जान रहे हैं, देखने समझ रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार सत्ता का दुरुपयोग केंद्र सरकार कर रही
है। सचिन जी, आप लोग समर्थन करने की बात करें लेकिन पूरे इलाके को छावनी में तब्दील किया गया है।
So we have Sachin Pilot right now.
Congress leader Sachin Pilot there saying that the central agencies are being misused against the political opponents of the BJP, and hence Sonia Gandhi, who is expected to leave her residence, that is 10 Janpath, for the ED headquarters for a first day of questioning. She is being targeted only because the Congress party has been raising questions which unnerves the government, which relates to questions on rising prices, inflation. Protests happening inside Parliament, protests on the streets across the country, from Mumbai to Patna to Delhi. What is the larger message being sent by the Congress party? They did get some support from other parties in opposition as well. In fact, joint opposition meeting was held over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling. DMK, CPM, CPI were the parties that were present in that joint opposition meet, and a statement has been issued also supporting the Congress over ED grilling. First, let's listen in also to what the INB minister had to say with regards to these protests that are happening.
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
So the BJP there saying that what is it that the Congress has to hide? What is it that the Congress, particularly the Gandhis, have to hide? That they are protesting, holding this kind of satyagraha across this country, and which is in complete contrast to how Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, when he went to questioning by the SIT, there was no protest by the BJP workers then. We'll be trying to connect to other reporters as well. I can see Neetu Rehukumar, who's joining me from Thiruvananthapuram. Neetu, who are these protesters behind you?
So these are Congress workers here in Thiruvananthapuram, led by UDF convener and former KPCC President MM Hassan. Hundreds of these workers are taking out this protest march from Museum Junction towards the Raj Bhavan against the slogan that they have written here is that Srimati Sonia Gandhi and Congress leaders have been witch-hunted by this BJP government using agencies like the Enforcement Directorate. Thousands of workers have come here this morning. They will be taking out this protest march towards Raj Bhavan. Sir, you are taking out this protest march. What are the main issues that are
Today, the ED is questioning Sonia Gandhi, Congress president. We all the Kerala Congress people are protesting against their questioning. We are protesting in front of the Raj Bhavan. This is our protest, and we are against this fascist government activity.
But what the BJP is saying is that enforcement directorate is just doing their job. Why are you all waiting for them?
After Rahul Gandhi, Sonia, Congress president is also there summoning and questioning. This is undemocratic. This is the fascist attitude of the BJP government. We are protesting against that.
You heard Hassan, the UDF convener as well as former TMC president, who's leading this protest march here in Thiruvananthapuram, saying that they are protesting against this undemocratic move, which they call it, and the fascist forces. They say that BJP is using agencies like the ED for political witch hunt and targeting Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi family.
So protests happening in several parts of India. Those are visuals coming in from Thiruvananthapuram. I'm going to go back to Siddhant, who is outside Congress headquarters, that is 24 Akbar Road in the national capital. Siddhant, it's already 11:40. Has Sonia Gandhi left for the ED office?
No, Maria, she has not left, but we are expecting her to leave in a short while from now. Going by the security deployment that has been intensified in last few minutes. You can see, Maria, I would like to give our viewers a sense. The buses have been brought in. The police buses are right here. And the plan is if protesters, Congress protesters will walk out of AICC, the protesters are going to get detained and police will put them inside the bus and will take them to the nearby police station. Section 144 has been imposed. The entire Akbar Road, this entire lane has been sealed. No vehicular movement at this point in time. We've been told vehicular movement will only start once Sonia Gandhi will reach Enforcement Directorate's office. So this is AICC office, and behind this very gate, the protest is going on. Sevadal is doing protest inside the Congress Party office. Then women Congress protesters are also, and the old guards are very much visible this time, Maria. Trust me, last time around when I was covering Rahul Gandhi's first day of questioning, that time Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot were the two senior leaders from the Congress Party at AICC. This time I can see Ghulam Nabi Azad, Salman Khurshid, Anand Sharma, Sachin Pilot. They all have come to support Sonia Gandhi, and they all have come. And there you see the entire delegation, Maria, is walking out of the offices. I can see Sachin Pilot. I can see the other senior leaders, those who are walking out of their offices after meeting. PL Punia is also here. Ragini Nayak is there, and they all are going out. We'll speak to us. Sachinji, what do you have to say as Madam is going to be questioned today by Enforcement Directorate?
This blatant misuse has to stop. Government's job is not to muzzle the voice of the opposition, and we're here to show solidarity, not just us, the entire country has understanding how the government of India is actually making sure it muzzles the voice of everybody, including the Congress leadership. Is unacceptable to us.
Okay, so there you see Sachin Pilot calling it a political witch hunt. I can see Pawan Khera, I can see other senior leaders from the Congress Party right at the gate of AICC. Maria, they are expected to walk out. We'll try to get to them. Pawanji, what do you have to say on today's summons that have been issued to Madam? How do you like to
Let them try their best.
Okay.
They will not be able to silence us. That's their objective, to try and silence us. They'll fail miserably like they have in the past.
Okay. So, आप लोग क्या बाहर प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे कांग्रेस ऑफिस के अंदर करेंगे?
अब तो अब पुलिस के हाथ में है, जो वो चाहें, हम तो तैयार हैं।
धारा 144 फिर लगा दी।
जो चाहिए, कर्फ्यू लगाना लगा दें।
अच्छा।
हम तो सत्याग्रह के पुराने खिलाड़ी हैं। हम करेंगे सत्याग्रह।
मतलब बाहर निकलेंगे गेट से।
जहाँ तक
बस से तैनात है, फोर्स तैनात है, कहने कोई भी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता बाहर आएगा।
सेना को तैनात कर दीजिए। हम अपना अहिंसक आंदोलन करेंगे, वो तो हमारा हक है।
So there you see all senior Congress party leaders are lined up at the AICC gate, Maria, and they are expected to walk out. The time they will walk out, the time, they will try to cross the barricades. The police will stop them at section 144 is in place. So there is a possibility of detention, and I can see senior leaders like Sachin Pilot. I can also see Pawan Khera. I can see the other faces, and in fact Salman Khushid is also right there. We'd ask my video journalist Rama Shankar to pan and give shots of Salman Khushid. So all have come here.
Okay.
Maria, this is unprecedented, and and it shows that Congress party has given all the weight.
This is for the first time, Siddhant, that Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by a central agency. Remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for over 50 hours in a span of 5 days by the Enforcement Directorate. He had put the blame solely on Motilal Vora, who has passed away, and he was the Congress treasurer. Now, similar set of questions will be asked to Sonia Gandhi as well. I'm going to get a quick word also from Swastika, who's joining me from the site of protests in Hyderabad. Who's protesting there from the Congress party? Who's leading the protest? Swastika.
Well, the protest call was given by TPCC Chief Revant Reddy, but he's in Delhi right now attending the Parliament session. But here, his call to protest has been responded by hundreds of Congress cadres who have come in from different parts of the state. In fact, you can see here, we are at Tank Bund. This is right in front of the statue of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And here you can see lots of Congress workers, in fact, carrying the banners of the party, carrying flags. You can also see a banner of black balloons which will also be flown. Now, from here, the protest will go to the ED office, which is about a few kilometers away, about 3 to 4 kilometers away is where the protests will culminate, and there is going to be a dharna there, again held by the Congress workers. We are also having local leaders here. Former MP Uttam Kumar Reddy is also here, along with other senior Congress leaders who are going to take part in this protest. But this time around, remember last time when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned for 5 straight days, Hyderabad witnessed a series of violence which escalated. So this time around, the police deployment is also pretty high to ensure there are no untoward incidents. Back to you.
Yes, and DK Shivkumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah are leading the protests in Karnataka. Let's listen in from DK Shivkumar.
It's the third protest against ED this time. So third protest against ED this time. So what's the plan for today, sir?
Pardon?
It is the third protest that our Congress party is doing.
Yes. There was no need of Srimati Sonia coming, summoning on this Parliament session. She is ready to face any type of questions or any type of this one. She has not done anything wrong. Summoning itself is an harassment to the Congress party president.
So, but BJP is saying that this is whatever the ED is doing is all lawful.
There is no lawful. Taking up a case is illegal.
Thank you, sir.
They are saying that the case against Sonia Gandhi is illegal, that if anything, this is targeting of Sonia Gandhi. Let me bring in Yash as well. He is outside Sonia Gandhi's residence. In fact, that is the cavalcade of Mrs. Gandhi that is leaving 10 Janpad. Yes, Yash, what can you see?
Maria, Sonia Gandhi is leaving from her residence right now from 10 Janpad, and what we can also understand is that Priyanka Gandhi is with Sonia Gandhi, and they're also being accompanied by Rahul Gandhi. You can see in these visuals, Sonia Gandhi is just leaving for the ED office from her residence right now. And what we are understanding is that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are also with Sonia Gandhi. There's something going on right here, and
yes,
you can see
that is 10 Janpad. Those
you can
are the
see
visuals.
Sonia Gandhi is about to leave.
Yes, those are the visuals that are coming in from 10 Janpad. That is the barricade. Sonia Gandhi, accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and son Rahul Gandhi, are leaving now for the ED office. Sonia Gandhi had petitioned the ED to allow Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to be present in the premises when the questioning happens because of her health condition. So let's listen into the visuals and the sound that is coming in now as Sonia Gandhi leaves for the ED headquarters for the first day of questioning. We can see Sonia Gandhi, and sitting next to her is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and on the front seat next to the driver is Rahul Gandhi. So this is clearly show of strength and also solidarity, of course, as you expect, that the children are extending to their mother. The two leaders, I would say, extending to their mother.
Yes, Mara, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi both are with Sonia Gandhi, and from any moment the vehicle will leave for the ED office, and this is a message that as you can see, I'm trying.
Yes, Sonia Gandhi there wearing a maroon color sari, Priyanka Gandhi sitting next to her in a white shalwar kameez, and Rahul Gandhi in a white shirt next to the driver. The Gandhi family leaving now for the ED office, where Sonia Gandhi will be questioned by the investigating agency. That questioning is going to begin any moment now. Next to 10 Janpath is 24 Akbar Road, which is the Congress party headquarters, where the Congress leaders have gathered there. The entire top leadership of the Congress, several leaders who have come from other states are present there when the questioning of Sonia Gandhi will happen. Sonia Gandhi's cavalcade now leading for the ED office, which is roughly 2 kilometers from 10 Janpath, her official residence. So what exactly is the movement like, Yash, in terms of barricading? The entire entry to the Akbar Road has been barricaded by the police.
Yes, Maria, there's a heavy police deployment over here, and you can see right adjacent to Sonia Gandhi's residence is Congress headquarters, where there are protesters, Congress workers, workers who are present in large numbers. There's heavy police deployment over here. There are many buses by the Delhi police who are trying to control the situation. I can also tell you that 144 has been imposed in this area, and no protests have been allowed by the Delhi police to happen over here at the Congress head office and at the nearby areas. What we're also given to understand earlier, we also tried to speak to DCP of this area, and she said that no permission has been sought by the Congress workers to protest in this area. As you can see that now Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi accompanied with their mother Sonia Gandhi are leaving for the ED office, and from 10 Janpath Road the route has been set and they'll take around 5 to 7 minutes. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is also here with the cavalcade. I can see Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and other senior MPs of the Congress party are here with the cavalcade of Sonia Gandhi.
Yes.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is here.
So Yash there reporting from outside 10
There's a
Janpath,
heavy police deployment.
as Sonia Gandhi leaves for the first day of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. The question then is, how long will be the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi? Remember, she has cited ill health. Earlier when the ED had asked her to appear for questioning, she had sought more time because she was recovering from COVID-19. Now Sonia Gandhi going to the ED office for her first day of questioning. The ED questionnaire includes the shell companies, it includes the shareholders. Several questions are being asked. Remember, the BJP is saying that both Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul have much to explain because they are out on bail, and that they got no relief from any of the courts of the country. So let's listen in to what Siddhant is picking up in terms of audio outside Sonia Gandhi's home. Siddhant.
Well, that's correct, Maria, and you can see police have started the detention, Maria. You can see the Seva Dal workers are being detained by Delhi police. Detentions have started taking place. Some of the leaders were allowed to go to Sonia Gandhi's residence. Dipendra Hooda is here. Well, Dipendra Hooda ne Seva Dal worker ke samne khado ke Dipendra Hooda ji. Police the detention started. There you see the detentions have started. Dipendra Hooda is here, asking Delhi police not to detain the Seva Dal workers. There you see the women women workers are also being detained. The time Sonia Gandhi left the residence, the detentions have started, and I'm sure that Congress party is going to make allegations on Delhi police for being barbaric, for doing it intentionally, and for manhandling the Congress party karyakartas. So the drama outside the Congress party has just begun. The senior leaders are here protecting the Seva Dal workers, and in fact, I can also see the senior Congress party leaders here will try to speak to them, Maria, and will try to get a sense that what do they have to say on this entire situation. So there you see all the Congress party senior workers are here. PL Punia ji, sir, दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिटेंशन शुरू कर दिए हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि आप लोग इसके आगे भी प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे भी?
देखिए, चाहे दिल्ली पुलिस हो, चाहे ईडी हो, इनकम टैक्स हो, वो सरकार के नरेंद्र मोदी के इशारे पर से पूरा काम करें, इस तरह से बहुत गलत है। ओके।
So there you see कन्हैया जी, पुलिस ने डिटेंशन शुरू कर दिए हैं। आप लोग जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे यहाँ पे, तो क्या यहीं तक सीमित रहेंगे, आगे भी जाएंगे?
देखिए, हम लोग कानून को मानने वाले लोग हैं, हमारे नेता कानून को मानते हैं, हम कानून नहीं तोड़ेंगे, लेकिन हम आपके माध्यम से देश के लोगों को ये कहना चाहते हैं, देश में महंगाई ज्यादा है, बेकारी ज्यादा है, इसलिए जो है ये इशू
Delhi police is asking people to vacate, and I can see the cavalcade moving. I hope the networks are not freezing in a very short space.
Right, that's Siddhant getting us visuals from outside the Congress office. Sonia Gandhi's cavalcade, accompanied by Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi, both trying to move towards the Enforcement Directorate office. I'm Arunima to take you through those visuals from here at the top of 12. What is happening on your screen? Visuals of Congress workers protesting while the Gandhi family moves towards the Enforcement Directorate. All my colleagues are spread out there on ground zero. Siddhant is getting us these visuals. Yash is there outside 10 Janpat, just the neighbouring building from 24 Akbar Road, the Congress headquarters. And Anshul is also keeping an eye on the protest that's happening there. Siddhant, if you can hear me, we can see the pictures still of media personnel surrounding those vehicles. The Gandhis are in that vehicle that I can see on my screen?
Well, that's correct. The vehicle is passing from AICC, and there was already Congress workers present here. In a very small space, the police is making this convoy to pass, and this is perhaps the reason that I can see confrontation happening here, and in fact complete chaos here outside AICC. The senior leaders and the karyakartas were pushed by police to create this way for the convoy to pass. They could have taken the other route also, but this route was preferred. Why? That is something which Congress party has to answer and Delhi police has to answer, because this route was already sealed by police. But this route was taken, because of which you see that the senior leaders were pushed behind, the karyakartas were pushed behind, and police is making way for the convoy to pass. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, all three are inside the vehicle. The vehicle is completely surrounded by the Congress party karyakartas.
Is it towards the Janpat roundabout side? Is it that side that this convoy is taking?
Ramaji. Well, that's correct. So this route is the Akbar Road route, Maria. So the 10 Janpat is at the end of the Akbar Road. They could have taken that route, but the convoy was made to pass from AICC headquarters. So the opposite route has been taken. And Maria, this route was completely sealed for the vehicular movement, and this is perhaps the reason that in fact, the route was sealed and there was no vehicular movement. Suddenly, the vehicles came in and the convoy was made to pass. So it was difficult for Delhi police to create the passage. Right. The passage has been created. The passage has been done successfully. Now the vehicles are moving. So many of the Karyakartas, media personnel and the senior leaders of the Congress party were pushed, Maria, to make sure that that the space is created for the convoy to pass. Now, the senior leaders of the Congress party are just walking behind. I can see P. Chidambaram, I can see Shakti Singh Goyal, Sachin Pilot. They all are here, and in fact, we'll try to take some words from, we'll try to speak to Mr. P. Chidambaram. He's speaking to the other channel right now. We'll try to speak
while you
to
wait, Siddharth, just help us understand. These leaders plan to walk all the way up to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters through Akbar Road behind the convoy. Is that the plan?
Sir. Enough. Okay, he doesn't. Okay, so we'll speak to some other Congress party leader. Mr. Chidambaram is saying enough. I've spoken to one channel. So this is what he doesn't want to speak right now. We'll speak to some other Congress party. And there you see the convoy. Ramaji.
Right, Siddharth there getting us those pictures from the Akbar Road, what he was clarifying for us, and you can see the convoy.
Maria, you see the convoy is blocked. The convoy is not moving again. I can see right outside the Garvi, Gujarat, the convoy is here. Dipendra Hooda is on the top of this vehicle. I don't know what's happening here. Dipendra Hooda, I can see him and his Karyakartas. Okay, so the rest of the Congress party Karyakartas have been stopped here. Sonia Gandhi's convoy has left. Dipendra Hooda, Imran Pratapgadi, KC Venugopal, they all are standing on the top of this vehicle. And you know, police is not letting them go ahead. I hope we are cutting these visuals live, dramatic visuals outside Garvi, Gujarat. You know, this convoy was passing by, and Congress party Karyakartas were stopped. The Sonia Gandhi's convoy left. Immediately barricades were placed, and the other leaders were stopped. Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal in a heated argument with Delhi police here. Paramilitary forces are trying to explain them. Don't move ahead. Dipendra Hooda is asking them to allow them to move, to go along with the Gandhis. They are not being allowed. Fresh visuals that we are giving for our Imran Pratap.
पूरी तरह से विपक्ष को कुचलना चाहती है मोदी सरकार, रोका जा रहा है हमें, लेकिन हम आगे बढ़ेंगे.
Today you see Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal and Imran Pratapgadi. These three senior leaders are here, and they wanted to go with the Gandhis, but they couldn't because police placed the barricades, and now they are having this heated argument with the Delhi police, and in fact the supporters are on the top of this vehicle. Pawan Kheda, you see there, Pawan Kheda, you know, sloganeering against Delhi police, high slogans I can hear, dramatic shots here outside. This is Garvi, Gujarat building. Maria, if our viewers are familiar with the Akbar Road, and right opposite this Garvi, Gujarat building is Narayan Rane's residence. So this drama is currently happening outside Narayan Rane's residence, where police has stopped the Congress party workers, and then
जो लोग समझना चाहते हैं, हम पहले इस हफ्ते क्या किए, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर हम देश के सारे मुद्दे उठाने की कोशिश किए, सारे समस्या जो आम आदमी सह रहे हैं, जैसे कि महंगाई के बारे में, सरकार चर्चा करने के लिए नहीं तैयार है, और उसके अलावा वो हमारे नेताओं के खिलाफ इस किस्म के राजनीतिक इंक्वायरी चल रहे हैं. तो नेचुरली हम प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, किया हुआ है और करेंगे, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि देश के मुद्दों के बारे में, देश की प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में, देश की समस्या के बारे में आप बैठ के राजनीति ठीक तरह की, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. इस किस्म को हमारे नेताओं को ऐसे पकड़ के ले जाना बार बार हमें तो नेचुरली
क्या महंगाई के मामले पे पूरे देश भर में कांग्रेस इस तरीके से सड़कों पे उतरेगी जिस तरीके से अभी आज ईडी की मांग को लेकर उतरेगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस, मैं तो केरल के बारे में जानता हूं, मैं बता सकता हूं कि वहां हम किए हैं और करने वाले भी हैं, क्योंकि इस विषय तो हर जगह को नेचुरली हर व्यक्ति के, हर आम आदमी का ये समस्या है. हम नेचुरली इस विषय को करते रहेंगे. आज क्योंकि आज ये हो रहा है, आज के ये एक्शन है, आज के ये प्रोटेस्ट, मान लीजिए कि दूसरे विषय तो कल परसों जाने वाला नहीं है, वो भी करते रहेंगे.
कांग्रेस ने कहा ईडी को घर पे भी आके पूछताछ कर सकती थी सोनिया गांधी से, ऐसा पीछे भी उदाहरण रहा है.
बिल्कुल ये बड़ा नाटक करने की कोई खास जरूरत नहीं.
Okay. There you see high voltage drama unfolding on Akbar Road. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary right on the top of the vehicle. Adhir ji, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
This is a sinister design. Heinous acts being perpetrated by the ruling dispensation in order to demolish any ideological opponent of the ruling dispensation.
You people were stopped.
Certainly, this kind of heinous acts being played by the BJP party should be protested. Now the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
Am I on air? Arunima, am I on air?
Yes, you are, Siddhant. We just heard your conversation with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there.
Yes,
thank you for getting us those pictures.
KC sir. KC sir. Sir, what's the plan? Mr. Venugopal, what's the plan? Mr. Venugopal, so there you see Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal, all are leaving now.
Right. Siddhant, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. That's the update I have from the other colleagues who are there at the Enforcement Directorate office. Ashish Mehrishi and Anvit are both keeping an eye on what's happening at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. As we show you these pictures from outside AICC, Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. Only her vehicle was allowed to pass through that barricade that has been put up at Akbar Road. All the other Congress leaders who were in their respective vehicles wanting to follow her, be it Dipender Hooda, KC Venugopal, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, they have all been stopped. So these pictures on your screen are from the ED headquarters, I think, coming in because Sonia Gandhi's convoy has just reached and she will be taken in to the office of Enforcement Directorate where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has gotten permission to be with Sonia Gandhi. May not be in the questioning room, but will be in the immediate vicinity since she carries Sonia Gandhi's medicine. Sonia Gandhi has just recovered from COVID, and therefore these precautions are being requested by the Gandhi family.
That I'm not aware of. I'm not part of the organization of all of this, but I understand that permission would have been sought in the normal course. That's my understanding, but perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So that was Congress leader Shashi Tharoor. Now we're heading towards this pandemonium going on.
Getting us pictures from outside AICC headquarters. Once again, he was in conversation with Shashi Tharoor. So leader after leader from Congress party, they're calling this, unfair. The police action unfair. Meanwhile, you can see how Delhi police and paramilitary personnel have created a corridor to allow Sonia Gandhi's vehicle to pass through, even as media's presence there and also the presence of protesters, senior Congress leaders are making this area chock-a-block. There is a traffic advisory, in fact, for the India Gate area, for the central Delhi area because of this planned protest. But like we said, Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. These pictures live from Akbar Road. Anvit is with me. Anvit, you're keeping an eye on the ED headquarters. Can you just take us through the pictures that you have seen in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, see, we have reached the ED office and Sonia Gandhi just arrived here in the car. Rahul Gandhi was sitting in the front, Sonia Gandhi was on the rear seat. The car just went inside the headquarters and you can see the entire road has been barricaded. We are at the Abdul Kalam Marg where the ED office is, ED headquarters is, and you can see the elaborate security arrangement because pan-India protests that have been planned by the Congress that has been calling this a political vendetta. Earlier today morning we also spoke to senior leaders like Manu Singhvi and Mallikarjun Kharge, and they also said that it is sheer political vendetta, that their top leader has been called for questioning. In fact, Mallikarjun also said that Sonia Gandhi is the top leader and she's not afraid of any such questioning and that she'll be facing ED today. But see, if you're talking about the security arrangement, you can see how Delhi police is there, apart from which the paramilitary personnel have also been called in because Congress office is not far from here, and they are expecting that even though Delhi police has said that Section 144 has been imposed in New Delhi district where the gathering of more than 4 persons is not allowed.
Give me a moment, I'll come back to you. But Siddhant, I think, has some news update from AICC headquarters. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Arunima. So, police have detained many Congress karyakartas, especially women Congress workers. They all have been detained. I can see 3 buses fully loaded with women कार्यकर्तास, Congress party कार्यकर्तास, and they are protesting. हाजी, आप लोगों को डिटेन कर लिया, सीनियर लीडर्स को डिटेन नहीं किया।
नहीं चलेगी।
आप लोगों को डिटेन कर लिया, जो सीनियर लीडर है उनको नहीं डिटेन।
सब बराबर है।
सब बराबर है। लेकिन पुलिस भेदभाव कर रही है, जूनियर लोगों को डिटेन कर रही है, सीनियर को नहीं कर रही।
पिछली बार हमारा सीनियर सब बराबर है।
हाँ, मारा था, याद है।
आज हम चाहते हैं कि उनको डिटेन ना करें, हम बहुत हैं।
There you see, Arunima, the junior leaders have been detained. The senior leaders are sitting right here, and no action is being taken by Delhi police on them. I can see Pawan Bansal.
Right.
I can see.
Siddharth, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Anshul, in fact, is getting us the information that senior leaders are sitting on a dharna outside AICC. Anshul, just show us what you see.
That's it, Arunima. I'll ask my camera person Naren to show you the visuals I am bringing to you from right outside the Congress office, AICC headquarters here in the national capital. I'll just try and show you in the visuals all the senior leaders, including Randeep Surjewala, Gaurav Gogoi, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, KC Venugopal. All of these leaders are sitting on a dharna outside, and now these leaders are being detained by the police. I'll show you in the visuals the protesters who are sitting outside the Congress office are now being detained by the RPF, who have been deployed over here, and central agencies. So yes, you can see in the visuals over here.
Okay, there is complete pandemonium there. I think paramilitary personnel are pushing the protesters away. Many of them have been detained. There are buses waiting. Anshul, I'm losing your voice there. I'll try and reconnect. But just to recap, on the left side of your screen, you see the pictures of Sonia Gandhi's vehicle moving. Police created a passage, so to say, and took her to the ED headquarters. On the right, you can see how Congress leaders are sitting on a dharna. This is the picture that Anshul was talking about. Anshul, if you can hear me, I can see Jairam Ramesh there in the frame that you're giving. I can also see Dipender Hooda. Those are pictures that Anshul is getting. I'll give him time to speak to Jairam Ramesh. But meanwhile, let me cross live to Siddhant. Siddhant, buses taking the protesters away?
Yes, Arunima. Yes, Arunima, I cannot hear your question properly, but what I can tell our viewers is that I can see Pawan Bansal, I can see Jairam Ramesh, I can see the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, P. Chidambaram, Dipendra Hooda, Imran Pratapgadi, or Randeep Singh Surjewala right there. You know, he is not looking physically well, but he has come here to participate in the protest. Harish Rawat is right there. The protest is happening right outside AICC, and in fact, the junior leaders, the Seva Dal members, the female Mahila Congress Karyakartas have been detained, but the senior leaders are still protesting. I can see Pawan Khera, all are present here, and in fact, they did try to go with Gandhis to Enforcement Directorate's office, but they couldn't go because police stopped them. Now they are protesting outside AICC, and what I can see here is the police is detaining them, and the detentions will start again. More buses have been asked by Delhi police. The more buses are being arranged so that more people can be detained. So this is a situation. It's getting difficult for me also to get into the crowd of the protesters. Otherwise, I would have got some reactions, some bites of the Congress workers. What do they have to say on them being stopped to go to the Enforcement Directorate? Okay, fine. Ramashankar, let's go to that side. I can see Congress party leaders there. We'll speak to them. Ramashankar is a video journalist with us. Ashok Gehlot is speaking to media here. We'll speak to some other people. Right, excuse me. Excuse me, I can see the security details on Pramodji. 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 They both are here. They both are speaking to media, and a lot of Congress party. Excuse me.
Right. Siddhant is trying to speak to the Congress leaders there. He has got Pramod Tiwari in his frame. Ashok Gehlot there is addressing the media as well. Siddhant is right there trying to get a word while these leaders sit on the road outside AICC headquarters on their dharna. Siddhant, managed to get a word from anyone there? Right, I think we will try and connect with Siddhant. Meanwhile, my colleague Amit Pandey is getting us this ground report about the situation as it is unfolding in the Parliament. There is an attempt to make this point by United Opposition in Parliament as well about how allegedly central agencies are being misused. Amit Pandey tells us more.
विपक्ष का ये मार्च है संसद भवन में। आप देख सकते हैं कि विपक्ष कहाँ तक आप लोग जा रहे हैं? प्रमोद तिवारी जी हैं सर, कहाँ तक आप लोग जा रहे हैं? तो इस तरीके से आप विपक्ष के नेताओं को आप देख सकते हैं कि ये बड़े अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी हमारे साथ, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सर ये बताइए अभी कहाँ क्या प्लान ऑफ एक्शन क्या है?
हम शांतिपूर्वक विरोध कर रहे हैं, यहाँ से हम AICC जाएंगे और वहाँ से हम ईडी की तरफ अग्रसर होंगे। एक सिंबॉलिक शांतिपूर्वक समाप्त करने के लिए।
तो अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी हैं ये, और इनका ये कहना है कि शांतिपूर्ण जो इनका प्रोटेस्ट है वो है। अन्य आप जो सांसद हैं आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर खड़े हैं और इनसे यहाँ पर बात करते हैं। सर ये बताइए अभी क्या प्लान है, कहाँ जाएंगे?
अभी हम लोग अपने हेडक्वार्टर जाएंगे
और अगर रोकेंगी पुलिस तो
फिर देखा जाएगा। हम लोग रुकने वालों में से तो नहीं है।
तो ये नेता हैं हमारे साथ, शशि थरूर जी हैं। सर ये आगे कहाँ तक आप जाएंगे?
देखिए हम तो AICC वो 24 अक्टूबर रोड तक चलेंगे। है कि वहाँ सारे हमारे कॉलीग्स पड़े हैं, हमारे सारे सांसद, वर्किंग कमेटी आम दूसरे लोग हैं, तो उनके साथ हम भी ये प्रोटेस्ट करते रहेंगे। इसी के लिए जा रहे हैं 24 अकबर रोड जाएंगे।
24 अकबर रोड कांग्रेस के नेता जा रहे हैं, इनका ये कहना है। रणदीप सुरजेवाला है और तमाम ने। रणदीप जी आप इस हालत में हैं, तबीयत तो अपना ख्याल रखिए। ये बताइए कहाँ तक आप जाएंगे?
हम ईडी के कार्यालय तक जाएंगे। ये कांग्रेस के सिपाही हैं। मोदी सरकार पिट्ठू ईडी के पीछे छुपकर वार करने में लगी है, लेकिन डरपोक CBI और इनकम टैक्स उनका हथियार बन गए हैं। ये सच की लड़ाई है। क्या कोई सच को हरा पाया है? क्या कोई सच को किसी प्रकार से पराजित कर पाया है? श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी के नेतृत्व में ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगी। नेशनल हेरल्ड अखबार देश के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का चिन्ह है और इस स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के चिन्ह को कोई नहीं हरा पाएगा।
लेकिन सर ये बताइए कि अभी संसद में सरकार, एक तो आपका ये मार्च है, दूसरा सरकार ने कहा है कि संसद में वो महंगाई के लिए चर्चा के लिए तैयार है।
3 दिन से सरकार को हम कह रहे हैं कि महंगाई पर चर्चा करिए। ये
That was Amit Pandey sending us that ground report from Parliament. All my colleagues have spread out. There is Yash, Anshul and Siddhant getting us these pictures from the AICC headquarters. Anvit and Ashish Mehrishi are there at the Enforcement Directorate telling us about what's happening there. Sonia Gandhi has arrived at Enforcement Directorate. How soon will the questioning begin? I'm hoping they will join me in just a bit. Pallavi Ghosh tracks the Congress party and Marish Akil keeps an eye on all the political development. They're all getting us minute-to-minute update about this big story. Meanwhile, traffic advisory has been issued, and the reason traffic advisory has been issued for Delhi is the picture that you're seeing on the right side of your screen. Complete mayhem, complete chaos. The Akbar Road and okay, the protesters are creating a traffic nightmare in other parts of the country as well. On the right side of your screen, the pictures that you see are from Jammu. In fact, Congress is protesting countrywide. There is a Congress leader speaking. Let's see if we can get an audio there. Okay, we'll try and get you Congress leaders' voices from across the country.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को नहीं डरा सकते। हमारा नेतृत्व साफ सुथरा है, कोई स्कैंडल नहीं, कोई स्कैम नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी का वो अखबार है। 1937 में पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने देश की आजादी की जंग लड़ी, इसलिए आज ये संघर्ष है, सत्याग्रह है। मोदी सरकार का जो अत्याचार है विरोधियों के खिलाफ और कांग्रेस नेतृत्व और गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ सारी कांग्रेस एकजुट।
So those are voices of Congress protesters that we are getting from Jammu. Tejinder Singh Sodhi is the one who's getting us those pictures. Tejinder, so how much is the spread of this protest? Are they located in only around the local Congress office in Jammu, or are they obstructing throughout the city?
Yes, you see the protest right now is going on outside the Congress office, and you can see that there are 2 vehicles of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they are now being detained. We are right now joined by the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and senior Congress leader Mr. Tarachand. सर आप बताएंगे प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, लेकिन यहीं पर लोग अपनी पार्टी ऑफिस के बाहर ही प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, से भी बातचीत करना चाहेंगे.
देखिए ये प्रोटेस्ट जो आज चल रहा है और इस सरकार की नीतियों के खिलाफ, जोर जबरदस्ती के खिलाफ कांग्रेस के पूरे देश में कोशिश कर रही है. और हमारा मकसद तो शायद मुख्तलिफ ग्रुपों में छोड़ना था, लेकिन कांग्रेस कांग्रेस के गेट के बाहर सारी बसें लगा के बैरियर लगा के हमारे लोगों को रोक दी है. इसलिए हमें घर से ही अपनी गिरफ्तारी देनी.
आपको क्या लगता है कि इस तरह के प्रोटेस्ट करके कांग्रेस जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज है उन पे दबाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है?
हम किसी पे दबाव नहीं बना रहे हैं. हम ये कहते हैं कि जो जोर जबरदस्ती की जो सरकार की नीतियां हैं, हम उसके खिलाफ आवाज उठा रहे हैं कि जोर जबरदस्ती से दबा के दूसरे दलों को कमजोर नहीं.
You can see that 2 buses of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Right now we are also joined by Mr. Rahul, who is the former minister and a senior Congress leader. Sir, आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या रीजन है कि ईडी पे दबाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, उनकी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है?
Right, Tejinder, thank you for getting us those voices from Jammu, but I have to cut live back to AICC headquarters here in Delhi. Siddhant, Anshul, Yash are sending us these pictures. Siddhant, can you hear me? You were earlier telling us that senior leaders like Jairam Ramesh and others have been detained. What is the situation around you?
Well, right now, the bus you see right behind me, the Congress workers are being detained, and Kanhaiya Kumar and Pawan Khera is with CNN News 18 to speak at this situation. Sir, क्या हो रहा है? Senior leadership सब detain हो रहे हैं आप लोगों के?
देखिए, ब्रिटिशर्स जो है ना वो डिवाइड एंड रूल करते थे. ये ब्रिटिशर्स के चापलूस हैं. ये डाइवर्ट एंड रूल करते हैं. देश के अंदर क्या मुद्दा चल रहा है? क्या आप महंगाई पे पार्लियामेंट में बहस कीजिए, आप जीएसटी पे बहस कीजिए. चीन जो है हमारी सीमा के भीतर घुस करके कॉलोनी बना लिया, आप उसकी बात कीजिए. 8 लाख लोग पासपोर्ट छोड़ लिए, उसकी बात कीजिए. देश में सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी है, उसकी बात कीजिए. आप इस पे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. आप विपक्ष के मुख्य नेता से अपने जो है एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करके उनको तंग करना चाहते हैं ताकि देश का ध्यान भटकाया जा सके. आप कुछ भी कर लीजिए, सच को आंच नहीं होता है. हम नहीं झुकेंगे. हम जानते हैं कि हमारे नेता सच्चे हैं. हमको अपने नेता की चिंता नहीं है. इस देश का जो मुद्दा है, इस मौके पे भी हम वो मुद्दा उठाते हैं.
पवन जी, आपसे सवाल लेना चाहता हूँ. कांग्रेस पार्टी पे हमेशा आरोप लगता है कि जब लोगों के मुद्दे होते तब वो सड़क पे नहीं आते, जब अपने नेता के मुद्दे
हर हफ्ते हर मुद्दे पर हमारी पार्टी सड़क पर दिखती है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आतंकवादियों से रिश्ता जब आया, हम सड़क पर आए. राफेल पे सड़क पर आए, किसानों पर सड़क में आए, बेरोजगारी पर सड़क पर आए, कोविड के कुप्रबंधन पर सड़क पर आए. हर मुद्दे पर हम सड़क पर दिखते हैं और दिखते रहेंगे.
तो अभी तो आपके पूरी सीनियर लीडरशिप बस में बैठ के चली गई.
हम भी जाएंगे, सब जाएंगे. हम तो तैयार हैं.
तो तैयार थे गिरफ्तारी के लिए?
बिल्कुल तैयार हैं. जहाँ ये लोग ले जाना चाहें हम जाने को तैयार
हैं. Siddhant, can you put a question to Pawan Khera from our side? BJP is calling it Duragrah instead of Satyagrah. What is Pawan Khera's response?
नहीं किया जा सकता.
बीजेपी कह रही है दुराग्रह है, सत्याग्रह नहीं है.
उन्हें क्या सत्याग्रह का मालूम? इतिहास में कहीं इनका कोई योगदान रहा नहीं. जाकर सब छुट्टी ले लें, ये जितने मंत्री हैं और मोदी जी भी, और जाकर सत्याग्रह के बारे में कुछ पढ़ लें. गुजरात में उसका योगदान रहा है सत्याग्रह.
तो वही गुजरात की वो बात करते हैं कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनको बुलाया गया तो कोई ह्यू क्राई नहीं हुआ, कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं हुआ. तो अगर सोनिया जी या राहुल जी को बुलाया,
उनके साथ जाने से अडवाणी जी ने उस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को रोका था.
अच्छा,
हमें सबको मालूम है इतिहास. ये हमें भुलवा नहीं सकते. हमारे यहाँ हम सब हमारे नेता के साथ हैं और जनता के मुद्दों के साथ हैं.
Okay, so there you see Pawan Khera, Kanhaiya Kumar speaking to CNN News 18, making it very clear that if tomorrow also ED calls Sonia Gandhi or day after, they are going to be on the streets, and they also made it very clear that it's not just about Gandhis. Whenever people will need Congress party to be on the streets, they are going to be on the streets. Now,
right. Siddhant, give me a moment. Siddhant, give me a moment. Let me cross live to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well. Anvit is the one who's joining me on the broadcast from the ED headquarters. Before I go to them, I think these are pictures of the bus in which all the Congress leaders have been detained. Some of them are speaking to the press. So we'll see if we can get you an audio of that. But Anvit, if you can hear me, as we see these pictures, talk to us about the information you have from inside ED headquarters. Has the questioning begun?
Yeah, see, it's just approximately 10 to 12 minutes before that Sonia Gandhi's vehicle drove inside this lane where the ED headquarters is. The questioning is expected to begin soon. In the car, there was Sonia Gandhi was accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, who was sitting in the front, while Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were sitting on the rear seat. It was the Toyota Innova Crista, in which they were brought here from their residence under heavy cordon, and we are right outside the ED headquarters. As far as security is concerned, paramilitary along with Delhi police is here. They have been taking all the necessary precautions, because earlier in the morning we saw outside the parliament 20 to 30 Congress leaders were detained from the gate number 10, where the senior leaders involved, P. Chidambaram, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Shashi Tharoor and Jairam Ramesh and Mallikarjun Kharge. These were the senior leaders present outside the Parliament gate number 10. They were all detained, and when we spoke to them, they said that they called it a sheer political vendetta, saying that their senior leadership is not afraid, be it Rahul Gandhi, who has been questioned more than 50 hours over the 5 days previously, and now that Sonia Gandhi, who has been called for questioning for the first time. So they have said that the senior leadership is not afraid of facing ED, but they have termed it as a political vendetta that they have been doing. They have also called for massive protests. And preparing for that, you can see Delhi police has arranged for a bus here if the Congress workers arrive here. There's also a water cannon that is stationed here. So all the necessary precautions have been taken, but police are prepared, senior officials are here. But as far as the questioning is concerned, we are getting to know that shortly the questioning will begin of Sonia Gandhi, and ED will start questioning her over the entire issue.
Right. Anvit, I saw Ashish Maharishi also standing behind you. Just get him along. Maybe we'll discuss the case that ED has against Sonia Gandhi. But while you do that, I want to cut live to Guwahati, where Preeti is getting us visuals. These visuals on our screen are from Guwahati. Preeti, how many people there? How strong is this protest that Congress is putting up in Assam? I'm afraid I can't really get your audio line clearly. I'll try and get the technical team here to restore your audio. And while we do that, let me bring our viewers back to Delhi. Siddhant, Anshul, Yash, they're all deployed outside the AICC headquarters. You can see how Pawan Khera, who was speaking to Siddhant just a short while back, has now boarded that bus and is speaking to the media. So Siddhant, it is courting arrest for all the senior leaders of the Congress party. I can see Shashi Tharoor also in that bus.
Well, that's correct, Arunima. They all have been detained and will be taken to a nearby police station. And in fact, last time around also the senior leaders were detained. But last time the allegations came from the Congress party that they were manhandled. And in fact, Congress party in fact, Delhi police went inside the Congress party to Congress party office to detain these workers. But this time around, there was less confrontation between the Delhi police and the Congress party Karyakartas. And in fact, Arunima, I did speak to Mr. Pawan Khera and Kanhaiya Kumar a short while back, and now they have boarded that bus. I can also see Harish Rawat standing right at the gate of the bus, and now this bus is also leaving. So almost the entire Congress party senior leadership has been taken to the police station, and you know they were protesting outside the AICC office since Section 144 is in place. So they have been detained, and you know and they're making this allegation that they wanted to protest in a peaceful manner. They wanted to go to ED office along with Gandhis in solidarity with Gandhis, but they were not allowed by Delhi police. In fact, we were present very much at the spot outside the Garvi Gujarat Bhavan, where this heated argument between Deependra Hooda, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Imran Pratap Gadi took place with Delhi police, and they were asking Delhi police to open the barricades. But Delhi police did not open the barricade. They returned back to AICC and started protesting. Now there you see the bus is leaving. The bus is leaving for the police station. So first the junior level Karyakartas were detained. Now the senior leadership has been detained, and almost the entire cadre has gone to the police station. The entire area Akbar Road. I can see more policemen than the Congress Karyakarta now. The RAF teams are here. Delhi police is here. The other paramilitary forces are also on the Akbar Road. So now the police has outnumbered the Congress Karyakartas, because more than 4 buses filled with Congress Karyakartas have left AICT and have gone to the police station. So all of them have been detained. They were given enough warnings not to protest, not to take law in their hands. But this action was taken only when they were not ready to free the road outside the AICC headquarters. There also you see some of the protesters have stopped the bus. We are giving those visuals for our viewers. Police was taking these protesters, and some of the protesters stopped the bus, and the drama is continuing on the Akbar Road. So.
Right.
So we are
Siddharth,
giving you these
catch your
shots.
breath. I'll come back to you,
Akbar
but let me
Road
cross live to the Enforcement Directorate as well. Ashish Merishi and Anvit are keeping an eye on ED. Ashish, talk to us about what is it that Enforcement Directorate wants Sonia Gandhi to answer. Is it a follow-up to what Rahul Gandhi has told them?
Well, in fact, Arunima, the Enforcement Directorate is going to ask questions which have already been asked from Rahul Gandhi. Majorly, Enforcement Directorate looks at the money trail. And if you remember, even in the case of Rahul Gandhi, same questions were asked about the money trail, especially about the money that came in from a Kolkata-based shell company named Dotex Merchandise. And we all know that Dotex Merchandise was controlled by a person called Sunil Bhandari, who was known in the circles of Kolkata as a Hawala operator, somebody who basically takes cash and gives entry. But here the money was returned. But again, if you remember, with that 50 lakh rupees that came, in fact around 1 crore rupees came in, and with 50 lakh rupees they bought the debt of around 92 crore rupees, and with that came in the equity of Associated Journal into the hands of Young Indian, where majority equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So they're looking at the money trail. But if you see, what is going to be very important here is that 7 people took decision, Arunima, of 1,500 shareholders. Now, you know that Associated Journal is a very old company. It started pre-independence, around 1938 it started. And, it has been there for a very, very long time. But in 2010, in Lucknow, in the month of September 2010, a decision was taken where we have the names of the individuals as well. 7 people takes a decision that the company Associated Journal should go into the hands of Young Indian. And interestingly, those 1,500, when there was an AGM, none of them came. There were no proxies, nothing. So who are these 7 people who actually got entitled to take such a big decision? That is where Sonia Gandhi is going to be asked. Then there are certain purchase of shares by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi just at the time of takeover. That is also going to be looked at by Sonia Gandhi. But yes, it's going to be tough for her. She's not keeping well because of certain COVID-19 related symptoms, and we all know that she's come out of hospital only a month and a half back. So obviously she's facing health problems, and my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me that yes, they are not going to take too long for questioning. I hope she answers all the questions or the Enforcement Directorate is looking at, but it's not going to be as long as we saw in Rahul Gandhi's questioning. You remember it was like 10-12 hours of questioning in the case of Rahul Gandhi. It started at around 11 and it continued till around 11-12 late in the evening. So in all likelihood, Sonia Gandhi's questioning should get over in another 4-5 hours.
Right. So Ashish, keep an eye. I'll come back to you. Rahul Gandhi meanwhile has left the Enforcement Directorate headquarters there after dropping Mother Sonia Gandhi and Sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Bharatiya Janata Party though is not impressed with this hangama that is going on. Shahzad Poonawala spoke to ANI. Let's listen in.
सवाल संसद पर सवाल। अब क्योंकि प्रथम परिवार जो भ्रष्टाचार का है, उससे उसके भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, और वो भी एक ट्रायल कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद, इनकम टैक्स रीअसेसमेंट ऑर्डर के बाद, दोनों ही ये ऑर्डर खारिज नहीं किए गए हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा। उल्टा हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जब रिलीफ नहीं मिला और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है, तो ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी अब किस प्रकार से ऑल इंडिया करप्ट कमेटी भी बन गई है और ऑल इंडिया कॉन्फ्रंटेशन कमेटी बन चुकी है कि कभी वो ईडी के सामने राहुल गांधी साइलेंट रहते हैं और सड़कों पे उनके कार्यकर्ता पिछली बार वायलेंट हो गए थे। अब किस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के नेता ईडी जैसी संस्था को, जो कोर्ट के आदेश पर एक केस पर काम कर रही है, जो कोर्ट के आदेश अनुसार ही है, उस ईडी को किस प्रकार से अपमानित करने का, उसकी विश्वसनीयता को खत्म करने का और किस प्रकार से उन एजेंसीज को इंटिमिडेट करने का, अब्यूज करने का, इंसल्ट करने का एक पूरा कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, आज वो दिखाई दे रहा है। क्या सोनिया गांधी क्वीन है किसी जगह की कि उनसे सवाल जवाब नहीं किए जा सकते? क्या कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सवाल नेशनल हेराल्ड केस को लेकर उत्पन्न नहीं होते? सवाल ये उत्पन्न होते हैं कि क्या कोर्ट भी, जिसने ट्रायल कोर्ट ने मामले को देखने के बाद यह आदेश दिया कि प्राइमा फेसाई यंग इंडियंस एक स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल की तरह इस्तेमाल की गई ताकि एजेएल की संपत्ति को यूसर्प कर लिया जाए, हड़प लिया जाए, क्या वो कोर्ट भी वेंडेटा और प्रतिशोध की भावना में धड़क रहा था जैसा कि कांग्रेस का आरोप है? क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि इनकम टैक्स का ऑर्डर आया इस विषय पर और उसको हाईकोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया गया, कोई राहत नहीं मिली? क्या हाईकोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी प्रतिशोध की भावना पर काम कर रहे थे?
So that was Bharatiya Janata Party's Shehzad Poonawalla slamming the Congress party. In fact, one of the lines that he said is that is Sonia Gandhi queen of some country, that she can't be asked questions by investigating agency. Shehzad Poonawalla there on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party also pointing out that this questioning by the Enforcement Directorate is happening after a court order. But the Congress party workers are not impressed. They've protested throughout the country, even as they court arrest here in Delhi. Outside the AICC headquarters, my colleagues Siddhant, Yash, Anshul have been getting us ground reports. Siddhant, if you can show us around, you showed us a while back how buses took away senior leadership of the Congress party as well as the Karyakartas. So is it now all peaceful there? Can you only see uniformed men and women?
Well, yes, absolutely, Ornima. Situation is peaceful, but the area has been completely cordoned off. Only media personnel and some of the Congress Karyakartas are allowed. Now you see some of the remaining protesters are also being taken. क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
ये ईडी अनावश्यक रूप से आदरणीय श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को हम परेशान कर रहे हैं। इस वजह से ये संविधान के विरुद्ध है। हम
ये जांच में सहयोग कर रही हैं तो क्या
सहयोग कैसे होगी जब तक आपके पास एफआईआर की आपने? जब आपने एफआईआर की नहीं, एलिगेट किया नहीं उनको, तो वैसे ही
झूठ का ऑर्डर है ना, उस पे ईडी ने
कौन सा, पहले वो चीजें सब 2014 में समाप्त हो चुकी हैं। ये तो अननेसेसरी परेशान करने वाली साजिश है।
परेशान करने वाली साजिश। एंड आई कैन सी अजय कुमार जी कमिंग, विल स्पीक टू अजय जी, वी आर कटिंग इट लाइव। आई वुड लाइक टू स्पीक टू यू ऑन टुडेज सिचुएशन. All the senior leadership have been detained, they have been taken to the police station. Now, where do you see, because BJP has been alleging कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी सीएम थे तब एसआईटी के सामने वो गए, कोई हंगामा नहीं हुआ, कोई ड्रामा नहीं हुआ, अकेले गए, जांच में सहयोग किया, आ गए। भाई जब गांधी को बुलाया जाता है तो क्यों सड़कों पे कांग्रेस?
क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी जब गए तो उस वक्त एफआईआर थी।
अच्छा,
एक एफआईआर हुआ,
ये भी तो इसमें भी तो कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है।
कोई एफआईआर नहीं है भाई साहब। एक चीज देश को बता दीजिए, इस देश में नया सीआरपीसी मोदी जी का नया सीआरपीसी है, अमित शाह की जो है नया सीआरपीसी, उन्होंने न्यू इंडिया का सीआरपीसी। आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करोगे जब एफआईआर होगा। कंप्लेनेंट कौन? एफआईआर कहाँ? आपने एफआईआर की कॉपी देखी है क्या? मोदी जी का एफआईआर तो कॉपी तो मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको, वो तो कॉपी है, इसलिए पूछा गया था।
नहीं तो ये मैं आपको उसका काउंटर दे रहा हूँ कि इस पे कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है, इनकम टैक्स का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है।
बहुत आप कुछ नहीं समझ रहे। वन सेकंड, एफआईआर होनी चाहिए ना, एफआईआर चाहिए। एफआईआर कहाँ है? जब एफआईआर नहीं है तो आप कार्रवाई कैसे करोगे?
ओके, आज इनका ये भी कहने का मतलब है कि कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी छुपा रही है, इसलिए इतना ज्यादा एक्टिविज्म चल रहा है।
क्या छुपा रहा है? मैं ही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, 100 करोड़ जो विधायक दे रहा बीजेपी का महाराष्ट्र में, कोई एफआईआर नहीं है, उसके बारे में पूछो। मोदी जी का कि उनके विधायक 100 करोड़ दे रहा है मंत्री बनने के लिए। देश के क्या स्थिति कर दिया है?
There you see Ajay Kumar getting inside the bus, boarding that bus, not being detained, but boarding the bus comfortably. You know, I was speaking to him, and he took this route to the bus now.
Right. So they're all courting arrest, Siddhant. Thank you for that. A lot of senior leaders of Congress have been detained. Many others have courted arrest. They want to make this point that this is vendetta against Sonia Gandhi. And this protest is not limited to Delhi alone. My colleague Ritu has sent us this ground report. Protests are going on in all parts of the country, including Bengaluru.
As ED summons the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, Karnataka Congress unit is protesting here at the Freedom Park, and you can see the senior Congress leaders are all at the site at Freedom Park. And on the stage there are slogans that are being raised, as well as the senior leaders are giving out the speeches, as they say that they are not scared of the central agencies investigating and questioning Sonia Gandhi. They also say that a BJP government, in fact the Modi-led government, is trying to misuse the central agencies, but they say they are at any cost not scared of the leaders who are trying to misuse these central agencies. Not just that, but you see the KPCC President DK Shivkumar as well saying that this is an harassment against the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, and they say no matter how much of questioning the agency will do, we are at any cost not scaring, and we are not scared of it, and as well as we will in fact take this protest out in a day.
You can also see this visual coming in from Delhi, water cannon being used against protesters who are refusing to move outside the AICC headquarters. We had seen visuals of detention, and that area was cleared off. But this is from a different location in Delhi where Congress Karyakartas were not moving out, and this is the DPCC office, the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, the Delhi unit of Congress, where the protesters are being tear gassed. This scene is from Bengaluru, but right now what we are focusing on are protest shots coming from outside the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, where police has resorted to using water cannon as Congress Karyakartas try to break the barricade. They are pushing the barricade, trying to get over it, and policemen on duty are trying very hard to restrain, but looks like they're going to get a tough time, and that's why Vajra, the anti-riot vehicle, has been brought in. Water cannon has been brought in. One round of spraying of water through the cannon has already happened, but that it looks like, okay, water cannon is still being used. I think the photographer, the videographer is trying to save himself as well, and that's why there you see the water cannon is still being used. The protesters are ducking, trying to save themselves from the water cannon, but they're not leaving an inch of their position, continuing to clash with the Delhi police there. These are visuals from the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters, DPCC, that's the state wing, the Delhi wing of Congress, and the All India headquarters at the AICC. Things are in control now. Detentions have happened, people have been taken away, but outside DPCC things look really intense. There is a clash going on between the police, the Delhi police, and the Congress workers. One of them has managed to get onto the barricade, brought down now. So police is not allowing them to cross the barricade. This is the visual outside the DPCC. Police refusing to let the protesters cross over. The plan for the Congress workers was to go all the way to the Enforcement Directorate office, where Sonia Gandhi's questioning is happening, and that plan has been stopped by the Delhi police, and that's why this clash that you're happening. These visuals are from the AICC headquarters at 24 Akbar Road, where protesters gathered a short while back. Once again, we have shifted our focus to the DPCC headquarters there. This is the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee. That protesters are, the road outside that Delhi state unit of Congress, the road outside is now become the latest battleground. They continue to protest and seek answers as to why they are not being allowed to go up to the Enforcement Directorate office. What we saw at AICC was that a small group of vehicles which had Sonia Gandhi and perhaps one more vehicle. Right, Anvit is with me sending us this ground report. Let's cut live to that, then I'll come back and talk to you about these pictures.
We are outside the AICC headquarters, where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. As you can see in the visuals, all the senior leaders, including Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, all of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away. I'll just try and show you in the visuals. Sachin Pilot is over here.
हम विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, पुलिस हमको उठा के ले जा रही है। लोकतंत्र में अपनी आवाज हम रख नहीं सकते, गांधीयन तरीके से अपने ऑफिस के सामने बैठे हैं और ये लोकतंत्र में इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई बर्दाश्त करने वाला नहीं।
सर, आप लोगों को कहाँ ले जाया जा रहा है? कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन दी गई है आपको?
सर कौन है बस में? सर कितने लोग बस में? बड़े नेता कितने हैं सर? सर अशोक गहलोत जी हैं बस में?
अशोक गहलोत आ गया।
सर कौन है इस बस में?
Dipendra Hooda is sitting right next to him. So yes, all the senior leaders are being detained by the Delhi police right now. These are the visuals we are bringing to you exclusively on CNN News 18. All the senior leaders of the Congress party. Ashok Gehlot is speaking to the media. We'll just try and get in a word.
सर कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं आपको? सर कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं आपको? अशोक गहलोत जिंदाबाद। क्या का तरीका ये? सर मुख्यमंत्री का है। सर कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? सर कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? प्रोटोकॉल निभाना इसलिए आई हूँ। पार्टी ने हम लोग को पार्टी के नाम से सरकार में है, हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि पार्टी नेता को ही, हमारी कौम अध्यक्ष को ही अगर इस प्रकार से व्यवहार करेंगे तो कैसे बर्दाश्त करेंगे हम लोग?
So yes, in these visuals we are bringing to you all the senior leaders of the Congress party have now been detained by the Delhi police. They were sitting on a dharna right outside the AICC headquarters. Now, since this morning, a curfew was imposed in this area. Even after that, the Congress leaders managed to protest over here, and these are the visuals that we are bringing to you. The police is taking all the senior leaders of the Congress party along with the security personals right now. In the visuals, if you could see the bus, this is the bus that is taking all the senior Congress leaders of the party, including Sachin Pilot, including the Rajasthan CM as well. Ashok Gehlot has been detained. We are bringing you these visuals from AICC headquarters in the national capital, where they are being taken. The leaders have not been told where they will be taken. Now it remains to be seen as to when these leaders will be allowed to leave from the detention of the police. Till then, all these leaders who are protesting outside the ASAC office have now been taken by the Delhi police.
Right. So while outside AICC headquarters, police has managed to bring things under control at Rouse Avenue. These are pictures outside the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office from Rouse Avenue. Rouse Avenue is the area, is the road which will take you from ITO towards the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. That's where most of the political party offices are, the Bharatiya Janata Party office, the Aam Aadmi Party office. On that road, and ITO, why that's important is because that's like the nerve center as far as Delhi traffic is concerned. These are the scenes that you're seeing at Rouse Avenue outside the TPCC office, where Varuna, the water cannon of Delhi police, has been pressed into action, repeatedly targeting protesters, trying to push them back. But the protesters are also not giving in, and some of them in fact are dancing and challenging the policemen there. As you see these pictures, Siddhant, can you just fill us in? I mean, at AICC you saw the confrontation. At Rouse Avenue, at DPCC, it looks worse than what you saw.
Well, that's correct. In fact, the report that we are getting is that the water cannons have been used outside DPCC headquarters in the national capital. And as Arunima, these are some sensitive places in the Latian zone. And this is perhaps the reason that, the police also make sure that the proper arrangements are being made if there is a possibility of protest. So the similar arrangements were made outside DPCC also. And in fact, the visuals that we are getting suggest that there was a massive protest by the Congress party, Pradesh Congress Committee outside DPCC. And right next to DPCC is BJP Karyalay. And that is the main junction that road comes towards the ITO. And this is perhaps the reason that the barricades were put right there, and water cannons were used on the Congress party protesters to stop them to reach to ITO or take the other route towards any key installation in the national capital. So the water cannons have been used to stop the Congress party protesters. So at AICC, situation is peaceful. Police has outnumbered the Congress party Karyakarta, the senior leadership, Seva Dal members, Mahila Congress committee members, all have been detained, have been taken to various police stations in Delhi. And now the situation is peaceful here, but outside DPCC, situation, the protesters is still going on. Police is trying to control the protesters, trying to detain them. And in fact, for the same reason, the water cannons have been opened by police to stop the protesters to march towards the main ITO junction. So this is the situation of national capital. In fact, Arunima, the advisory is till 2 p.m. As far as the route diversions in the central Delhi is concerned, and several routes have been diverted. Even the traffic has also been disrupted.
police has tried best to make sure the traffic moves smoothly in the national capital area. But because of the diversions, because of the protests, and the barricades that police have placed, which is resulting in a traffic disruption and delay. This is what commuters are complaining. But we have been told that in next half an hour, the situation will be peaceful. And the barricades, police will open the barricades in the central Delhi.
Well, the police definitely will hope so, because from the India Gate circle to the Khan Market area to ITO, really the heart of central Delhi, at a time when Parliament is in session, when Section 144 has been put in place to ensure that that session is not disrupted. This is how you see the situation unfold here in the national capital. It's a complete siege, so to say, as far as central Delhi is concerned. But like Siddhant was pointing out, police assuring and trying very hard to get things under control to ensure that this protest doesn't really hamper the lives of Delhiites. Rain also a factor there. But coming back to what the Enforcement Directorate wants to answer, wants Sonia Gandhi to answer, Anvit Srivastav joining me live on the broadcast. Anvit, any confirmation? Has the questioning begun? Is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the same room or around the same room where the questioning is going on? Anvit? Okay, I'll try and go back to Anvit. He's getting us details from the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish Mehrishi is also keeping an eye on the questioning there. Let me just recap what has happened over the last 1 hour. Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, they got into one vehicle and left 10 Janpath about 20 minutes to 30 minutes ago. Accompanying them were all senior Congress leaders in their respective vehicles. But as they tried to cross the barricade, initial plan was to take them from the Janpath side. If you see the location of 10 Janpath, it is on the cross section of Janpath and Akbar Road. So initial plan was to take Sonia Gandhi's vehicle through that roundabout on the Janpath side, but suddenly the plan changed. She turned towards Akbar Road. She moved towards the new Gujarat, Bhavan, so to say, Garvi Gujarat, and then she moved on that route. The other Congress leaders were stopped. They were not allowed to cross the barricade. There was a huge face-off between leaders led by Dipinder Hooda with the Delhi police. Finally, Sonia Gandhi reached the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Priyanka Gandhi is still there. Rahul Gandhi has, however, left. And while that questioning is going on, this is the scene unfolding at Rouse Avenue. That's the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters near ITO, where we are reporting that the situation is still far from under control. Siddhant, in fact, is getting us information about the situation there outside DPCC. Any updates, Siddhant?
Well, these Congress party workers are posting, are tweeting videos of them being detained by Delhi police, and they are being taken to various police stations. Now, you remember, or remember last time around, there, in fact, Congress party made these allegations on Delhi police for manhandling the Congress party workers. Senior leaders like P. Chidambaram and many others were detained. This time around, police did take extra precaution while detaining the Congress party leaders. And in fact, Arunima, we were only speaking when many of the leaders were requested to board the bus. So they were not manhandled, they were not pushed inside the bus. So this time around, extra precautions were taken by Delhi police at the time of handling protests outside the Congress office. Also, I remember, Arunima, last time, the workers were not allowed to come on the road outside the AICC. This time around, this entire area was cordoned off, and Congress party workers, the leaders were allowed to protest for a short while outside the office. So this time around, there was a change in this strategy, because last time Congress party did went to Lok Sabha Secretariat to meet Venkaiah Naidu, Vice President of India, complaining about the manhandling by the Delhi police. And in fact, last time, the summons thing was kept aside. The main issue is, I remember, became the manhandling of the Congress workers. So this time, Delhi police took extra care. And very in a very subtle way, the detentions happened. Mild force was used to handle the junior Karyakartas.
Siddhant, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. Just try and get us an update on the situation there at Rouse Avenue. Meanwhile, let me cross live to Preeti. Preeti, you got into some kind of a situation there. A scuffle broke out at Guwahati, at the place that you are. What really happened, and what's the situation like right now?
Yes, I have to tell you that this is the traffic point that you can see on the camera screen on that side of the road through which the lady protester was actually dragged on the road as she was trying to break the barricade that was made by the police securities in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they were asked to protest inside the Rajiv Bhavan itself. But actually, as the protesters started breaking the barricades and coming out, so the security personnel, the police here, had to take actually extreme steps in order to stop the protesters. I'm trying to show you the visuals of the protesters. They are still standing on the barricades, and the police here has been trying to take them into their buses. And already a lot of Congress leaders have been detained. If you count on Apurva Bhattacharjee, if you count on Meera Thakur, all of them have been detained by Assam police. And I'm trying to show you the visuals in front of Rajiv Bhavan. How the protesters are actually being detained. And you see, because a while ago we could see a lady who was being dragged in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and she was Ankita Datta, who is actually a very, we can say, a very prime opposition leader when you count, when you talk about the opposition leaders in the Congress. So I'm trying to show you the visuals in front of Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, Rajiv Bhavan, and you can see how this is the fourth bus. I have to tell you, this is the fourth bus in which the protesters are being taken and they are being detained. They have tried to break the barricades and protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they have also said that as the Gandhi family, especially the Indian Congress, have been an integral part of Indian independence. So detaining them by ED is actually not acceptable. I'm trying to show you the live visuals from Rajiv Bhavan. Actually, a lot of lady protesters participated in today's protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan by Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, and a lot of them, we saw one of the lady protesters falling down from this barricade, and another one was dragged on the road because she tried to break the barricade and protest outside Rajiv Bhavan.
Well, Preeti, will request you to stay on with us. Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. The top story that we continue to track even this hour, the massive protests that have broken out pan-India, all of this in the backdrop of the summons which were given to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And Sonia Gandhi, in fact, will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate in relation to the National Herald case. There was a special request by her to have Priyanka Gandhi accompany her as well on medical grounds, which was also accepted as far as the ED is concerned. But just look at the visuals that we're bringing to you, not just from the national capital, but other parts of the country as well. Congress protests continue. All of this because the Congress today feels that this is just a witch hunt against the Gandhis. This is vendetta politics and there's no real case. They're calling this harassment and also a threat to democracy. My colleagues Siddhant continues to report for us. Preeti also continues to be with us. Siddhant, let me come to you first. This is literally a repetition of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi had been called for summons and for questioning as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. Let's talk to you first about the situation as far as the national capital is concerned. Where are all we seeing the protest today? Siddhant, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and reestablish that connection with my colleague Siddhant. But as I said, these protests are not coming just from the national capital, but from other parts as well. My colleague Preeti is also getting us some visuals and reports of what's taking place in Guwahati, I believe. Preeti, could you talk to us about what's happening around you? Preeti, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and actually I am trying to show you the visuals on the screen how the protest here has turned violent today as the APCC Assam Pradesh Congress Committee actually tried to protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they were given a lot of barricades. They were asked to protest inside the Rajiv Bhavan, but we could see that the protest broke the barricade and came out of Rajiv Bhavan, for which a lot of clash happened between the security personnel and the protesters. We could see we can say a lot of women were actually participating protest, and a lot of women were seen breaking the barricade and coming out as well, for which one lady who is recognized as Ankita Datta, who is one of the very prime leaders of opposition in Congress, she was being dragged to a traffic point in between the roads, and after that also we could see a lot of protesters where they had come into clashes with the security personnel deployed outside the Congress committee. So you see, primarily what they have been focusing is Sonia Gandhi, their leader, being summoned by ED. They stated that as the Indian Congress and basically particularly the Gandhi family has so much integral part of the Indian independence, so they regard this as disrespectful for their party that the ED is summoning their leader.
What is the kind of deployment that you're seeing on the ground, Preeti?
Yes, the deployment of security personnel, I have to tell you, it was tight security was maintained outside Rajiv Bhavan, so that the protesters cannot come out and they cannot protest outside. But we could see that they tried to break the barricade and come out from the Rajiv Bhavan. And while before the protest, actually, they had a meeting with the party officials, with the party members. Even when they stated that this time they will definitely do a very democratic protest, and if stopped by the security personnel, they will break all kinds of protests. Over to you.
Okay. So Preeti continues to report for us from Guwahati, where again massive protests continue to break out on the ground. The visuals that we're putting on the left side of the screens, I believe, are coming in now from Patna, where I believe certain government offices now, where the boards are also now being blackened. We'll just try and understand what is happening. My colleague Anshul is also now joining us. Anshul, do we have any more details of what's taking place in Patna? I believe it's a government office where certain boards are now being blackened.
So yes, these visuals are not coming from Patna, Ridhima. These visuals are coming from the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office in the national capital, where water cannons are now being used against these protesters. These are the protesters of Youth Congress who had collected over there to protest against the summoning of Sonia Gandhi to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as soon as they assembled, since 144 has been imposed in the entire Lieutenant Delhi, as soon as they started protesting, we are getting these visuals. The police initially tried to stop them from moving any forward, because they had planned to go to the Enforcement Directorate office to register their protest against the harassment of Sonia Gandhi by the Enforcement Director, as the Congress party has been putting it. But as soon as they tried to move out from the DPCC office, the police and the security forces tried to stop them. And when the situation started getting out of control, now water cannons have been used on them. These protesters are also now being detained by the Rapid Action Force and the police forces who are present outside the Congress office. So yes, in the next few minutes we can expect the conditions to get back to normal. But as of now, there is huge chaos that has been created over here by the workers of the Youth Congress. Also, the senior leaders, all the senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained from the national capital and are now being taken to various parts of the various other police stations of the national capital. For example, P. Chidambaram is being taken towards North Delhi, whereas Jairam Ramesh is being taken towards Old Delhi. So yes, all the workers and the party leaders who have been detained are being taken to different parts of the national capital and would be kept in detention in various police stations in and around the national capital, as well as what we have been told. Also, Sonia Gandhi is still inside the ED office. Now it remains to be seen when will this detention end, because not only the senior leaders but also CM Ashok Gehlot has been detained. Last time around we saw that these leaders were kept in detention for more than 12 to 13 hours. So yes, till the time Sonia Gandhi is inside the ED office, it is very, very unlikely that leaders will be let go of as of now.
Okay, so as Anshul is pointing out, most of the leaders have been taken into detention. Sonia Gandhi is currently at the ED office. My colleague Ashish Merishi tracks developments from the Enforcement Directorate is also now joining us on the broadcast. Ashish, first, for the benefit of our viewers, just talk to us about what time did Sonia Gandhi reach the ED office and what was that special request that was sent to ED as far as Priyanka Gandhi is concerned. But I believe, Ashish, I'll just come back to you in just a bit. I apologize there. I believe we're cutting across to a press conference now coming by Arvind Kejriwal.
दिल्ली में सुना है बिजली फ्री कर दी और अब 1 जुलाई से पंजाब में भी बिजली फ्री हो गई है। अभी तो हमारी 10 मार्च को नतीजे आए थे पंजाब के, 16 मार्च को सरकार बनी थी पंजाब के अंदर। मार्च, अप्रैल, मई, जून, जुलाई, 3 महीने हो गए। 3 महीने के अंदर पंजाब में भी बिजली फ्री हो गई है। लोग चाहते हैं कि गुजरात में भी होनी चाहिए। तो आज की पहली गारंटी हम बिजली के मुद्दे पे लेके आए हैं। ये गारंटी क्यों? क्योंकि कई पार्टियां ऐसी हैं जो कि चुनाव के पहले आके कहती हैं हमारा मैनिफेस्टो है, कुछ लोग कहते हैं हमारा संकल्प पत्र है, लेकिन चुनाव के बाद कुछ करते वर्ते नहीं है। वो उसको उठा के कूड़े में फेंक देते हैं। फिर उनसे पूछो कि भाई आपने तो कहा था 15-15 लाख रुपए देंगे, बोले नहीं वो तो चुनावी जुमला था। हम चुनावी जुमला नहीं करते, हमें राजनीति करनी नहीं आती, हमें पॉलिटिक्स करनी नहीं आती। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, हमारे जो अंदर है वही बाहर है। हम सच्चे लोग हैं, शरीफ लोग हैं, हम लोग शरीफों की पार्टी है, ईमानदार लोगों की पार्टी है आम आदमी पार्टी। तो इसलिए गारंटी दे रहे हैं। गारंटी मतलब अगर कहा, जैसे माल की गारंटी मिलती है बाजार जब जाते हो, अगर माल की गारंटी, माल ठीक ना निकले तो पैसा वापस, अगर एक काम ना करें तो अगली बार वोट मत देना। तो गारंटी है इस बात की, अगली बार वोट मांगने नहीं आएंगे। जो जो गारंटी दे रहे हैं वो गारंटी पूरी करेंगे, अगर गारंटी पूरी ना हो तो अगली बार वोट मत देना। तो पहली बिजली की गारंटी है आज। बिजली की गारंटी में 3 चीजें हैं, और ये वो 3 चीजें हम हवा में बात नहीं कर रहे, जो दिल्ली और पंजाब में करके आए हैं वही गुजरात के अंदर करेंगे। करके दिखाया है, करना।
Well, that was Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat ahead of the polls. But we're shifting our focus back to the big story that we continue to track, which is the protests that have broken out because Sonia Gandhi is now appearing before the Enforcement Directorate today in connection to the National Herald case. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi continues to be with us. Ashish, I apologize for interrupting earlier. Essentially, 2 things that I wanted to understand. One, what time did Sonia Gandhi reach the ED office, and what was its special request that was sent to ED as far as Priyanka Gandhi wanting to accompany her?
So it was around 12:10 when Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka and Rahul arrived at the ED office. My sources in the Enforcement Directorate revealed that it was around 10-15 minutes after she arrived that the questioning began, because there is a procedure that needs to be followed. There is a form that needs to be filled under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and then which basically you have to reveal all your identities and other things, and then the questioning started. Now the special request that we are talking about is basically Sonia Gandhi has not been keeping well. If you remember a month and a half back, when Enforcement Directorate had summoned Sonia Gandhi, she had made a request for adjournment of the summons. Reason being that she had suffered from COVID-19 symptoms, and even before that she had been keeping unwell for various other reasons. And in fact, she was also admitted in Gangaram Hospital. So there was special request that was made. One was that Priyanka Gandhi should be inside the premises of the Enforcement Directorate, obviously not in the room where she will be questioned or interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate officials, because she keeps medicines of Sonia Gandhi with her. So Priyanka Gandhi will be inside the premises. As we speak, she's inside this premises. Rahul Gandhi has already left from Enforcement Directorate office. The other request was a ventilated room, and the officers who are going to question Sonia Gandhi, they should have a negative RT-PCR test. So these formalities have been completed. In fact, all her requests were accepted, and the questioning as we speak has already started. The officers who are questioning Sonia Gandhi are wearing a proper mask, and Sonia Gandhi too is wearing a mask because she's just recovered from COVID. So, neither the officers, neither Sonia Gandhi would like to take any risk. But as far as the case goes, case is basically about how the money started from Kolkata-based shell company, and from there, if you remember, the money came into Young Indian, and Young Indian basically bought the debt of Associated Journal, which was given by Congress party. And you remember that the company Dotex Merchandise, from which the money came in, is supposed to be a shell company which basically was controlled or owned by a person called Sunil Bhandari, who was basically known in the circles of Kolkata as a person who was basically a hawala operator or an entry provider. So that money has been questioned. So Sonia Gandhi obviously is going to face tough time on the transaction because the allegations are very serious in nature. The court has said that the entire transaction was done with malified in mind or criminal or with criminal intent. You remember that in 2012-13 when Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court took the cognizance, and as we speak, both mother and son, including others who were basically a part of this company, Young Indian, are on bail as of now. We have the bail order in our possession. It was in 2013, and based on that complaint itself, when the court took cognizance, the Enforcement Directorate filed a ECIR. Now, interestingly, the Gandhis and others went to higher courts, including High Court and Supreme Court, and they were not able to find any relief in the matter, and that is why the process of law is being followed. Any PMLA case where an accused has been named, their statement has to be taken before a charge sheet has to be filed. So here the statements are being taken. You remember a few days back, Mallikarjuna Kharge, Pawan Bansal, all the officials who occupy position as of now, they were also questioned. So this is the process of law that Enforcement Directorate needs to follow, and nothing more than that. But then yes, we know that there is a political twist to the entire story, and we are seeing the entire Lutein zone facing lots of traffic snarls because of protests, and protests are happening all over India as well. But we can expect the questioning to get over early because Sonia Gandhi has not been keeping well. So we expect the questioning should get over in another 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, Ashish Mehrishi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's listen into some political reactions and we'll continue this conversation.
Everybody is equal in the law or not? ये कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं ये तक।
परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
How would you like to react to today's calling of Sonia Gandhi into ED?
It's a harassment, and they want to suppress the voice of the opponents. That's why we all are protesting. Let us see how many days they are going to call. Our leader is strong enough to face such things. She will not afraid of all these things.
अधीर रंजन चौधरी कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ईडी को इडियट कहते हैं। लाइव टेलीविजन पर मीडिया के सामने ईडी को इडियट कहते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की एक ही पहचान सभी कानूनी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का जी भर के करो अपमान। इसका प्रमाण हमने पहले भी देखा है। कभी लोकतंत्र पर सवाल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर सवाल, भारत की सेना पर सवाल, संसद पर सवाल। अब क्योंकि प्रथम परिवार जो भ्रष्टाचार का है, उससे उसके भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं।
My colleagues continue to be with us. Anshul is tracking all the developments for us here in the national capital, and Ashish Mehrishi tracking all the developments as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. Anshul, let me come to you first. Dramatic scenes continue to play out. As I said, a repetition of what we had seen when even Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But all of this is resulting into a lot of difficulty for the common man. There are traffic snarls, roads have been closed. Could you just talk to us about what is the current situation as far as this entire area in central Delhi is concerned?
That's right, Ridhima. I'm standing outside the Congress office right now. Just a few minutes ago, we saw the kind of commotion that was happening over here, where the senior leaders of the Congress party were detained by the Delhi police, and now they have been taken to various police stations in and around the national capital. Talking about the traffic, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. Although the traffic is moving pretty little smoothly as of now, but just a few minutes ago, there was a massive traffic snarl that was happening over here. The police is trying to control the flow of vehicles, and the barricades that you are seeing over here, these barricades have stopped this almost 1.5 kilometer stretch over here at Akbar Road, which means that none of the vehicles are being allowed to pass through this road, and this is causing a lot of trouble for the people in the national capital, because remember, this is one of the main roads that connect especially South Delhi to the Connaught Place Circle, or should I say the India Gate Circle. So yes, this is a very important road when it comes to the Delhi commuters who travel from South Delhi to central Delhi, and they were facing many issues, and especially during the time of peak hours, that is during 10 and 11 a.m. between 9 to 11 a.m. we saw a huge traffic jam that erupted over here. This was the same time when these leaders were being detained from the Congress office. So as of now, the update from the center is that the traffic is moving, although moving pretty slowly, but yes, the traffic is pretty smooth as of now, because the 1 p.m. So yes, the peak hours are over in the national capital, and that is why the traffic can be seen moving pretty smoothly as of now. But yes, the barricades are still in place outside the Congress office. This entire stretch of almost 1 kilometer is full of barricades, and the police is still not moving away, even though the protest has ended over here outside the AICC Akbar Road, where all the senior leaders and all the party workers who were protesting over here, they have been detained by the police, but still the barricades are in place. Vehicles are not being allowed to move through this road. So yes, what the police is telling us that the barricades will move only after Sonia Gandhi's questioning ends, so that no one can actually come over here and start a protest again. We saw some more visuals coming in from the Delhi Congress Committee office in the national capital as well. The news that I'm getting from there is that protest is also over. The police has detained almost all the workers, all the youth Congress workers who are protesting there have fled from the spot. So the situation over there is also under control. But yes, barricades are still in place in various nooks and corners of Lutyens Delhi. Now it remains to be seen when will these barricades be removed.
Okay, so as Anshul is pointing out that entire road still has barricades on it, and what he's picking up is that those barricades actually will only be removed once the questioning is over of Sonia Gandhi. And as Ashish was pointing out, it could be over in the next 4 to 5 hours. Let me quickly go back to Ashish Merishi. Ashish, let's break down the details of the outfits that are currently under the scanner, which is AJL as well as Young India. What are your ED sources telling you first as far as the shareholders of Young India are concerned?
Well, there's some interesting facts that we came to know today, is that about 1,500 shareholders were there in Associated Journal. Now, interestingly, in 2010, in the month of September, when Associated Journal was being taken over by Young Indian, it was only 7 people in Lucknow who decided that yes, this company should be handed over to Young Indian. Now, 1,500 shareholders were given information through basically a post where a postal department issues a notice to the shareholders. But interestingly, none of them came forward. Not even proxies came forward. So only 7 people decided that yes, in the AGM, that the company should be handed over to Young Indian, where the major equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now, as far as the transaction goes and why the complaint was filed and what is the argument given by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, especially Rahul Gandhi, when I spoke to sources in the Enforcement Directorate, tell me that he says, one, that it is not a commercial company. It's a Section 25 company under the Companies Act, which is basically an NGO, where you don't have a profit and loss account, but an income and expenditure account, 1. 2, he says that the decisions that were taken at that point in time were taken by Motilal Motilal Vora, and interestingly, if you remember, Motilal Vora is no longer alive. But here, the transaction is in question. Reason being that Subramanian Swamy came out with certain facts, and he filed a complaint before a court. The court accepted and took cognizance of that matter, and based on that cognizance, that the Enforcement Directorate registered an ECIR. And now, as we speak, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are basically, including others who occupied senior position in Young Indian, are on bail. But what was the transaction? The transaction was basically that on how, by paying just 50 lakh rupees, the Young Indian took over the debt of more than 90 crore rupees of Associated General. They took over the equity, but at the same time, assets worth more than 2,000 crore came into the kitty of Young Indian. So that is where the court says it is done with criminal intent or with malafide. So that is why Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are being questioned.
Okay, Ashish Maharishi and Anshul, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments right through the day. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. Trinamool Congress is holding its Martyrs Day rally today in Kolkata. Starting her address, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and TMC Supremo said, "We have the ability to fight and the spine to take on the BJP." Scores of Trinamool supporters have thronged Kolkata, and security in the city also has been beefed up. The movement of goods and vehicles in Kolkata also has been restricted. Schools and colleges have been closed. As many as 15 huge screens have been set up across the city. Bengal marks the Martyrs' Day to pay tribute to 13 people who lost their lives in 1993 when the Kolkata police fired at a rally by the Kolkata Youth Congress that was led by Mamata Banerjee. So that's the big story that we're tracking as far as Kolkata is concerned. Schools and colleges, as I pointed out, will remain shut as part of this mega rally in Kolkata. 100 plus CCTV cameras, 40 police pickets have also been put in place. Huge stage that has been set up in areas in Kolkata is what we're understanding. 15 giant screens have been installed all across the city as well. Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague and a senior editor, is now joining us with more details. What is the significance of this TMC's Shahid Divas that we are seeing today, Pallavi?
Foundation Day. সরকার ভাঙছে, ব্যাংক বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছে, প্রভিডেন্ট ফান্ডের টাকা কোথায় যাচ্ছে জানি না, এমন অবস্থা হয়েছে যে কলকাতা থেকে সবচেয়ে বেশি ট্যাক্স তুলে নিয়ে যায় বাংলা থেকে। চায়ের ট্যাক্স, চায়ের হেডকোয়ার্টার বাংলা। কোল ইন্ডিয়া ট্যাক্স, কোল ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে বাংলা। সেল ট্যাক্স যদিও স্টেটের কিছুই নেই, জিএসটি হয়ে গেছে। শেষের ওপর ট্যাক্স।
So there are a series of tax which has been imposed by the central government. The GST tax, the sales tax.
রেল সেক্টর বন্ধ, এয়ার ইন্ডিয়া বন্ধ।
And they've also shut down many of the public units. Coal India has been shut down, Air India has been shut down.
লক্ষ লক্ষ চাকরি ছাঁটাই হয়ে গেছে।
Lots of people, lakhs and lakhs of people have lost their jobs.
না তো অগ্নিপথ।
So now the new alternative which has been offered as a stop by the government is Agnipath. Agnipath cannot be an alternative. It's just going to fire up and spread the fire of the people. They've shut down the army and they started the Agnipath scheme.
সশস্ত্র কিছু তৈরি করা, পরে যারা আপনাদের ক্যাডার হয়ে কাজ করবে।
The whole purpose behind this is that you want a cadre which will be built in the armed forces who will work for you.
দেব চলে এসো। আরে আমি তো ডেকে গেলাম। দেব এটা ধরে দাঁড়াও তো।
Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague and senior editor, continues to be with us. So, Pallavi, essentially I was trying to understand what is the significance of this Shahid Divas or this rally that we're seeing in Kolkata today.
So it's considered to be the martyrdom day. It's actually also considered to be the foundation day. Ridhima, if you remember, the genesis of the Trinamool Congress was actually what happened in Nandigram and also to a certain extent in Shinkur. And when that firing broke out between the security officials and the farmers, many farmers actually were died, and this is in memory of them. But of course, the Trinamool Congress also uses this as a stage or a platform to remind that, you know, the birth of the Trinamool Congress is actually in sync with what happened in Nandigram many years back, and therefore they call it a Shaheed Divas or the Martyrdom Day. And for the Trinamool Congress is actually a very big ticket event, so much so that the preparations goes on for days. They have skipped Parliament. None of the MPs we've seen in Parliament the whole of this week because all of them have been parked in Kolkata. And specifically ahead of the 2024 elections, Mamata Banerjee is clearly going to use her speech today as a stepping stone to positioning her party as a pan-national alternative, and also, you know, being the one who is going to be the fulcrum in the formation of an opposition unity. And thereby lies the importance of Shaheed Divas for the Trinamool Congress.
Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. The day is here. India is all set to get its 15th president today. Over 31 ballot boxes from states, union territories and the parliament will be counted. NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu is likely to sweep the polls with over 60% of the votes, perhaps bettering the vote polled by her predecessor and current President Ramnath Kovind. Now, Draupadi Murmu, the potential president, will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president that the country will see, the first to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Odisha. Competing with her is opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha, an old BJP hand for over 2.5 decades. All eyes now on room 63 of the Parliamentary House, where the counting will began earlier in the day at about 11 a.m.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला हैं, ट्राइबल हैं, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है और सिंपल का चलते और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है, उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है। और जब पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे, कोई भी आए कहीं से भी आए उसका बात को समझते थे, लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं।
We are in Rairangpur in the Mayurbhanj district of Odisha, and this is the place from where Draupadi Murmu actually started her political career as a councillor. If my camera person Guneet Singh can show you, the town is actually full of anticipation of a victory on the 21st. Laddus have been prepared, and numberless of them actually have already been prepared, and people are ready to dish them out the moment the results come in. Not just that, mobile loudspeakers have been on the roads through the evening, essentially asking people to come and join in the victory procession once Murmu's results actually come in, or once the presidential polls results actually come in. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए।
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी मैडम, रायरंगपुर के लोग जिन्हें दीदी के नाम से पुकारते हैं, ये जीत सिर्फ दीदी की नहीं, ये पूरे रायरंगपुर की जीत हमें ऐसा फील हो रहा है। और जैसे दिवाली के समय मिठाइयाँ बनती हैं उस तरीके से मिठाई बन रही है, हमें इतनी खुशी महसूस हो रही है कि मतलब ये शब्द में मैं आपको बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
द्रौपदी दीदी बहुत डाउन टू अर्थ है, जो भी उन प्रॉब्लम लेकर उनके पास जाने से वो हर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करती हैं, और आप कितने सालों पहले भी अगर उनसे मिले हैं और बहुत दिन बाद वापस जाके मिलेंगे तो आपको रिकॉग्नाइज जरूर करेंगे।
Let me also now bring in my colleagues. Akash Sharma is joining us from Draupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. My colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, let me come to you first. As we said, India is all set to get its first tribal president. Many first as far as Draupadi Murmu is concerned. But first, if you could just break down this entire ballot process of how it actually takes place.
So as we all know, the state legislatures also vote, and of course the MPs vote, and the state legislatures have the right to, also allow their respective MPs to come and vote, and that's exactly what the Trinamool Congress did. And then the day the voting was over, after that on flights we had huge security arrangements, and all these ballot boxes were brought here. And inside Parliament, that's in room number 63, which is on the first floor of the Parliament. In the strong room, all the ballot boxes have been kept. They were opened at around 11 a.m. this morning, and then it is actually those ballot papers, so it's counting by hand, and that began around 11:15 is what we have been told. So even as we speak, that counting is going on. They arrange it alphabetically, state-wise, and that's how the counting takes place. By around 4 to 5 is what we are told that we can expect some kind of official announcement of the figures. Look, in terms of numbers, if you're going to ask me, Ridhima, there's no doubt about the fact that they are stacked heavily in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Not just the entire NDA, but some surprises there in parties which supported her, like the Shiv Sena. Then, of course, there's the JMM. But I think what is going to be more important, when we're going to get the breakdown of the percentage of states, whether there actually has been split in votes of even those parties which supported Yashwant Sinha. So the margin of victory of Draupadi Murmu, cross-voting, I think that's where the story lies.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Pallavi, and I'll come back to you on that in just a bit. But let's take in a word from Akash also. Akash, considering the fact you're joining us from outside Draupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital, any sort of activity that you're seeing?
So, Ridhima, this is an important day, a day when we are going to get our 15th president, and at this point in time, I'm standing outside the Draupadi Murmu's residence, and let me show you the preparations first. If I can ask my camera person to show you the canopies and all the stage-like structures inside. You can see that preparations are underway, and we are learning that some senior leaders would be coming here after 2:30 at this point in time. Also, let me tell you that while it is about BJP Karyakartas, so they are excited because they are somewhere very much sure that Draupadi Murmu is going to win. And in some time from now, we'll get some sort of clarity. But at this point in time, if I can show you the visuals, just a few minutes back, NDMC workers were here and they started the beautification work and all the patch filling works. And that's the reason why, we are showing you the visuals of this beautification work that is being done by NDMC at this point in time. And also we are learning that by 2:30 Prime Minister Modi will be visiting this particular place. So at this point in time, officers are working for the security, and on the other hand, Karyakartas are working for the celebrations, and everyone is excited because they are somewhere sure that Draupadi Murmu is going to win and she'll be the 15th president of India.
Right. Akash, just stay on with us. Let me quickly go back to Pallavi also. Pallavi, I agree with the fact that numbers were already in favor of the NDA's candidate. So what will be interesting to see, one will be whether Draupadi Murmu actually betters the percentage from what Ramnath Kovind had. But even as far as the opposition is concerned, and you were rightly pointing out that you had a lot of surprise voters because, you wanted to be on the right side of history when India gets its first tribal president. But as far as the opposition is concerned, considering the fact that we saw one party after another supporting Draupadi Murmu, the larger question is, was this also a missed opportunity for the opposition? Should they have put a better candidate?
I'm just going to go by Mamata Banerjee's statement when the government announced the name, or the BJP announced the name of Draupadi Murmu, and she said, if they had discussed this earlier, maybe something could have been done. I think that best captures the dilemma of the opposition space. Not just a woman factor, and women voters do matter. I mean, if you look at state election results of late, whether it's been Bihar, whether it's been Uttar Pradesh recently, the woman factor does matter. The number of voters of women are increasing, and they often make or break governments. And Mamata Banerjee, for example, does know that. After all, her USP is the fact that she's the lone woman chief minister in her country. And also in Bengal election, she used that card effectively. But, so that's, I think, captures a dilemma within the opposition parties. minorities, and also the fact that Draupadi Murmu not just a woman, she's also a tribal. State after state, you look at Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, parts of Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, all of them have a substantial tribal population, and of course Northeast. Now that is where the problem, for example, is, I'm going to talk about TMC repeatedly, because if they want to move towards Northeast, the tribal vote bank matters, and therefore this is going to come back to haunt them. But if you have decided on Yashwant Sinha and the Congress plus AAP plus the TMC decide to back him till the end, there's not much that they could have done. And I think you're right, Ridhima, when you move towards 2024, this is certainly going to be a narrative which the BJP is going to hit out at them, which is why I explained like a Shiv Sena or even a JMM decide to break ranks and support the BJP at least on this name.
Pallavi, I'll just request you stay on with us. We're also now getting some very colorful visuals. They are coming in from Rairangpur, Odisha, which remember is the native or the hometown of Draupadi Murmu. My colleague Rupashri actually has been tracking all these developments for us from that native town. Rupashri, we're already staying with those very colorful visuals, some dance performances that we're seeing. You've been there speaking to people. What is the mood on the ground? Okay, we'll try and reestablish that connection with my colleague Rupashri. But as I said, some visuals now coming in from Draupadi Murmu's hometown. And this is Rairangpur, which is Odisha. As we said, India is all set to get its 15th president today. And there will be a lot of firsts as far as Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's candidate. One, this will be India's first tribal president. And then, of course, the first from Odisha as well. So as I said, many firsts as far as Draupadi Murmu, who's all set to become the first tribal president of India, the first Odia president for India. She's been a former Jharkhand governor from 2015 to 2021, former national executive member of the BJP Scheduled Tribe Morcha in 2013 as well. I believe my colleague Rupashri is now joining us. Rupashri, we're seeing those colorful visuals coming in from the hometown of Draupadi Murmu. You've been speaking to a lot of people. Okay, we'll just come back to Rupashri in just a bit. We have to quickly shift our focus to some breaking developments also coming in. Now, this is as far as the Congress protests that have broken out pan-India. We're now understanding Congress protests in Bangalore, in fact, have turned violent. One car has been set on fire. All of this in the backdrop of Sonia Gandhi being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection of the National Herald case, a repetition of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi had also appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. And we actually saw the protest continued for all the days that he came to the ED office to answer their questions. And now we are seeing the same when Sonia Gandhi is also appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress has been saying that this is just vendetta politics, this is just sheer harassment. There is no real proof as far as what the ED is working with. But the BJP is questioning the fact that if the Gandhis have nothing to hide, then why are they just not appearing for routine questioning, and why are we seeing these kind of protests break across India? Because it's not just political anymore, it's also resulting in a lot of inconvenience to common people on the ground. And as we were getting you visuals earlier from the national capital to Guwahati, and now protesters setting a car on fire in Bengaluru, and I believe this is in front of the ED office in Bengaluru. My colleague Harish Upadhyay now joining us with more details. Harish, this is unacceptable. There is no other way of putting it. This is routine questioning. Rather than just appearing for that questioning calmly, we're seeing protests break out. Can you talk to us about what's happened in Bangalore?
Well, the initial reports now coming in suggest that the Karnataka Youth Congress workers have set a car ablaze right in front of the Enforcement Directorate office in Bengaluru. And this is a busy junction. This also is a transit hub. This has the Shantinagar Transit Center, the BMTC bus shelter over there. And it caused a lot of inconvenience over there. Remember, the Congress has been given permission to protest at Freedom Park. They want to take out a march towards the Raj Bhavan. Even as that is on, another set of protesters have landed up outside the ED office and they carried out this particular act. And we understand that 6 people have been detained immediately by the police for this. Has to be seen if this was a car that was brought by the Congress to stage this protest or if it belongs to someone else that was set ablaze. That is yet to come out. That information perhaps in the next couple of hours that will be out. But definitely, as you rightly mentioned, when they've been given permission, when there is an investigation happening, and we've seen protests happening in a very peaceful manner at multiple places in the city, in the country, was this required is the question.
So Harish, as you're pointing out, what we're seeing on our screens where that car has been set on fire, that has taken place in front of the ED office. Is that the only area in Bengaluru which is currently seeing protests?
Well, there is a protest that's on at Freedom Park that's being attended by DK Shivkumar Siddaramaiah and various other Congress leaders. And that is where maximum deployment of security had happened. Not much in front of the Enforcement Directorate office, because the plan that the Congress had submitted to the Bangalore police was to march from Freedom Park to the Raj Bhavan. They would have been stalled somewhere in between, not allowed anywhere close to the Raj Bhavan. But even as the Bengaluru police's focus was on that, you had a bunch of Congress, Youth Congress workers landing up at the Enforcement Directorate office and burning a car in front of the Enforcement Directorate office. This is being seen as unacceptable behavior. There was protest, permission was given for that. But to go elsewhere and carry out this act and inconvenience public who are there, it's a busy stretch of the road and it sees a lot of traffic. And as you can see in the visual, that entire lane has now been blocked.
Harish, I apologize for interrupting. We also have BJP's S. Prakash now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you react to what we are seeing on our screens, a car that has been set on fire as mark of protest by Congress workers?
See, this is vandalism. It is not protest. The president of the Youth Congress himself is a Gunda. He is facing several cases of assault case. And this is very unfortunate. Some private vehicle is burnt just to prove their point of view. A peaceful protest is welcome in democracy. But this kind of Gundaism is not acceptable. The police should use heavy hand and book all these people in a stringent possible law.
So the Congress has been saying that this is a witch hunt as far as the central government is concerned, where today agencies are being misused. This is just political vendetta. There is no real case here.
No, if it is political vendetta, the courts are there to decide whether it is right or wrong. Who are these people to decide which is witch hunting, political vendetta and indulge in violence? Is that the Congress culture? Is it they claim to be the Mahatma Gandhi, party of Mahatma Gandhi? Is that the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi? Burning cars and protesting in a violent manner. It is very, very unfortunate. These lumpen elements must be taken into custody and punished severely.
I also want to understand, how do you respond to this now becoming a pattern? First, we saw this when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. For days together, we saw protests. Now we're seeing a similar picture when Sonia Gandhi has been summoned as well. Why do you think the Congress is making this as a pattern which was essentially just routine questioning?
They are celebrating the corruption and they believe by hitting the street.
Sir, I just apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. We're now getting some other updates also now coming in. Rahul Gandhi has now attacked the government. I believe he's put out a tweet which has gone on to say, if you discuss GST, the House is adjourned. If you discuss inflation, the House is adjourned. If you discuss the Agnipath scheme, the House is adjourned. Discuss misuse of agencies, the House is adjourned. Today, publicly, the voice of the people of the country is being suppressed, but truth will prevail over this arrogance and dictatorship. Pallavi Ghosh is now back with us. Pallavi, this is something that we've heard from various Congress leaders in the past as well, that all dissenting voices are being curbed today and no real issues are being discussed by the central government. Is that, again, the similar narrative that we're seeing this time around?
Yes, absolutely. And it's also interesting that, he's touching upon the fact that there are those GST taxes which are being imposed, price rise, people's concerns are not being addressed. I think at one level, Ridhima is also trying to blunt that criticism which is being made of the Congress party, that is only concerned and hits the streets when the Gandhis are attacked. if the Gandhis have to go to an ED or being investigated, they're the only time they're going to the streets, and they don't talk about people's issues. So I think Rahul Gandhi, through his tweet, is trying to do that kind of a course correction, and also a reminder to the government that core issues which actually should be discussed inside the parliament, and what should be the priority of the government is just not being kept in mind.
But you know, Pallavi, here I also want to understand from you, considering the fact you've been tracking the party for a very long time. For the rest of the year, we hear the Congress saying that there is no platform given as far as the discussion is concerned. When the monsoon session of Parliament or any other session takes place, we actually don't see the opposition making use of that platform.
Yes, this is a double-edged sword. I mean, damn if you do, damn if you don't is what the Congress party tells us. But, you know, I think they have decided that a short-duration discussion doesn't really work. It doesn't grab the eyeballs. And also whether the government is going to agree to it or not. And whether in terms of, you know, presentation of facts, will that edge really go to the government? And, you know, this is something which Rahul Gandhi and many opposition leaders have been making the point that even if we stand up to speak when there's calm all around, either the mics are switched off or, you know, you don't allow the television cameras to focus on us. So they feel that this kind of a hangama, disruption of parliament, is something which makes their messaging very strong to the government, but more importantly to their core constituency.
And Pallavi, you know, just taking on from what you're saying, especially as far as the issues that have been raised by Rahul Gandhi in this tweet, there has also been fair share criticism against the opposition that look at what the opposition is focusing on. They're focusing on a list of unparliamentary words, then a dharna circular, all of this which has already been a part. They should be focusing on the real issues.
Well, you know, Ridhima, we've been watching Parliament in the last 4 days. Today happens to be the 4th day. And yes, the opposition has been protesting on GST. That's been inside Parliament. But did you see the same Congress party out on the streets on the GST issue the day that notification came? Well, no. When it came about price rise, did they go out to the streets ever since the day one of Parliament? No. So therefore, they invite this criticism that you mobilize your entire party cadre.
Correct.
Your chief ministers come down here. Your top leaders come down here, but only on a day when Sonia Gandhi is going to ED.
Now let's talk about the protests that we're seeing, Pallavi, and I know this is something that we've discussed time and again. I just want to understand what is the thinking within the Congress party to make this a pattern for essentially what is routine questioning?
Well, first of all, it adds on to the importance and the power of the Gandhis within the Congress party. The fact that they've been able to mobilize the cadre gives them the strength, because the point also is that you are losing election after election, and every time they start losing key elections, the worrying signs becomes even more deeper, because it just starts raising a question on whether the Gandhis have the capability and how long can they keep the flock together. I think this is their day where they managed to show that, you know, we call the shots. We are able to get the entire cadre on the streets. That's one. Second, the fact that she is the president of the party, even though she's the interim president, the fact that Rahul Gandhi is the one who raises voice. Look at the kind of posters and tweets that they're coming out with. I mean, if you notice the social media timeline, an earlier soundbite of Sonia Gandhi, which I remember she gave to us in a different context, where she said, you know, I'm the daughter-in-law of Indira Gandhi and I'm not scared. That is now being made viral on the social media to put forward the point that, you know, we dare the government, we question the Prime Minister, and therefore we are being targeted.
Pallavi, last, quickly, I also want to understand before I go back to Harish, but the opposition also opens itself to a fair share of criticism when you have public property being vandalized.
We are seeing those pictures which are coming out from Bengaluru. Remember when there were protests on Rahul Gandhi too, there were shots of tires being deflated. And at the end of the day, it's the common man who gets affected.
Absolutely.
Today, I mean, we were working in central Delhi. It was very difficult for movement, even for us, even though we were in the media, Ridhima. So imagine office hours, people want to go out in the streets, they're not able to do so. It just adds on to this narrative which is going to be built up by the BJP, that how inconveniencing of the common man, because you want to project that one particular leader.
Pallavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. I quickly now want to go back to Harish, where this car has been set ablaze in front of the ED office in Bengaluru. So I want to understand what is the kind of deployment that you're seeing on the ground now to ensure that no such incident can be repeated, Harish.
Well, they have stepped up security outside the Enforcement Directorate office. They've also rounded up people, a handful of Youth Congress workers who were at the spot, and they've ensured that no more crowd gathers over there. They've also ensured that this whole side of the road is cordoned off so that this doesn't lead to any untoward incident. And remember, as I mentioned, it's a busy road. It has a bus station, a major one in central Bengaluru. This is also a crucial area, crucial road that connects South Bengaluru to Central Bengaluru. You will have a lot of schools now also getting over, so which sees heavy traffic over there. And this particular act of the Youth Congress definitely will tarnish the Congress's image. This is being done. Remember, this is not being done for price rise. This is not being done for increase in GST that hurts the common man. This is being done because the Congress wants to show that their leaders are being targeted. And this perhaps will go against the Congress, especially the public sentiment that hundreds and thousands of people are being pushed into inconvenience because the Congress wants to protect two of their leaders. That's the message that is going across to the public.
And Harish, last time around, we in fact had seen common people bear the brunt. There was an ambulance that was stuck because of these protests that had broken out pan-India, specifically as far as Bengaluru is concerned. No lessons seem to have learned that at least don't inconvenience the common people. You can have a peaceful protest.
Absolutely, yeah. Today as well, there is a protest. The protest has been allowed at Freedom Park, but the Congress wants to take out a rally towards the Raj Bhavan. That will lead to some traffic pile-up in central Bengaluru. And another road now seeing heavy traffic and a pile-up because the Congress workers burnt a car on a crucial road linking South Bangalore to central Bangalore. This definitely will raise questions on what is the priority of the Congress. The Congress here is already a divided house, and it is sending a wrong message to the people. On the other hand, now we are pushing the general public into inconvenience for the sake of two individuals. You are not responding with such protests on GST or price hike or any of these issues that affect the common man. But instead, this has been your major grouse or major concern that has happened twice now for the last month or so. And the question that people want to know is this what you are promising the people, especially in Karnataka, which is going into election in the next 1 year? People's issue is not something that is on your mind. It's either a leader's birthday bash or your leaders being interrogated, staging a protest because your leaders are being interrogated by the youth.
And Harish, a larger issue also is, which is giving a lot of ammunition to the BJP, is that today the narrative that the Congress is putting out is that the Gandhis are above the party. So anything that happens to the Gandhis, slightly connected to the Gandhis also, and you see these kind of scenes on the ground. The larger question is, if there is nothing to hide, then why not just appear before the ED and get it done with?
That's something that the Congress has consistently now failed to answer on why it needs to have such a huge protest in the first place for two individuals. Don't they believe the Constitution, the court of law? Second, there have been instances where individuals have felt that institutions have targeted them. Where was the Congress then? Why didn't the Congress hit the streets to protect their interests if now the Congress says that the institutions, central government agencies and institutions are being misused? Only when it comes to Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi, the top leadership of the Congress, that's when you see all these leaders hitting the streets. And the Congress consistently over the last month or so has failed to answer on why it is not standing up for other people or protesting equal strength on various other aspects, whether it's issues that hurt the common man or when it believes that other individuals have been unfairly targeted by agencies. The Congress clearly out of answers, but this will only make it much more difficult for the Congress to justify this protest.
Absolutely. Harish and Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Now shifting our focus to Maharashtra, where we're understanding amid protest, the Maharashtra government to start work on the metro car shed in RA. The government had issued orders for restarting of work. That's the big update that's coming in. The Maha government has issued an order for work to start on the metro car shed in RA. Remember, this had become a big political flashpoint, and we'd seen the Thackeray's also hit out at Eknath Shinde, saying don't let political differences impact the lives of common people. Vinaya Deshpande now joining us with more details. Vinaya, when are we expecting the work on the metro shed to restart?
Well, now that an official order has been passed by the government, we expect that the work will start within the next few days. Now, remember that this was an issue that was pending in the court of law as well. The first decision that the Maharashtra government had taken, this new government after coming to power, was to instruct the lawyers to change the government's stand in court. And today, an official order, as we've been flashing on the screens, has finally been passed by the Maharashtra government. Now, as per this order, it clearly states that there is, we are vacating the stay that was issued for construction of car shed depot at Metro. There is no way in which environment will get affected. The ecosystem will get affected due to the work that is going to start in RA. Also, the letter directs the machineries to take care that the ecosystem does not get affected due to the work that is going to continue there. This is the Mumbai Metro Line 3, which is Kulaba Bandra Seeps line. The government says that this will fast-pace the work of Metro Car Shed, and this will in return give better infrastructure for Mumbai, which at present is dependent mainly on the local trains. So while the government says that this is a decision that was necessary, it has now issued a formal order stating that work should begin there as soon as possible. While on the other hand, now we've seen that the protests by the Greens have also been continuing at RA, asking the government to not go ahead with the Metro Car Shed there.
Vinya, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. The protests still continue, and this has also become a flashpoint between the Thakres and the new government of Eknath Shinde, where the Thakres felt that there was a political point that was being made at the cost of the concerns of the common people.
Well, we've seen that, Aditya Thackeray as well as Uddhav Thackeray have been vociferous about this since the time the new government came into being. Uddhav Thackeray had said that in case there's this anger against the Thackeray's, that should not be vented out against Mumbaikars, and the green lung should not be affected because of this personal anger. Now we have seen, though protests have continued, Aditya Thackeray himself had visited the protest sites. We've also seen that there's a complaint which has been filed against him by certain organizations saying that children were also involved in these protests. So the political slugfest over RA Metro Car Shed will continue in Maharashtra. But meanwhile, the government making it amply clear that it plans to go ahead with the Metro Car Shed construction at RA.
Vinya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. But for now, it's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Akanksha, who's also now joining us in the studios. Hi, Akanksha.
Hi, Ridhima. Many thanks. And with that, it's the beginning of the newscast at 2 p.m. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress President, Sonia Gandhi, is currently being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have accompanied Sonia Gandhi to the ED office. While Rahul Gandhi left after dropping them, Priyanka Gandhi stayed back with Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, the Congress has created a ruckus inside both houses of the Parliament to protest against the summons. Various senior Congress leaders have also been detained by the police. And so what we are bringing to you are these latest visuals of the nationwide protests that are taking place. As you can see on the first window to your left are those nationwide protests which have been a show of strength by the Congress party. And of course, in the middle of your screen, you can see the Congress stir taking place inside the Parliament, and to your right are visuals of Sonia Gandhi reaching the ED office, which happened a couple of hours ago. For now, let's also listen into some political reactions that have poured in.
Everybody is equal in the law or not? कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं ये तक.
अधीर रंजन चौधरी, right on the top of the vehicle. अधीर जी क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
This is a sinister design. Heinous acts being perpetrated by the ruling dispensation in order to demolish any ideological opponent of the ruling dispensation.
So you people were stopped.
Certainly, this kind of heinous acts being played by the BJP party should be protested. Now the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondents. I'm joined in by Ashish Mehrishi, who's live from the ED office. Also joined in by Anshul Singh, who's currently stationed outside the Congress headquarters. First, let me go across to Ashish. Ashish, as far as the ED office is concerned, I believe Sonia Gandhi reached there a couple of hours ago. What is the status of the interrogation? How far has it reached? What are you learning from your sources? And what will be the Enforcement Directorate's focus today? Will Sonia Gandhi be facing the same questions that were posed to Rahul Gandhi?
So the questioning is obviously on the line of the money trail, basically, and especially, you know, her control, or you can say her interference in the takeover of Associated Journal by Young Indian. But she is answerable for the reason because she holds 38% equity. She's a majority equity holder, like Rahul Gandhi, and that is why she has been summoned for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. She came in at around 12:10. And after that, there is a form, a normal procedure that needs to be followed, which includes giving certain identification documents and filling in a form before the questioning starts. The questioning started at around 12:30, and since then she is inside. We can expect the questioning to get over by 5:36 in the evening today, because she has not been keeping well. Let's see if she goes out for lunch or not. That again, that needs to be seen, because she came in late. Whether she takes her lunch inside the ED office or not, that is again a big question. Priyanka Gandhi is inside as of now. As we speak, Priyanka Gandhi is inside the Enforcement Directorate office. She took special permission after a request was sent to the ED officials saying that the mother needs support of medicines and other things, and she keeps all her medicines and other things in her possession. So Priyanka Gandhi is inside the ED office. Rahul Gandhi left after dropping Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. So the questioning is obviously on the line of on the money trail. Let's see how things move forward during the day.
Right. We'll come back to you, Ashish, as far as that line of questioning is concerned. For now, let me also quickly go across to Anshul Singh, who's stationed outside the Congress headquarters. Anshul, if you could give me a sense of what's happening at the Congress headquarters, because we've seen some very angry protests happening all across the country, but we're also learning at the same time several leaders have been detained. If you could give us a sense of how many leaders are we talking about who've been detained, and could you name some if they have been detained at all?
That's it, Akansha. So outside the Congress office currently, the situation is very peaceful since all the leaders and the protesters who were protesting here have been detained. I'll just try and show you the visuals. If you could see this entire road, the entire stretch of Akbar Road, just a few minutes ago, approximately an hour ago, there was a huge chaos that was created over here by the Congress party workers who had stepped out of tried to step out of their office and sit on a dharna. But as soon as they sat on a dharna over there, the police and the RAF who was present on the spot started detaining them, and all the senior leaders of the Congress party who were at that point in time present have all been detained. These leaders include the likes of P. Chidambaram, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. In fact, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, he has also been detained along with leaders like Sachin Pilot, Dipendra Hooda, and they have now been taken to different parts of the national capital. They are all being kept in the different police stations. As of now, what we are being told from the police is that they wouldn't be let go, or they wouldn't let them go free until and unless the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is over for the day. So most likely we are going to see all these leaders being detained throughout the day, all these protesters being detained throughout the day. But as you can see, even as the protesters have been detained and Sonia Gandhi is still, the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is still on inside the Enforcement Directorate, the barricades and the arrangements that were made by the police, these arrangements are the same. The police has not removed, has not let down on any sort of his arrangements, because they are making sure that no other Congress workers should be allowed to enter or go any way nearby the AICC office, where they can again sit on protest. Because remember, since this morning, Section 144 has strictly been imposed in this area, and also what the Delhi police has been telling us that.
All right, Anshul, stay with us. We are also getting some live visuals from Shivaji Bridge. A train has been stopped by youth workers of the Youth Congress. As we can see, hectic sloganeering taking place on the railway tracks. We can see a train has been stopped at the Shivaji Bridge in the national capital. People, of course, looking very angry. I am also joined in by our correspondent Nikhil on the phone line. Nikhil, if you could take us through the security situation as far as action against these protesters is concerned. Why hasn't any action been taken so far? We can clearly see that a train has been stopped at the station.
So as per the details, Arunima, these are the visuals which are being played out from the Shivaji Bridge area. This falls near the Connaught Place, and these are the visuals. In the visuals, we can see that these are the workers of the Congress party. They are clearly protesting against the questioning which is taking place for their interim president Sonia Gandhi. Today, she's being questioned by the ED officials, and this is in response of that now they have gathered not just on the roadside, because in the Latian Delhi, if we talk about the Latian Delhi side near and about the AICC office, Section 144 has already been enforced in so long. Many of the leaders have already been detained, but now these are the fresh visuals we are seeing from the Shivaji Bridge area, where the trains have been stopped by the Congress workers. This is in response of the questioning which is taking place. We can see that some of the police officials have also reached out there. Soon we can expect that some of the detention will also take place, because the police is very much strict on the action. The DCP of New Delhi, Amrita, she already announced that no permission has been sought for any of the demonstration by the workers of the Congress party. We already know that many of the MPs of Congress party, they have been detained, but now on the other side, the trains have also been stopped.
Right.
These are the local trains which runs in the NCR area. So these are the visuals we are, playing.
I mean, even if they are local trains running in the NCR region, what does it mean? I mean, what is the show of strength that we are looking at? I mean, how is this even being called a show of strength when it's causing so much inconvenience to the common man? Having said that, let me take my next question from Pallavi Ghosh, who's also stationed in the national capital currently. Pallavi, we just saw some very shocking visuals of the Youth Congress workers stopping a train at the Shivaji Bridge. We've seen that arson taking place in Bengaluru. A clash also took place between the Congress workers and the police in Guwahati. How are these angry protests even being called a show of strength by the Congress party, when we know that this is just going to backfire for the Congress, especially when it comes to the inconvenience it's causing to the common man?
Well, I don't think the Congress party is calculating even that. They don't see it as something which is going to backfire. As long as they keep on getting that attention, grabbing eyeballs, they're going to use it as a justification for these street protests. But, it's a catch-22 situation. They need to go out and protest as a political party. At least that's what they think, especially when their leader is being investigated, even as we speak, by the ED. But on the other hand, they also run the risk of losing the support of the people. See, if the whole calculation and the strategy was to get sympathy from the people and support for the Gandhis, that may not completely happen, because one, does it make the party look entitled? Why are you not hitting the streets when it comes up people's issues if you claim to be a people's party? That's one. Second, at the end of the day, who are the people? You and me, the common man, the ones who are going to office, who are traveling by public transport, they are getting affected. So when cars are being burned, tires are being deflated, trains are being stopped, I don't think the Congress party is going to end up having the support of the people.
Right, Pallavi, stay with us, because I'll also quickly go back to Ashish, who's been tracking the interrogation at the moment. Ashish, if you could take me through the line of questioning as we were discussing earlier. We know that the transactions are now back in focus after Rahul Gandhi was questioned earlier at the ED office. Having said that, you have some crucial information regarding the shareholding of the companies that are in question. If you could take us through that very crucial information.
So the big question as of now is that there are around 1,500 shareholders who actually had shares of Associated Journal. You remember that, Associated Journal has been in existence since 1938, pre-independence time. Now, interestingly, if you see the decision that was taken to hand over Associated Journal into the hands of Young Indian, it was taken by only 7 people. We have the list of those 7 people in our hand who just took the decision in the month of September 2010 that Associated Journal should be handed over to a company named Young Indian, where the majority equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now, the defense of the Gandhis is basically that no assets have basically come into their hand. Reason being that it's a Section 25 company. Now, what's a Section 25 company? Section 25 company, according to the Companies Act, is basically a form of an NGO. So you don't get, the directors or the shareholders do not get any benefit out of it. the preparation of the accounts is in the form of an income and expenditure account, not a profit and loss account. So here, that is what the defense of the Gandhis have been, that this company is basically a non-profit company. But the court, if you see the company, the complaint that has been filed by Subramanian Swamy, it very clearly says that there is malified. In fact, the court has also taken cognizance, and they say that if you see the High Court judgment, it very clearly says that the entire transaction was done with criminal intent. That is what the words of the High Court is. The Gandhis approached various courts after the lower court took cognizance, and they were left on bail. They approached higher courts and they could not find relief. And based on the cognizance of that complaint, the ED filed an ECIR. Now the process, it's the process of law. One has to understand, obviously there is a political twist because Sonia Gandhi, being chief of the Congress party, she has been summoned for questioning. But the process of law is that whenever there is an accused in the case, that person has to appear before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning before a charge sheet is filed. So the Enforcement Directorate, it was basically on their part that since they have to ultimately complete the investigation and file a charge sheet before the court, because court has taken cognizance. They have to take statement of each and every accused. In this case, if you remember, after Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez expired, Pawan Bansal and various other senior Congress functionaries were basically called for questioning. And here again, Rahul Gandhi has been questioned, and then Sonia Gandhi has been summoned today. So they have to file a charge sheet before the court, given in a given period of time, and that is why they have been summoned for questioning. So let's see how things move forward, but citing ill health and citing that she has just recovered from COVID, in all likelihood we can expect the questioning to get early today.
All right, let's see if the questioning gets over earlier today, as Ashish was just pointing out that due to ill health concerns, it might just get over. But this is the question we are posing to our viewers. Why should Aam Aadmi suffer for politics? Cars have been burned, trains halted, traffic has been blocked. And this is the question we are posing to you. Why should Aam Aadmi suffer for political drama? Call us on the number shared on your screen, 01204341895. In the meantime, let me go back to our correspondents who've been tracking all those developments, rather angry protests all across the country. Let me go across to Siddhant, who's been stationed at the Congress headquarters as well. Siddhant, if you could get me a sense of ground zero, because we know that there's been heavy police deployment as far as Delhi is concerned. There was slow vehicular movement en route to Lutyens, Delhi especially. Para forces were also joining hands with the Delhi police. What is the security situation at the moment?
Well, that's right. So basically last time around, Delhi police, these allegations came from Congress party workers that they were manhandled. The senior workers, a member of parliament, were ill-treated by Delhi police, and this is perhaps the reason that this time around Delhi police took extra care at the time of detentions, and in fact many of the Congress party leaders were requested to board the bus. They were not pulled inside, they were not forced to enter the bus. So Delhi police, whenever there is something of this sort happens in the city, that some high-profile person has been summoned and cadre is expected to be on the roads, then the challenge for Delhi police is to make sure that there is less traffic disruption in the Lutyens zone, and also the key buildings in the Lutyens zone. The protesters should not reach near to those key buildings like Rashtrapati Bhavan, like the other key important buildings. And this is perhaps the reason that today this entire Akbar Road patch was completely sealed till since morning. Right now also vehicular movement has been completely stopped. You can see the identity cards are being checked before allowing anyone to enter the Akbar Road. Media personnel and Congress party karyakartas are allowed. Other than this, there are in other places also, at other junctions also, there is traffic diversions, and in fact Delhi police did issue advisory today, informing people that till 2 p.m. there could be a possibility of diversion on Khan Market Lane near ITO, and despite all these arrangements, there was a traffic diversion. So the responsibility in these times is on Delhi police, because if anything goes wrong, then they have to take the blame for that. And this is the reason that proper planning is required, and this is what they do. In fact, since morning, there were barricades placed and routed Delhi from Noida,
Right.
from Ghaziabad, from Gurgaon, because Congress party cadre was expected to come to the national capital area. And in fact, today also many Congress
All right,
Karyakartas,
Siddhant, stay
they
with
tried
us
to
because
go-
we've also opened our phone lines to callers, and I have my first caller joining in. I am joined in by Sunil from Mumbai. Sunil, you heard what the question was. Why is the common man having to pay the price of these angry protests? What are your views?
Totally, I disagree with what is happening. See, actually, if somebody is taken for questioning by ED, that doesn't mean that they can make people go on striking like this. If the government is allowing this, no, tomorrow anyone can do the same thing. Any leader, if he is caught by the ED, is the people supposed to suffer just because if somebody is asked for questioning? Just totally we disagree about whatever is happening now. Means this should be strictly banned actually. Why they are allowing this? I don't understand actually why government is allowing such protests. This has to be very strictly taken.
All right.
It is not an ordinary thing. Yeah.
All right, Sunil, thank you for speaking to us. I'm also joined in by another caller from Mumbai, and that is Deepa. Deepa, sure, go ahead and share your views.
Hi, my name is Deepa. This is so saddening. It's more like a tamasha. There's no seriousness about anything at all. I have absolute disrespect for Congress, from what I'm seeing. Do they even realize that there could be common families, who may have special children at home? Someone may want to reach home. There could be someone who's sick. Someone could get stuck because of them. Disgusting. It's a shame what is happening, and strict action should be taken against, these people. Honestly, it's a shame. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for speaking to us, Deepa. So we heard what the callers have to say. Shame on the Congress party is actually what they are saying. Let me go across to Pallavi on that note. Pallavi, we heard what the callers have to say. Much anger as far as public sentiment is concerned. Clearly, this entire move as far as protests by the Congress party are concerned go on to actually highlight how the priorities are not in place as far as the Congress party is concerned. This is a move which clearly seems to have backfired. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. We are going to go back to that story, but for now we are learning that there are more woes for the Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi Traffic Police has issued an updated advisory. Restrictions in parts of central Delhi have now been increased till 8 p.m. I beg your pardon, this is more to do with the traffic in the national capital. Delhi Traffic Police has now issued an updated advisory saying that there are restrictions in parts of central Delhi which have now been increased till 8 p.m., which means that the entire day will now witness slow vehicular movement in the national capital. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul on the phone line. Anshul, take us through the advisory issued by the Delhi police. What does it actually state? I believe till 8 p.m. we cannot expect cars moving freely.
That's right, Akansha. So initially the traffic advisory that the Delhi police had put out was for till 2 p.m. Now, since the situation is still not under control, Sonia Gandhi is still being questioned, and hence the Delhi Traffic Police has now put out this new advisory where it has said that the extension will now be increased to 8 p.m. And the area in which these restrictions will be are absolutely in the heart of Lutyens Delhi, which includes the Tughlaq Road Junction, the Carriages Junction, as well as Ashoka Road, Patel Chowk, Sansad Marg, Rafi Marg, Motilal Nehru Marg, Akbar Road, Janpat, Mansingh Road. All these areas will not allow vehicular movement to happen. So yes, the traffic advisory has been issued for people who will be using these routes or who generally use these routes day in and day out. This traffic advisory has been put out for them. So yes, during the peak hours in the national capital, that is probably after 6 p.m. to at least till 9 p.m. when the peak hours of Delhi traffic is there. At that point in time, all these routes will be blocked. Hence, today, much like yesterday, today also people are going to see a massive traffic snarl in the national capital all around the central Delhi area.
Right, Anshul, thank you for bringing in all those details. Pallavi, if I may come to you, we heard what information, all right, We'll go across to our correspondents as well. But before that, let's quickly have a look at the ground reports.
ईडी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी से आज पूछताछ करेगी नेशनल हेराल्ड मामले में, और इस बाबत कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता जो है ईडी दफ्तर के बाहर यहाँ तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं कि वो प्रदर्शन करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं। और देखिए किस तादाद में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवानों को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात है। सभी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो ईडी दफ्तर के सामने इस वक्त लखनऊ में वो बैठ चुके हैं।
सोनिया जी को जिस तरह ईडी ने बुला रखा है और वो निरंतर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को परेशान करने का प्रयास कर रही पुलिस, हम उसके खिलाफ, ईडी के खिलाफ इस तरह का प्रदर्शन कांग्रेस का पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है।
The protest call was given by TPCC chief Revant Reddy, but he is in Delhi right now attending the parliament session. But here his call to protest has been responded by hundreds of Congress cadres who have come in from different parts of the state. This is right in front of the statue of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and here you can see lots of Congress workers, in fact, carrying the banners of the party, carrying flags. From here, the protest will go to the ED office, which is about a few kilometers away. There is going to be a dharna there, again held by the Congress workers. We are also having local leaders here. Former MP Uttam Kumar Reddy is also here, along with other senior Congress leaders who are going to take part in this protest.
There has been a demonstration by the Congress workers, and the gate leading to the ED office that has been closed and is being presently guarded by a strong contingent of policemen. And in fact, hundreds of Congress workers on the day when Sonia Gandhi, the Congress's topmost leader, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress party trying to show its strength across the country, and in fact at all, at the state capital and in Lucknow here. Even now, when a few hundred congressmen have already been taken in custody and have been frisked away to the police lines, we still see a lot of congressmen standing here and watching the entire proceedings. So clearly, there is still the protest that is going on.
We'll keep bringing you all those updates minute by minute as far as those protests are concerned. For now, it's time to slip into a short break. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
Both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a front-runner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them. All right, we dive into the newscast with some breaking inputs coming in. We are bringing to you the last rites that are now being performed of the DSP, Surendra Singh, the late Surendra Singh Bishnoi, who was mowed down by a truck a couple of days ago. Remember, this was a case where the sand mining mafia was brought back into the spotlight, and today DSP Surendra Singh is now being cremated. We are bringing to you the last rites. He's being given state rights. India is paying tribute to the slain Haryana cop. Now, all right, and we have some more breaking news coming in, this time from the national capital. We are learning that Sonia Gandhi has left the ED office. Remember, earlier we were speculating that she might just be let off early due to her health concerns, which were quoted earlier as well, due to which she was summoned this month and not last month. But the latest we are now bringing to you is that Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the ED is now over for the day. Perhaps she's left the ED office. Whether or not she's done for the day as far as the questioning with ED is concerned, we'll just bring you all those details from our correspondents. But the latest we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi has left the ED office. Is this just a break for the lunch, or if whether or not the questioning is over, that is something we'll just bring to you from our correspondents. The latest we are bringing to you is that Sonia Gandhi has been let off by the ED as for now. She's left the ED office. Remember, it was around 11:30 a.m. in the morning today that Sonia Gandhi was accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi along with her son Rahul Gandhi, and Priyanka Gandhi still accompanying her to the ED office while Rahul Gandhi had dropped her off and left. Those are the visuals we are bringing to you of Sonia Gandhi. All right, those were the visuals of Sonia Gandhi arriving at the ED office in the morning. But the latest information we are bringing to you is that she has left the ED office after 3 hours. For more details, I am joined in by Ashish Mehrishi on the phone line. Ashish, should we now assume that Sonia Gandhi is done for the day as far as the questioning with ED is concerned?
I think it must be a half an hour, 45 minutes break for lunch, because she came in at around 12:10, and it's around if you see the time, it's around what is the time like? It is around 2:30. So my understanding is that she's gone for half an hour, 45-minute break for lunch, and she should return back by 3:30. That is my understanding, but I have to find it from my sources whether she's gone for lunch or if the questioning is over for the day. That needs to be checked with the sources in the Enforcement Directorate. So let's see how things move forward. But as of now, she has left the ED office.
Right. All right. We are also bringing in the latest visuals of Sonia Gandhi exiting the ED office, as Ashish Mehrishi was just pointing out, whether or not this exit is for a lunch break, or if Sonia Gandhi might just return post a 45-minute or a 1-hour break is yet to be seen. That is something that Ashish will just be checking with his sources with the Enforcement Directorate. Having said that, Ashish, what are you learning in terms of the questioning that was taking place? What is the kind of team that we are looking at who's interrogating Sonia Gandhi?
My understanding, at least 3 officers were involved. This is what my sources have confirmed: a deputy director level officer, assistant director level officer, and then there is a typist who basically types the statement. So in the PMLA statement needs to be signed by each and every individual who gives the statement. Here, Sonia Gandhi the statement was not handwritten. It was being typed by a typist of Enforcement Directorate. Questions were put by the deputy director and the assistant director. Assistant director in this case is basically an IO who looks into the case. Both were questioning Sonia Gandhi. Till now, how many questions have been posed? How many papers have been typed? All that needs to be found out once we speak to our sources. But as of now, it's almost 2.5 hours of questioning that happened before Enforcement Directorate of Sonia Gandhi.
Right.
And to my understanding, she's gone for a lunch break and she should return back in an hour's time. But we need to confirm from our sources whether she's gone for lunch or it is end for the day.
It's over 2.5 hours, rather it's nearly 3 hours that she's been questioned. Whether or not she's been done for the day is something that I'm sure you will be looking into. Having said that, Ashish, I'd also like you to focus on how there's been, all right, I'm also joined in by Anvit, who's stationed outside the ED office for now. Anvit, if you could take us through how Sonia Gandhi also has garnered a lot of sympathy because of her health concerns, and that is why the previous ED summons were ignored, but now she's actually turned up for that ED questioning, which was much awaited. But her health concerns continue to linger on. Now, will that also have an impact on the questioning is something that remains to be seen.
Yeah, see, as far as the health concerns are concerned, when Sonia Gandhi was here, we are being told that at least two, women doctors were also on standby in the ED office. Along with that, Priyanka Gandhi was allowed to stay there with her, accompanying her in case she requires any medication. Because, like you mentioned, that earlier also summons were deferred to today's date, as Sonia Gandhi had said that she had was tested positive for COVID. Then she was admitted to a hospital, and after her release, then today's date was given. So, keeping that in mind, definitely we are also hearing that the questioning might not last as long as it used to last for Rahul Gandhi. He has earlier been questioned for more than 50 hours in 5 different days. So that leniency also, ED might show some leniency towards Sonia Gandhi because considering her health conditions, and that is why some doctors were kept on standby. Priyanka Gandhi was also allowed to stay with her. She has just left ED headquarters just a short while ago, and we are learning that she might return. It might be that she has been allowed to go home for lunch, and she might return, and probably there's a possibility she's ED is yet not done questioning her for the day. We are right now outside the ED office. You can see the elaborate security arrangement since morning, because as we know, Congress has also declared pan-India protest, and even in Delhi, at multiple locations, Congress leaders have been detained. Earlier today, outside morning, senior leaders like Manu Singhvi, Chidambaram, Shashi Tharoor and Jairam Ramesh, they were also there, and in fact, they were, while speaking to CNN, they had also again reiterated that it's a political vendetta that the BJP is playing out, and that their senior leadership is not afraid of facing ED, and that they have not done anything wrong that they should be afraid. So Sonia Gandhi has just left ED office, and we are expecting that she'll return after probably an hour or and a half.
Right, she might just return after an hour and a half. But having said that, Anvit, I'm also learning of those special requests that were perhaps made by the Gandhi family to ensure that Sonia Gandhi's health remains intact, that the officials who are questioning Sonia Gandhi were also asked to take COVID tests, and that she was requested to be placed in a ventilated room, and that her medicines should be allowed to be placed with her. If you could take us through all those special requests that were made for Sonia Gandhi as far as today's questioning is concerned.
See, keeping her health, these requests were made. We are yet to have an official word what all of these requests were kept by the ED. But if we talk about the procedure when Sonia Gandhi arrived here, like any person who arrives at the ED office for questioning, she had to show her ID card, and then she was given an entrance. And after that, videography is also done of the person who arrives there for questioning. So all these procedures were done. Then she was taken to the room where she had to be questioned. An ED level officer is what we are learning is supervising the entire questioning, and she, as per the procedure, will be given a questionnaire, and of which she will be writing the answers. If a person is not, doesn't want to or is not eligible in some way or the other to write, then an officer from the ED would write the answers, and then the person is asked to sign it, confirming that yes, these are the answers that they have been willingly given to ED. So all these procedures will take place. Some special requests were also made. We are yet to get an official word on what requests had been kept, because no one from the ED or Congress have directly spoken about that. But definitely, because certain measures have been put in place keeping her health in mind, there would be certain requests that were also approved by ED. We'll get more on that, but for now she has been questioned for over 2 hours, and after that she has been allowed to go home for a short break, which we are considering is a lunch break, and that the ED is yet not done questioning her for the day.
Stay with us, Anvit, because I'm also joined in by Ashish Mehrishi right now. Ashish, if I could come to you, we heard all those requests that have been made and how health remains a concern for the Gandhis, and that is a request that's also been put forward to the ED. Let me come to the line of questioning. I assume that this line of questioning with Sonia Gandhi is going to be very similar to Rahul Gandhi's as well. Could you take us through those questions that Rahul Gandhi had to answer, just so we can get a sense of what questioning is going to be like for Sonia Gandhi?
So one thing that I can confirm is that around 20 questions have been asked by Enforcement Directorate sleuths to Sonia Gandhi. That is what one confirmation that I've got from my sources in the Enforcement Directorate. 2, she's gone for lunch, and she'll be back by 3:30. That is another information that we can share with our viewers. Third, the line of questioning remains the same as of that of Rahul Gandhi, reason being that they both hold similar equity, that is around 38% in Young Indian. And the line of questioning is basically on the how and how they were controlling Young Indian, how they were controlling Associated Journal, who gave them the idea to take over Associated Journal through Young Indian, who gave them the idea to borrow money from a shell company based out of Kolkata.
Right.
How that money came into Young Indian. You remember there was a company called Dotex Merchandise, which is under investigation. And majorly the big line of questioning is on how colorful transactions were created in a manner that it looks absolutely okay. But then with just 50 lakh rupees, they took over debt of more than 90 crore rupees, and then with that
All right,
came in
Ashish,
assets of more than 2,000
I'm running
crore
short
rupees.
of time, so I'm
this-
sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there and leave the conversation over there. And with that, let's quickly slip into a short break as we'll be back for more news and updates.
To Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
ਇਹ ਟੀਮ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads.
Let's dive into the newscast with some breaking inputs coming in on the presidential counting that was taking place. As far as the votes were concerned, Draupadi Murmu has taken a huge lead in the first round of the counting. 3.75 lakh votes are for Draupadi Murmu, whereas for Yashwant Sinha, the number is 1.45 lakh. As far as those votes are concerned, clearly Draupadi Murmu taking a lead just by the double in the first round. Let's not forget that this is the kind of edge that Draupadi Murmu was rather expected to have over Yashwant Sinha. For more details, let's quickly go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us live. Pallavi, this is something that was on expected lines, but as one of the BJP politicians was saying that the victory is not going to be about just the victory, it is going to be about rather the margin in terms of those number of votes.
Absolutely. It's not about whether she's going to win, because that seems to be absolutely a given. It's actually going to be about the number of with which she wins with, and also how much of a cross-voting that takes place. So the first round of counting is over, and the figures which we are just getting by way of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat is that 540 MPs have voted for Draupadi Murmu, 208 MPs have voted for Yashwant Sinha, 15 are invalid Member of Parliament votes, and this is around 748 total votes, and here I'm talking about the MP votes only. The MP votes counting has been just over, so now we move on to the next round of the state legislatures. But it's very clear that she's had a huge lead ahead of Yashwant Sinha. I think if you talk about the internal calculations on who the poll managers of Yashwant Sinha are, they themselves concede that maximum number of votes are likely to come in from, say, West Bengal. But they also concede the fact that perhaps the victory margin of Draupadi Murmu is going to be substantially high.
Right, Pallavi, thank you for breaking down those numbers for us. As Pallavi was pointing out that right now what those votes are as far as those numbers are concerned, they are those MP votes that have the counting is now finished in terms of those MP votes. And with that, let's now also shift our attention over to who Draupadi Murmu is, NDA's crucial presidential candidate. Let's have a look.
From the day the NDA picked her as the presidential nominee, Draupadi Murmu was the president in waiting.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
An announcement that did not come as much of a surprise, as in 2017 too, her name had figured in the NDA's shortlist for India's top constitutional office. Ramnath Kovind had then emerged as the dark horse. With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, her election is high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. A selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंशियली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए. लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
64-year-old Draupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो सेंट्रल ने हम मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरमपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है. आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है.
पूरा रायरमपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है. सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में. हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे.
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए. विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको. उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने. सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं.
Born into a Santali farmer's home in Uper Beda village of Mayurbhanj district, Murmu persisted with her studies even though she had to leave her village after class 7 in order to do so. With the help of relatives, she completed her schooling in Bhubaneswar and then joined Ramadevi Women's College. After her studies, Murmu got a job with the Odisha's Irrigation and Power Department. She, however, quit the job after she got married to Shyam Charan Murmu, a bank employee, and moved to Rairangpur, a town about 20 kilometers from her native village. She started teaching at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Center in Rairangpur. It was here that her work with a Santhal organization, where she had enrolled in the 1990s, caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 97 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जब जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया। उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है, मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था। फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊंगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए, बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Odisha and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Odisha Legislative Assembly. Draupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It's an outreach to the strong 10.42 crore scheduled tribes population of India, who are largely in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jharkhand and Maharashtra and other states in Northeast. The BJP hopes the message of the first tribal woman president of India will help them expand their footprints in tribal belts across the country and earn immediate electoral dividend in the upcoming polls. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The four states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Odisha and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा, जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
If 2017 was about a Dalit president, 2022 is about the first tribal president and a second woman president of India. The choice of a woman is again a message by the Modi government that women remain the centerpiece of its policy. 21st July will see history unfold, and most politicians won't want to be on the wrong side of it. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
Good afternoon, you're with CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. You're watching News Blitz 50. Let's get your wrap of all the other stories that we're tracking. Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi accompanied their mother to the Enforcement Directorate's office. She was quizzed for 3 hours in the first half of the day before breaking for lunch. She is expected back at the ED office at about 3:30 this afternoon. The Congress party protested in different parts of the country over ED summons to Sonia Gandhi. Several Congress leaders, including Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, were detained. The party also alleged that the government wants to silence the opposition in the country.
Here outside the AICC headquarters, where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. As you can see in the visuals, all the senior leaders, senior leaders, including Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, all of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away. I'll just try and show you in the visuals.
इस तादाद में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवानों को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात है। सभी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो ईडी दफ्तर के सामने इस वक्त लखनऊ में वो बैठ चुके हैं और निरंतर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को परेशान करने का प्रयास कर रही पुलिस। हम उसके खिलाफ, ईडी के खिलाफ इस तरह का प्रदर्शन कांग्रेस का पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है।
Leader of Congress in Lok Sabha, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, created controversy by saying that the Modi government has made the Enforcement Directorate as an idiot. His remarks came against the probe agency's questioning of Congress President Sonia Gandhi in a money laundering probe linked to the National Herald.
The entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
Meanwhile, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has slammed the Delhi police and Home Ministry. He tweeted and alleged that the media is being prevented from entering the Congress party headquarters. He said, and I'd like to quote, "This high-handedness was only to be expected and reflects the mindset of the Modi Sarkar," end quote. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed Congress's Satyagrah and said, and I'd like to quote again, "This is not Satyagrah, this is Gunagrah." Congress President Sonia Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate where she was questioned for 3 hours in connection with the National Herald case.
देश को हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं इस मामले में और उनके एफआईआर को क्वाश करने की सारी प्रार्थना सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक रिजेक्ट हो गई है। जो सत्याग्रह नहीं दुराग्रह है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, परिवार जब पार्टी की संपत्ति को अपनी जेब में कर रही है उसको बचाने का दुराग्रह है।
Day 4 of the monsoon session was also marred by disruptions and sloganeering by opposition MPs over issues like GST. Later, both the houses were adjourned for the day. NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu has taken a huge lead in the first round of voting. 3.78 lakh votes for Draupadi Murmu and 1.45 for Yashwant Sinha, who is the opposition's candidate in the first round of counting. The final result is to be out shortly, the state said, for India's 15th president. NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu's house in Odisha is decked with lights and sweets which are prepared, which will be distributed once the results are announced. Draupadi Murmu will be the first tribal woman president of the country if she wins the polls against Yashwant Sinha. After a 2-year break due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Mamata Banerjee-led Trinamool Congress addressed her party's mega Martyrs Day rally in Kolkata today. A day before the rally, the Chief Minister said that Martyrs Day rally will be against the centre's authoritarian rule.
আমাদের লড়বার ক্ষমতা আছে, ওদের লড়বার ক্ষমতা নেই। বিজেপি সব জায়গায় সরকার ভাঙছে। বাংলায় আমাদের অনেকভাবে হারানোর চেষ্টা করেছিল, কিন্তু পারেনি।
A 60-year-old seer has allegedly set himself on fire over an illegal mining case in the Deeg town of Rajasthan's Bharatpur. The district administration has suspended internet services in Deeg following this incident. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot chaired a meeting over illegal mining last night as well, and the government has decided to declare the land as forest land.
बड़ा फैसला किया है, वो चाहते थे फॉरेस्ट में लैंड जाए और एक व्यक्ति ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे, एक साधु ऊपर चढ़ गए थे, समझाइश हो रही थी भाई आप नीचे उतर जाओ, सरकार फैसला कर ली प्रोसेस फॉरेस्ट लैंड डिक्लेयर करने में टाइम लगता है, प्रोसेस करना पड़ता है। उसकी बजाय एक नए साधु ने वो आत्महत्या करने की कोशिश कर ली, तो उसका हम लोग ध्यान रखें, इलाज करवा रहे हैं।
ये माइंस 2000 से 2018 के बीच में यानी पुरानी माइंस हैं और ये वैध माइंस हैं, जिनमें 11 माइंस कंकाचल में और 34 माइंस आदि बद्री में हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त इन माइंस को शिफ्ट करके जो लोग बेरोजगार होंगे, जैसे 2500 लोग अभी इस पर एम्प्लॉय हैं, उनको रोजगार दूसरी जगह मिलेगा। और साथ में सरकार ये मंशा रखती है कि इन जगहों को जो यहाँ के साधु सन्यासी हैं, जो धार्मिक पर्यटन का एक स्थल है, उसके रूप में इसको विकसित किया जाए। इसके लिए एक विस्तृत कार्य योजना भी राज्य सरकार बनाएगी।
2 more now have been arrested in the NEET row. Total 7 arrests in the NEET row now after girls at a college in Kerala were asked to remove their innerwear for appearing for the NEET examination. The National Women's Commission has taken note of the issue that triggered outrage. NEET observer Dr. Shamnath and Professor Kurlin have also now been arrested. India has reported over 21,000 fresh COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate now stands at 4.25%, while weekly positivity rate stands at 4.51%. Global outbreak of monkeypox has grown to nearly 14,000 cases, including 5 deaths. Though the outbreak is heavily concentrated in Europe as of now, 5 deaths have been reported in African nations. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed due to landslides at several places, which was triggered by heavy downpour. Restoration work is being hampered due to continuous rainfall. Heavy rain triggered flash floods at Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Several houses and schools have been damaged. No loss of life has been reported so far. As incessant rains continue across different parts of the country, around 1,90,000 Sussex water was discharged from the Ukai Dam on Tapi River in Gujarat. Remember, Gujarat is one of the states which have been affected by the floods the most. 3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. Shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer is also seriously injured. In a major setback to the BJP, Congress has won 5 mayor seats in Madhya Pradesh municipal elections. The BJP had retained 9 out of the 16 seats. Aam Aadmi Party has managed to grab 1. Meanwhile, 7 corporators from the MIM have won the municipal elections for the first time in the state. The Indian rupee plunged to another record low today. It has hit a lifetime low of 80.6 against the dollar. Strengthening dollar, rising crude oil prices and risk aversion in the global market have pulled the currency down. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the new president of Sri Lanka today, even as anti-government protesters continue to rally against the Rajapakshas and even Wickremesinghe. Now remember, he is deeply unpopular with the masses who've been gripped by severe shortages of fuel, food and other essentials after its foreign reserves dried up. Rishi Sunak is one step closer to becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the 5th and the final round of voting among Tory MPs, Sunak and Liz Truss are the final 2 candidates in the race to replace Boris Johnson.
We need to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite our country. I'm confident that we can do that, and we've got a really positive message to take out to all our members now. Crucially, who is the best person to beat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that, and that's what we're going to talk to all our members about now.
They colonized us for so long. I think it's fantastic that we're now here, possibly taking power in Britain.
Yeah, it's a very proud moment for all of us, since it's a non-white member of parliament.
He did a very big job during the pandemic time, so he held the economy up.
Especially when it has to come when the COVID was taking place, he introduced the furlough scheme, and which actually helped all of us.
Train services face major disruption across Britain as wildfire triggered by extreme temperature melted signalling equipment and damaged the tracks. Videos from across the country surfaced all over social media showing what damage has been caused due to this record temperature that we continue to see in Europe. US President Joe Biden plans to speak with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping by the end of the month at a moment of simmering tensions between the countries over Taiwan and trade. The long-discussed call between the two leaders would come at a crucial moment as the Biden administration weighs cutting import duties on goods from China. A video of an Indo-Tibetan border police officer practicing Surya Namaskar shirtless at 18,000 feet in Ladakh is now going viral on social media. In the video, the officer posted at the high altitude can be seen practicing different positions of Surya Namaskar in heavy snow conditions in sub-zero temperatures. Former Indian captain Virat Kohli is making the best use of his break after reaching Paris. The cricketer has floored one and all with a trending dance video featuring Bollywood actor Tiger Shroff. Kohli's dancing video is going viral on social media. Well, now we're shifting our focus to the other big story that we are tracking. Congress President Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 3 hours today by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Now, according to sources, Sonia Gandhi answered about 20 questions and Sonia Gandhi is likely to be summoned on Monday again. Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi accompanied Sonia Gandhi to the ED office in the morning. While Rahul Gandhi left after dropping them, Priyanka Gandhi stayed back with Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, the Congress staged massive nationwide protests across the country against these summons. Congress workers stopped trains in the national capital. They burnt cars in Bengaluru. Several senior Congress leaders have also been detained by the police. The big update that we're now getting is the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is over for the day and next summons could possibly be for Monday. That's the big update that's coming in. Remember, Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in backdrop of the National Herald case. She had reached the ED office. Rahul Gandhi had dropped her. Priyanka Gandhi was with her because of her ailing health. But now we're understanding that questioning by the ED for today is over. And we're also now picking up that possibly she could be now summoned once again for Monday. As we were bringing you some details, this is what sources are telling CNN News 18 that Sonia Gandhi answered about 20 questions which had been posed by the Enforcement Directorate. And for today, it looks like that questioning is over and she could be possibly summoned once again for Monday. But in the backdrop of all of these summons, what we've seen are nationwide protests once again. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi now joining us on the broadcast. So Ashish, initially it looked like they'd broken for lunch. So is the questioning now over for the day?
So, immediately after she left, I spoke to a source in Enforcement Directorate and it was confirmed that she's gone for lunch. But then I believe because of her health reasons, because she had requested for exemption, she said that she can't continue for a very long time. So she was questioned for around 2 hours. Questioning started at around 2:30 and it got over by 2:15 or 2:20 or so. So, she was questioned for almost 2 hours. My sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me around 20 questions were posed before Sonia Gandhi, to which she has answered. There were around 3 people inside the cabin, a deputy director level officer, an assistant director level officer who is supposed to be the IO in this case, and a typist who was typing the answers of whatever Sonia Gandhi said. So obviously the questioning is not complete as of now. The questioning could continue. My sources tell me that there is a chance tentatively which she can be summoned again for Monday. So let's see if the summons are issued today or tomorrow. But in all likelihood, the questioning will continue and this could happen, this could extend until Monday.
Okay, so you're saying what you're picking up by your sources is that there could be another round of questioning tentatively for Monday. But let's break down the details of what really is this case about, Ashish. You're picking up some interesting details as far as various shareholders for both AGL as well as Young India. What are these details that you're picking up?
So the shareholders, this organization, Associated Journal, this has been this company was registered in 1938, in fact pre-independence time. Since then, there were around 1,500 shareholders of this company. But interestingly, if you see, in the year 2010, in the month of September, a decision was taken by 7 people. An AGM was called, and 7 people just decide that yes, we are going to hand over this company, a huge company which has got assets worth thousands of crores rupees, that has been handed over to a company which is absolutely new, but it is being controlled by none other than the Gandhis. So 7 people decide that yes, this company will be taken over. This company will be taken over by Young Indian. Now, if you see the names, we have 7 names in our possession. These include Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez, Vishwabandhu Gupta, Ishrat Ali Siddiqui, Bholanath Kapoor, Syed Ali Ashrafi, R.K. Mohala. Now, these are people who have they just decided one day in the month of September 2010. In fact, to be precise, it is 29th September, and a notice is sent to all the shareholders through under postal certificate. So how many people got it, how many people did not get it, nobody knows. But interestingly, there were no proxies as well. So these are basically details which are coming out from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate, which reveal that 7 people took a decision on behalf of 1,500 shareholders, and the company went into the hands of certain people, where Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are the majority shareholders. But let's see how things move forward. It will be interesting to see. We need to check from our sources, Enforcement Directorate, what were these 20 questions which were posed before Sonia Gandhi, what did she answer, and when it continues, how many more days Sonia Gandhi would be questioned on this matter.
True. Ashish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, we're seeing a repeat of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi was summoned as well, pan-India protest. But the larger question is, this is just routine questioning. Why is the Congress wanting to give more ammunition to the BJP at this point rather than just going for the questioning and not making this an issue?
Well, when I did ask this question of the Congress party, they said, damn if you do and damn if you don't. Look, it's a party which has often been criticized for not hitting the streets. And they use this opportunity certainly to hit the streets to show that they can muster all kind of support of the party cadre, top leaders, chief ministers and so on and so forth. But, at the same time, since yesterday, they've been telling us we are going to raise both the issues, the GST issue as well as the issue of ED summoning of Sonia Gandhi. But unfortunately, of all the 3 notices which have been given by the Congress leaders in Parliament today, all the 3 notices are got only to do with Sonia Gandhi being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, which means it just strengthens the BJP's argument that, one, you want to make a huge issue or spectacle of the fact that she has gone to Enforcement Directorate. She should be the one who should be on a back foot and not the other way around. And second, the only reason the party hits the streets is when it comes to the Gandhis. So yes, you're right, this is something which is always going to come back to be countered on them. Why is it that the Congress hasn't hit the streets in the last 3 days? I mean, today is the 4th day of Parliament. They have been raising the issue of GST inside Parliament, but none of them have bothered to hit the streets at the level which we saw today for Sonia Gandhi or earlier for Rahul Gandhi.
And Pallavi, look at the visuals that we're just putting out on our screens. Protests have broken out in Chandigarh as well. There is public property that is being vandalized once again. A car has been set on fire in Bengaluru. Trains have been stopped here in the national capital. When Rahul Gandhi was summoned, the Congress had said, we're on a path of satyagrah, but we are seeing the opposite play out on the streets.
And that's where the problem begins. I mean, no one denies the right of any political party, frankly speaking, to protest, and especially if they want to protest for their leaders. Almost every political party has done that, whether it's a Trinamool, whether it's a DMK, and so on and so forth. But certainly when it starts hitting the common man is when you get discredited. Look, we staying in the national capital, for all of those who wanted to come back to central Delhi to go to work, it was absolutely chaotic. Roads are shut off, barricading there. So it was a huge problem for people to travel, even by using the public transport. When you deflate tires, you burn buses, hurt and damage public transport, then a little sympathy and support you expect from the people, somehow that sympathy gets lost. Even the point that you're trying to make, that it's a political witch hunt and it's an old case, there's no FIR, that also point gets lost.
Absolutely, and it's exactly the point that even the citizens today are raising, that why should we bear the brunt of regular questioning as far as the Gandhis are concerned, because today what the optics look like, that Gandhis are above the party. How is the Congress defending that?
Which are already doing the rounds, asking, like when Chidambaram, for example, was questioned and then later on arrested by the ED, why didn't you see a similar kind of a spectacle on the road? After all, he's your former finance and home minister,
Absolutely.
one of the senior most leaders, and so on and so forth. Why is it that only in the case of the Gandhis, the entire party is, kind of brought on the streets? Well, I mean, the counter defense comes is, of course, they're the leader. They're the ones who are leading the party. Sonia Gandhi is the interim president of the party. Rahul Gandhi has been the president of the party, and he has been the voice of the Congress. But that's as far as the arguments go. Remember, when you take a back seat and you watch the entire scenario, that the BJP gets emboldened when they say that look at the stark contrast. When he was a chief minister, He went to SIT, he went alone, he was inside for more than 6 hours. You never found the party cadre over there. And even in this case, that's exactly what the Congress perhaps should have done. You don't bring these people out to a national capital. The entire area has to be cordoned off. So isn't it a party which believes in the entitlement of the Gandhis is the counter argument by the BJP and the critics?
Pallavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let me quickly go back to Ashish also. Ashish, because this case has been going on for such a long time, the biggest point that has been made by the Congress is that there is no scheduled offence, there is no FIR, and thus making this a bogus case.
No, actually speaking, they are correct partially, that there is no FIR, there is no doubt about it, that there is no FIR. But then the court took cognizance of the matter. And once the court takes cognizance of the matter and they are on bail, they have accepted, the court has accepted that there is malified, and there looks to be...
Ashish, I apologize for interrupting. Just give me 30 seconds. We're getting some breaking developments also now coming in. A shocking comment now coming in from Karnataka Congress MLA Ramesh Kumar. He's gone on to say, we've made enough to last 3 to 5 generations in the name of Nehru, Indira and Sonia Gandhi, and we have to sacrifice now.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
My colleague Harish Upadhyay is now joining us on the broadcast. Harish, could you give us a better context of where these comments were made first?
Sparked the protest against the alleged harassment of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate. And the man who's speaking over there is Ramesh Kumar, the former speaker, former minister and a senior Congress leader. But what catches attention is the fact that he says that it's time for us to sacrifice, it's almost time for payback, that many of us have made wealth lasting 3-4 generations, and this is in the name of Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and now we should be ready for this very little, very small sacrifice. The BJP already pouncing on it, saying that it's now becoming clear that this whole protest has been called for 2 individuals, and it's also very clear that the Congress indulged in corruption, and it's one of their own who's now making it clear that they've made enough wealth lasting 3-4 generations. So the Congress in a fix now because of the statement by Ramesh Kumar.
Has anybody else from the Congress reacted or either distanced themselves from these comments that have been made?
None of the Congress leaders have reacted so far, but this coming on the stage, this was supposed to be a protest against the Enforcement Directorate because they're questioning Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, but somewhere almost an admission of sorts, saying that many had in fact made fortune taking names of Nehru, Sonia and Indira Gandhi, and we should pay back now, it definitely has embarrassed the party, and nobody has spoken so far. And also this happened, this remark came almost in passing, and not many on the stage who were there also noticed it, but Ramesh Kumar will have a lot of explaining to do now.
Harish, quickly, you said the BJP is already pouncing as far as these remarks are concerned. What is the BJP saying at this point?
Well, the BJP is saying that two things become very clear. That in fact it's an agency that's doing its job going by the law, and the Congress is trying to stall it. If they do believe in the constitution and the court of law, why are they taking out protests? It's just a mere probe that's on. Second, they are saying it's becoming clear that this whole protest that has been called is because these two individuals have been called, and nothing to do with the institution or the constitution or the democracy that the Congress claims is one of the reasons for this protest. It's because two of the leaders are being called. It's because leaders from the Sonia Gandhi, the Gandhi family are being called that this protest is being held. The third aspect, which also puts the Congress in spot, is that the BJP says now that you have a leader on camera, on stage, confessing that many of their leaders have made enough wealth that could last 3-4 generations, taking the name of Indira, Sonia and Nehru, makes it very clear that Congress all along over the last few decades has indulged in corruption, and it's not just one or two, many of them, as pointed out by Ramesh Kumar.
You know, Harish, the Congress will have a lot of answering to do today. One, of course, we continue to put out the visuals on our screens. Pan-India protest, which essentially is giving enough ammunition to the BJP to say that the Gandhis are above the party. This was routine questioning. Why are we seeing vandalism? We haven't seen a clear answer to that. And on top of that, you have a comment like that, which is a confession of sorts to say that many have indulged in corruption over the last decades. But I'll request you to stay on with us. Let's take a reaction from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawala now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, your first reaction to the comments that we've just heard.
You know, that's why I say AICC is not All India Congress Committee. It is All India Corrupt Committee and All India Corrupt Ko Bachao Committee. And therefore, this is not an exercise of Satyagraha ka Shakti Pradarshan. It is Bhrishtachariyon ka Bhakti Pradarshan. And today this MLA has testified and confessed that yes, this is a common solidarity between all the corrupt. Therefore, all the corrupt are coming on the streets to save the first family of corruption that has looted money and land worth 2,000 crores belonging to the people of India. This is a confession, candid confession of corruption by the Congress party itself. And I was telling you from starting itself that this is not Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha, this is Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi's Bhrashtachar ka Duragraha, and this is the proof. Now, this person has acknowledged that yes, we are the ones who are doing corruption, we are earning, and we have earned a lot, and now we have to spend some of this money and do hinsa, do violence, and save Sonia Gandhi. And therefore, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is calling somebody, calling the ED idiot. You are seeing the kind of violence that is taking place in Bengaluru also. You are seeing the kind of violent activities Congress party is indulging in. They are trying to intimidate, interfere, and intervene so that the law agencies can't take action against the corrupt. This is an exercise for the corrupt, by the corrupt, of the corrupt.
Shehzad, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We also have Sanket Yanagi, spokesperson of the KPCC. I want to understand what is the reference that is being made by one of your own party members when he says that we've all made enough in the past decades and it's now time to sacrifice.
Just now we have heard about this statement made by Mr. Ramesh Kumar. So in our opinion, it could be his personal opinion, not the opinion of a party or the party leaders at large. And if it is his grievance, then we will issue a show cause notice to the concerned person. The High Command is there to issue a show cause notice seeking for an explanation as to what was the compelling reason for him to say so, or what is the reason why he has expressed it so, or what was his intention behind his statement. So we still have to evaluate, understand and evaluate as to what is running in his mind.
So you're saying the Congress is distancing themselves as of now as these comments are made, but the larger issue still remains. The protest that you're seeing on the streets today is a repetition of what we've seen even when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. Are the Gandhis above the party?
No, nobody is above the party. Ours is a party of discipline. Ours is a party where the democracy is completely followed. It is unlike other party wherein only two are the leaders and rest all are the say they are just subordinates, just to follow the rules and regulations made independently. It is not so. So we have a high-powered committee like a Congress Working Committee, which is supreme in our party and as per the constitution of the party. And see, it is not one man who is superior here.
You know, I understand the criticism as far as the merits of the case are concerned, but what justifies the kind of vandalism that we continue to see across the country? There's a car being set on fire in Bengaluru, trains are stopped in the national capital. Look at the kind of pictures that we're putting out from Chandigarh. Last time around when Rahul Gandhi was questioned, an ambulance was stuck because of that. What justifies the vandalism on the streets?
You see, it is not at the instruction of a party. Let us be very clear. If the people are saying that the party or the party leaders are being targeted by the opposition, that is ruling government, and they have every right to oppose, every right to protest, and in protest of the same, if they take sometimes the law into their own hands, it cannot be said that it is at the instance of a party or the party leader.
No, so why is the party not coming out and reprimanding these workers? We're not seeing any action either. We're only seeing comments like, this is vendetta politics. Even if it is vendetta politics, what justifies the vandalism and what justifies the inconvenience for the common people today?
It is vendetta politics by the ruling government. And because it is playing that vendetta politics or the dirty politics in other way we could say, the people are getting angry and responding to that in a way which is, which they are expressing their anger against the government. And instead of ruling the government, taking the welfare measures to a new height, when there is a price rise and so many other issues which have to be addressed by the ruling government.
So why
ruling government is stooping to the
level.
level.
I have a clear question.
One minute.
One sec. Hear me out. You're the only person on the show. You'll have fair amount of time to answer. Tell me something, why aren't we seeing the opposition out on the streets protesting on those real issues like GST? I haven't seen a single protest in the last couple of days. Also, secondly, I'm trying to understand this questioning or summons by the ED was routine questioning. Why are we seeing protesters on the ground? Where is this instruction coming from?
Nobody is instructing here. See, we have been seeing how the media is also working in some of the cases. Sometimes responsibly, sometimes not. Similarly, the ruling government is trying to suppress the individual rights of the citizens. Sometimes the people think of responding, sometimes the